Welcome, everybody, to the grand finals of the North American Qualifier for DreamLeague Season 23. We got Shopify versus Nouns. We're going to see a lot of this matchup this year. We've already seen a lot of it this season, and it's going to happen one more time here for DreamLeague, and it's going to be myself and Avery going to be going through this grand finals. We just got through the lower bracket final together, where we watched Nouns take on a rematch against what was her name again? Apex Genesis.
That's right.
Apex Genesis. I'm not even sure what that means. What do those words mean together exactly, Avery?
Could be an allusion to Neon Prime, the foretold Dota 3 that is being developed by Valve Software at this moment. But that's yet to be confirmed. What is the current score between these two teams in grand finals? It's 2-1, right? I believe Shopify won 2 out of the 3, and they won the last DreamLeague as well. So
yeah. For the qualifiers this season, it's 2-1, but they've also had upper bracket matchups as well within those qualifiers, right? Which is gonna happen a lot.
Those are irrelevant, Dota.
I will say that the last so if they played five series against each other this season, 4 of them have gone the way of Shopify. The last 4 have all been the Shopify ones, but the last 3 of them have all gone the distance. And there was obviously that one where Nouns was up 2-0 in the qualifier and then got reverse sweep. So this is a series that, despite it going Shopify's way, it does seem to be pretty close between the two teams.
I mean, close, sure, but it's been pretty decisive overall. I think at this point, Shopify are very confident in this matchup. They seem to just play on a bit higher level consistency-wise. I think their peak has also been higher relative to Nouns. I think their floor has also been higher, which I guess leads to higher consistency. I just said the same thing twice, effectively. But I think maybe Nouns can surprise them because it's a new patch and, stuff's a little different. Maybe you can catch them off guard in the middle of a series. Some inner meta might develop. We're seeing some Disruptor. I don't know why. We're seeing some Death Prophet. We're seeing still a lot of Centaur. I am kind of curious if Chen gets left through. Dude, the thing about that patch was Valve released this patch. The first line in that thing is like, "So long, Chen. Goodbye, Chen. You have been nerfed." And then you go read this notes and it's like -3 armor. Wait, what? Like, did I miss something in this? Like, goodbye, Chen, -3 armor. It's still first phase banned, like every game. I mean, like, maybe it's enough that it will end up nerfing the hero over time with other stuff in the game. Because obviously, you bring other heroes up, he goes down, whatever. But, like, to make that change and then write in the post, the hero's dead. Goodbye, Chen.
Well, technically, I believe they said Chen deserved it. So maybe they actually mean Chen deserved not a hard nerf, but like a soft one.
They knew what they were doing. Okay, they knew this hero's first phase banned pick, insane win rate competitive. They singled him out by name and literally did nothing. That is the ultimate Valve move. I kind of respect it, honestly.
Doesn't that say they don't know what they're doing? If they say that, we're killing this hero, but they don't actually provide a change that kills the hero, doesn't that imply they don't know what they're doing, Avery? That they're not good at balancing?
It means they're going to buff other stuff that's good versus Chen, right? Which I can understand. Okay. Like, it's a complex game. I just think it's funny. It's like...
No, it is
well-deserved nerf, Chen. 2% penitence slow. Oh, the hero's dead now. Like, yeah, that 2% penitence slow is going to stop me first picking the fastest farming 5 with the hardest scaling auras in the game.
Quinn and Insania, but definitely both thought that the nerf would not matter at all, and Chen would still be picked up. But at the same time, we haven't actually seen that much Chen this year because it became popular and then almost immediately went into first ban status. Yeah. So there's going to be some teams who are gonna let it through. I'm sure of it, and they'll either be like, "Oh, this hero is actually not that bad," or more likely they're going to get hardcore punished and they'll go back to being permabanned.
The thing is, we don't even really know how good it is in the current patch because it hasn't been played at all, and it might not because people are afraid it's still as good. even though maybe it's not, because other
seconds
stuff
remaining.
is. Again, the biggest way to nerf a hero in Dota is you just buff other heroes.
5
Honestly,
seconds remaining.
it's like there's two ways. The two biggest nerfs to a hero in Dota are one, buffing other heroes, or the other items that it doesn't use, or -1 armor. That's like really how you kill a hero. You know, if you see either of those things happen, the hero's just gonna instantly die. Like if they gave Chen -1 armor, okay, he's
10
gone. Like,
seconds
good
remaining.
luck. And they gave -3 on the spell, so that doesn't count. That's not the same thing at all.
5 seconds.
But those two are
remaining.
basically the things that insta swing the win rate the most. But he did not get either of those, as far as I can tell. So he is first phase banned yet again here. We
10
will not
seconds
see Chen
remaining.
in this series likely, unless someone's maybe up
5
2-0 and they
seconds remaining.
wanna mess around a little bit. I could see that.
We actually talked about scrims last night when we were recording with Quinn and Insania, and they talked about Liquid's philosophy. People would accuse them of ruining scrims because they would just lose all the time. And they had a philosophy
10
of
seconds
giving stuff up in scrims to see if they could beat it.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Did you ever employ that philosophy? Did you believe in that?
Yeah, people do it all the time. That's not something like thing Liquid invented. People literally do it all the time. That's why there's certain teams you like to
I just
scrim and
mean
some
they
you don't.
they were obviously farther on the spectrum.
Yeah,
of that
I think
sort of
I
thing,
tend to
right,
do
than
that
other
more
teams.
than not. But
Yep.
it depends on the team. Like if you were playing a really strong team,
Turn to ban.
then you don't want to give them like the strongest stuff in the meta and just get crushed.
Sure.
There were also certain teams that are good to scrim, and there's certain teams that are
10
just
seconds
dog shit
remaining.
scrim partners. Like because you want to get someone who's like kind of close than
5
you or slightly
seconds
better,
remaining.
which obviously won't be the case for both teams, but you're both looking for that. And you want that team to challenge you,
Nouns,
but
turn
not
to
stomp
pick.
you every time.
Shopify
Yeah.
Right? And you want a team that actually tries to. You don't want to play the team that's just like fucking around because it's wasting your time.
Nouns turn
Yep.
to ban.
Gunnar,
yeah.
Gunnar talked about how they seem to go through a cycle of scrims where they are winning a lot and they stop picking the best heroes and pick some more experimental stuff, and then they will lose,
10
and then they will
seconds
tell each
remaining.
other, why the fuck aren't we just playing the good heroes? And then they'll play the
5
good heroes
seconds remaining.
and then win a lot. And they just continue to go through the cycle. It's just
Yeah,
like
I mean-
nonstop for them, apparently.
That's kind of a trap, to be honest. Like, you don't want to just always play the good heroes because you're going to go to some tournament, the meta's going to develop, and then if you're dependent on those heroes to succeed, you're going to be screwed. But if you're a good team, then you shouldn't be anyway, so it's kind of like a catch-22, I guess. I always just felt like you should look for the highest quality of gameplay in the scrim rather than the heroes, and the heroes don't really matter.
Okay.
Unless you're really trying something specific. You know, it's like
Fair
here,
enough.
like, oh, you're gonna scrim Shopify a billion times. They're gonna play like all this random shit, and then you're gonna go in a best 5, and oh, look, their first pick Centaur. Never seen that one before, right?
10
It's like,
seconds remaining.
you know, what was the point of any of this scrim practice? You know, Bulba is just gonna pick the
5
meta.
seconds remaining.
Honestly, this team's been a bit more experimental than some of the previous iterations of Shopify, but I feel like they experiment when they think they're super favored, and they don't do it when they're unfavored. Which, yeah, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, are you really a team that's willing to go out on the limb if you only do it when you're up? You know?
Yeah, that's I think that's
Shopify
fair. I think there's another
Rebellion's turn
idea
to
there
ban.
of like, are you going to beat the best teams with what they're the best at? Like, if the best teams usually are the ones setting the meta, and it probably means they're the best with what is being picked. So, are you going to beat them with something
10
that they're better
seconds
at?
remaining.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
if you're good.
shouldn't you be trying to create something
5
new?
seconds
I guess.
remaining.
I mean, not if you're good. I don't know. Just get good. And then you'll be the
Shopify
best team, and then they have to beat
Rebellion's
you
turn to
with the meta. You know?
All right. We got a tiny response pickup from Nouns as we head into finally
Oh, that was
the
perfect.
second phase of picks. Oh,
They
you're
took
right.
that
Sorry.
tiny, which
Yeah.
honestly has looked pretty strong
10
from the
seconds
4 roll.
remaining.
You could also have that flex potential to mid.
Nouns
Conda
turn to
build
pick.
still on the menu. And there's the Disruptor. I mean, Shopify played it earlier in this tournament. I still don't really understand why people are going this hero, but whatever, man. I mean, you can have some useless fucker at 30 minutes if you want to, you know?
10
it's,
seconds remaining.
it's on you.
Do you think it's
5
Shopify who
seconds
set the meta? That's why the other teams pick it.
I mean,
They scram more
probably.
play against
Nouns,
Shopify.
turn
They
to
think, oh man, this
The
Rooster
thing is,
Hero is really
it's
good.
so I know it's such a biased like data point because Shopify is gonna stomp so many teams in these qualifiers. Like they are just gonna run them over. And in those types of games, Disruptor is the most broken hero in Dota. Because Glimpse is just the most broken spell when you're running
10
teams over. Like
seconds remaining.
there's nothing you can do against it. You just get absolutely demolished. But this hero
5
against better and
seconds
better
remaining.
teams becomes worse and worse. And against slower games that don't get run over, he becomes worse and worse. So it doesn't mean the hero's not viable, but like these types of qualifiers where there's a lot of stomps are definitely going to skew this hero up the priority more than I think he deserves. So I'm still out to see if this hero's actually as strong as people think he is, but yeah, we haven't seen him in a while, so I guess that's kind of cool.
Yeah, getting picked up again. Razor is going to be the pickup here. I assume Nouns
Rebellion
have
is
the
turned.
ability to flex this between 1 and 3. I assume Gunner can play it, and obviously a safe lane Razor for Yuma is not out of the question either.
A lot of single target.
Yeah.
A lot of heroes that don't really care about BKB too much, and
10
it's the second time we
seconds
see Nouns
remaining.
go for the Bane Centaur answer today. Which is an
5
interesting counter.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
the lane... Bane doesn't really care if he wins his lane, he just doesn't want to lose it, and if you can get some good sleep grips on Centaur in the mid-game or some other hero that he can't stampede out, I think it conceptually makes some sense. You also have sleep save for whoever Centaur jumps, which is pretty nice. Like, having this save versus these jump stun offlaners is pretty big in the mid-game fights. I think Shadow Demon is high on my priority for that same reason. Like, I think the hero just excels versus these Centaur, Mars.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Unka type heroes, and we're seeing a lot of those pick their bands, so
Turn to
you can get some soft save like that, you're happy. There's the,
Hey.
what I assume, RTZ Wind Ranger.
And the
Is it
Snapfire,
Razor?
which I think was one of the heroes that got one of the bigger buffs. Obviously, it's a letter patch, so none of these buffs are going to be that massive, but I felt like Snapfire got one of the
10
bigger ones
seconds
of this
remaining.
patch.
I mean, the cookie speed and the extra slow for
5
the lane
seconds
trading off
remaining.
of his Q are both pretty nice, honestly. So yeah, some good quality of life. Would be surprised if we don't see this hero come back a little bit more. I don't think he's that bad either. I think he's just outclassed by some of the better ranged supports. But really nice lane with Centaur. Another like soft link break, soft grip cancel. Tanky hero that Tiny has issues jumping.
With Scatterblast getting this buff that is not the same as the old stun one, but puts us a little bit more in the middle, do you think there's a chance that we can see Snapfire Core again? Or is the talent change that occurred
No,
at
I mean-
level 20 just kill that hero too much?
It's just
Now
he doesn't do
it's
enough
time
with
to
his
battle.
spell toolkit to justify the farm priority. Like you'd rather just have a
Okay.
Lesh or something. You're gonna go some magic damage core. And there is the hero I was talking about, Chaos Knight. This is a hero that abuses single target focus cores, Wind Ranger, one of the bigger ones at that,
10 seconds
and gives you that
remaining.
stun. Interesting to see it here because they had a lot of single target.
5
So
seconds
this gives them like a bit
remaining.
more lane shove, which is what they
Shopify
were lacking, I
Rebellion's
guess.
turn to battle.
Can be very strong versus Centaur. This is a hero that used to do really well in lane because he just chunks you. You have no armor. Can be hard to get to that helm. But it's not like I don't think a Bane CK is a CK combo lane. So it's
Yeah.
interesting that they're
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know, like this I think the draft makes some sense in terms of what they're seeing, but
5
it's
seconds remaining.
not a lot of synergy. Like what is your synergy on this Nouns lineup right now? It's just like a bunch of dudes that go in and cast spells, but none of their spells really help each other. Like you can grip into Link. That's like your best synergy, and toss back.
Can
But-
you do that anymore? With the
What?
automatic attacking from Razor on the link, can you stop him from hitting the sleep target and waking it up?
Oh, I was saying you grip him. But if you sleep him,
Shopify Rebellion's
like you
Oh,
can
yeah, sorry.
sleep,
bad.
you can Link sleep, and then attack something else while the Link is going.
Okay. But
And
if
you
it's,
won't wake the guy.
say you find the hero alone in the jungle, you can't actually drain him. Without
you
waking
get
him
auto
up.
wake.
Okay.
So it's
10
just like I don't know. I don't like the
seconds
synergy right now on Nouns. I think the synergy is a lot more straightforward on Shopify.
5
You have good
seconds
stunners
remaining.
and follow-up damage with power shot coming through, kisses off a Centaur stomp, Cookie to disengage, Glimpse to bring heroes into you.
Nouns,
That
turn to ban.
Centaur and Snapfire want heroes close by. So I feel like I am favoring Shopify here, but the lanes could maybe be a problem because they still have an option of choosing where this Razor goes, though Shopify are probably going to try and follow him with the Wind Ranger potentially, or just make 2 lanes that are
10
uncomfortable for the
seconds
Razor.
remaining.
Think about like Queen of Pain, something like this.
5 seconds remaining.
I know you don't like the Nouns lineup. What?
Shopify Rebellion.
Well, we're gonna see, I guess. What was gonna be picked that could put it all together? I felt like it needed to be some sort of AOE team fight. Mars does check those boxes, I guess.
I mean, that gives you a bit more catch versus the Wind Ranger as well.
So does this
Get
mean we're
Mars
going to be
last.
seeing Razor copies going to be playing mid Razor?
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
It looks like it, which means Shopify have option to put the Ranger mid if they really want this matchup, or just pick like Queen of Pain here. And I think they're just going to pick Queen of Pain because it's Shopify Rebellion. They like that matchup. The Queen helps them deal with the CK. Why not? I mean, Yopaj does play some weird stuff recently. I don't know what else they'd really want, though, because they really want something that helps deal with the CK. There's still Sven, but then you're picking the Sven into Bane Razor, and it sounds terrible. Like, I feel like Wind Ranger carries fine here, but you just need a bit more AoE out of the mid.
Yeah.
You're happy.
Do you like mid Razor? They played it against one of the other qualifier teams. I don't think you really use that as much of a data point, to be honest, because, again, similar to Shopify, Nouns is going to be that much farther ahead of most of the teams.
I think Razor's fine. I mean, he's a fine hero now. Like, you just take him early, limit some picks. He's going to go in, tank some damage, but you need to make up for it with your later core picks if you pick him early. Which, if the CK is really strong, it can go that way, but we just haven't seen this hero lately. And Luna last, so they will put Yopaj on the Ranger versus the Razor. I feel like that's a good enough matchup to justify it. And last pick, Luna. Kind of interesting. I wonder why they... I mean, this is just like a very aggressive pick because the damage buff is nice for Wind Ranger. And it presents a really strong lane with Disruptor Luna.
10
That lane
seconds
is
remaining.
incredibly powerful. But in theory, it's not like an ultimate free Luna game. CK can have some good counter carry gameplay versus that hero. Razor links you. You're with BKB. You can't often just sit there. There's a grip for your BKB as well. So it doesn't strike me as like, oh, this is a gotcha Luna pick. But the Luna does power up the rest of the lineup, and the rest of the lineup is very fast. So this might just be Shopify saying we're going to beat you on lanes, and like this game's over at 25 minutes, which is something they're known to do in the NA qualifier regionals especially. They just run teams over. They have run Nouns over before. This feels like that type of pick, and if they can do that, yeah, they're just going to explode this game.
You know, similar to the Lifestealer and the Aghanim Scepter, how it's changed certain matchups. I feel like the same thing it has happened with Luna and the Shard, where a lot of matchups are better for Luna because you have this Shard, and I think this is one of them, right? The Chaos Knight matchup used to be really bad for Luna, right? It was this burst physical damage with a bunch of illusions to tank up Eclipse, and you know, you could beat her in a man fight, but that Shard might change the path, especially if you have a net worth lead, right? Which is what Shopify is going to be playing for here with this kind of run you over lineup.
I agree. It definitely helps her tank a lot of these matchups. Just get on top of her stunner and try to kill her. In theory, CK is one of those heroes that can punch through it. And I say in theory because in a good CK patch, we've seen this hero just shred cores, right? That's like what he's supposed to do. You stun a guy, you rift him, he disappears. We haven't seen this hero in a while, so I don't know exactly how strong that punch is. He's going to punch Artor with a bolt, but this doesn't look that amazing.
Blood grenades being thrown out. Gunner's going to be run down. Saberlight is a little bit low, but they can't really fight back and finish him off because there's just too many members here of Shopify. If only they had the Razor, maybe Nouns could have taken this 5-on-5, but as it is, just outnumbered, outgunned, and almost lost a second hero there. Fortunately, Yuma was able to get back.
Yeah, he just like ran mid and placed this super defensive obs. An awkward go from Nouns to start the series off. Just not making the 5-man move. If you have Plasma Field there, there's a decent chance you might win that fight. Or it's way more favorable for you region-wise. Instead, First Blood to Theolacor, and he will use it well. Bunch of extra regen stats if he wants it. You're just not winning level 1 5v5 with Bane Tiny.
The battle begins.
And as a result, might be able to get more bounty runes, but Arteezy just threw himself onto that bounty rune to try and get greedy, I guess, with it. I mean, they do manage to get 3 bounty runes, and they did already take First Blood, so I guess it's not the worst thing in the world.
I mean, that's still like a 450 gold kill. And he went to the Razor, which not too happy about. That's just a bad death, honestly. I don't know. Like, you're going to every rune in the game. Maybe you think they all went and healed or something, but bad death to give away. Some XP for Gunner. And this is another one of those dual melee off lanes or Nouns that, like, you give them a start, they are really happy about it because they just want levels off this lane. And then you can maybe roam mid with the Tiny. So if the Mars is in a good enough position that Wells can roam, they're really going to be happy about this lane over the long run. But as you can see, this is
going to, right? This is a double-ranged Luna matchup versus double melee.
Yeah, this should be an absolute bloodbath of a lane for Gunner here. You should just get beamed and smacked, and look at that. They killed Centaur level 1. You don't see that every day.
No. They just ran him down with Chaos Bolts. I mean, heavy amount of physical damage from Chaos Knight. He doesn't even have his crit yet, but when he gets to that point, if you can shut down the Centaur early to delay that Helm, right, then he just remains on low armor. The Chaos Knight trades with him really well.
Could be a good lane for CK in terms of that matchup, especially if they get level 3 first, which they're on track to do.
Yeah. Seems like mid matchup's going very well for Copy so far, but probably expected for Razor early on. you do a link like that, you just take 9 damage, and then okay, now you've got the CS advantage.
Was he? He's missing a lot here.
He was supposed to.
He's missing a lot.
He started off so well, and then I mentioned him, and all of a sudden he's dropping everything.
Yeah, this is a little tougher lane matchup here versus Yopaj, as I think he's by far the best mid in NA right now. But he has the extra gold from that RTZ kill, so I don't think he's too sad. He's gonna get a good link here. This is a freebie.
Why do you think they why do you think they made the Chaos Knight change? Creep damage multiplier from 1.9 to 2. That's the most random buff.
That's why we're seeing him right here.
Yeah, the extra 0.1 on the multiplier on creeps only, not on heroes, just on creeps.
It applies to Roche too, right? And then it applies to all his illusions. So if you buff at 0.1, you have 3 illusions. It's really like a 0.4 extra, right?
Yeah.
And it's applying to Roche. That's not insignificant damage increase.
I think the fact that it's Roshan makes significant, yeah.
Like, it's 0.4 more X on and a percentage gain.
He's dead. That's that disruptor buff right there, baby. He's so slowed he can't go anywhere. Oh, and he got the hard camp pull. He was trying to pull the creep wave around because this lane is a bloodbath, like you said. So he was trying to get the creep wave out, and then Kittrack just intercepted that. Managed to pull the hard camp in. It'll still be farm for Gunner, no doubt. He'll be able to get something out of this, but might drop a CS or 2 off of it. Theolicor going to be a little bit too late to get that. Okay, he actually gets Copy to deny it himself. So Copy still ends up in the same situation, which is no refill on the bottle.
That's a rough rune to miss. And if you're going to leave the Centaur alone and he's not getting killed, you're pretty happy about that.
Yep.
So, strong laning phase from Shopify. We expect nothing less. As pretty much all three lanes going pretty solid for him.
Yeah,
but again, they did pick for
Leave
this.
the Snapfire, go on the Centaur. Not enough to kill him, but good damage.
I think Nouns are going to be happy in this series if they... I feel like I said this last time too, but if like they get to the 10-minute mark and it's an even game, I think they're happy with that. Whereas I think Shopify want and expect to be up a bit post-laning phase. I think they have a stronger skill set for it. They pick for it more, and it's like their sign of confidence in being favored. So if they're not, then the game's just going to feel probably a little off for them.
Gunner shows up for one deny, and he takes... Let's see how much damage this is. If he actually going to die, he straight up is going to go for a deny and get himself killed in the process. This is how bad this lane has become now.
That's just a kill lane. I mean, that's last pick Luna with what they were showing, right? Just what it does.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of it for sure. It's going to give him a really large advantage on this lane.
I do think the Luna makes the Disruptor in lane look so much better, right?
Oh, yeah.
Disruptor's hitting a lot harder. The slow, therefore, is a lot more impactful because you're getting a lot more hits in, and those hits are doing more damage.
This is probably the strongest carry you could pick with it. Like, I don't know what else. Maybe Wind Ranger carry is also strong, which they also had. And I'm sure there's like, you know, some melee matchups that are just cheese matchups, Chaos Knight and Lifestealer and stuff, but in terms of a generic range carry that's going to make this hero's guaranteed kill threat is Luna.
Mm-hmm.
Buffs up his attack damage. That's super nice for a chase down hero that can guarantee get the right clicks in. Throw a blood grenade on top. It's just a guaranteed kill every time versus a melee hero. And they have a double melee lane, so now it's getting abused.
They were like getting too aggressive there. Cookie will save him, but Yuma... Fly's going to come in from behind. Level 2 Brain Sap. Not quite enough to finish the job. That last hit. They just need the vision to be able to get the Chaos Bolt off. They see him. The Stomp doesn't land. Yuma loses vision, but he cuts down the tree. Now he'll get it. The Chaos Bolt is surely enough. There you go. Finally managed to get it in the end. Dive it in from behind. Fly. He is definitely dead here. No way he can get through that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, but the other side.
Oh, you're right. Kitrak's going to get it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Big loss for Nouns, man.
Radiant structures.
I mean, Gunner just needed to think about it more, because that's a rune he can guarantee get here if he commits for it. But he had a double wave coming under the tower. He doesn't want to lose that XP. Might end up dying on top of it, though. Look, glimpsing 3.
Get through that kinetic field. Looks like Theolicor, they kill
That
Yuma
spell
at
is
top,
trash.
which that helps a lot. Arteezy just fighting underneath the tower. He's gonna get pinned with the TP coming in for the Razor. That is very bad for Arteezy, but he TP's out,
Oh my
and they
God.
send the Razor back to mid.
No way he got out of it.
Yeah, that was very close. They'll pick up Kitrak out of it, and I guess in some regards, the Glimpse actually is kind of good for Copy since he doesn't leave his lane for too long.
Yeah, that did him some favor. That was a huge kill for Gunner to miss out on, man. You get that Luna, you get so much golden XP back from a rough lane. I mean, it's still a victory because you're going to get some time alone, and Arteezy has to walk out, but damn, you would have liked that punish.
Yopaj using the wind run to get to this lane that much quicker. They wanted to make this fast move, and it looks like it's going to pay out too. No way that Layla's can stop this one. They'll throw some damage out, but eventually the carry's down, and now it's Layla's left alone against 3. Yopaj, he's willing to dive the tower, and wind run's coming back up yet again, so.
Save your buddy syndrome.
Yeah.
You're just beating more on a move that there's no turning around here. You don't have the teleport on Razor. You have Bane Tiny in the early game. You just need to take numbers advantages, not number disadvantages here. And you're missing out on the XP because you lost Wisdom Runes. Your top lane tower just died at 9 minutes to the Centaur Warrunner who was supposed to be counterpicked here and died level 1.
Gonna move Copy's Razor down to this bottom lane to threaten the Luna. I mean, that's part of the matchup, right? Of the one way they can stop this Luna, but RTZ just goes through the gate, goes to the other side, the wide open map here, and this tri lane continues apparently as Yuma comes back in a lane, immediately greeted by 3 heroes. Yopaj is just not going anywhere. Back-to-back deaths for the carry of Nouns. They're gonna get a pin back. Okay, not a pin, but he's underneath tier 2, so it's all the same. It's 2 deaths from Shopify, so Nouns do get something to recover, but now Yopaj is in mid. Breaks the link, now gotta run down Copy. They get a glimpse back on him. Power shot to slow him down a little bit more. And it's just too easy for Yopaj at this point in time. Lelos goes for the toss back, hits the Wind Ranger instead. They go for the Wind Ranger, but the Static Storm stops them from being able to get the pin right away. Gunner's trying to get behind Yopaj to make sure they can keep him in place, and thanks to the Chaos Bolt, they've got him.
All right, that is a kill they needed to connect them. Yopaj was getting out of control. That's a 4x streak, 800 gold, and they got the rune off that. So it takes everybody coming mid, but they eventually get the job done. Still, I mean, it's Shopify giving them the business around the map right now. Just outmaneuvering them, using their supports a lot better. They got 3 kills on this Chaos Knight by the 10-minute mark. That is a lot on a tanky strength carry that's supposed to be hard to gank, hard to fight. It's just Yuma being left alone, and they're not being pressured anywhere else. Like that, the whole time that happened, RTZ also took their offlane tier 1. So you're just losing objectives on the map. You're losing side lane control, and this Luna, you're never going to see him again. He's just going to go jungle, and he's going to out-farm your CK. Because he just has the level advantage.
He has 50 more CS than the Chaos Knight. Now, he's only 1,000 net worth above, but that CS number is bonkers.
That is the power of a laning stage here. Going to be some catch-up time. For Nouns finally do get the level 6 on the Bane, but the 3rd tier 1 tower dead. This is what this last pick Luna was designed to do. Give them such a good first 10 minutes that there's just no coming back. And 3 tier 1s plus a 3k net worth advantage, that's a pretty damn good first 10 minutes.
What do you think of Yopaj's build, by the way? Like, no Maelstrom Gleipnir, just straight up Treads, Bracer, Ogre Axe into BKB.
You can do this. It's universal hero. You can just max stats and damage, and like your focus fire is still gonna kill the Razor. Makes you.
And we're gonna see that in action right here. The link will slow it down a little bit, but ultimately the kill is still there. Thelucor did pop kisses for it, but they'll also take a little stack here.
Argue with the tier 1 bottom. Kitchen TP'd in.
They want a glimpse, and they've got Gunner. Saberlight. They'll land the stomp. Yopaj took a while, but his TP finally completes, and he'll complete that kill. Looking for another. They don't have this. Oh my god, it was a long TP. Oh,
it was
where was he TPing to? That is
the projectile speed increase.
It's true.
It got
RTZ.
him.
They went for a 2-man smoke gank. Couldn't actually kill Artur. I mean, maybe it all would have been okay if they kill RTZ and take his stacks. At least they take the stacks, but not his life.
He was well positioned for it. Too fast. There's a triple ancient here, but yeah, you can't get too greedy. Nice attempt. Does not work, and that means you fall farther behind. Just like that, 6k gold lead out of nowhere here. And again, the downside of this lineup is your lane shove is kind of weak. So when you're in these behind positions, it's hard to get the lanes in to set up for these kind of plays with your Bane grip or your tiny toss.
And with so much team fight, right? Or so much single target, you don't have the team fight that gives you opportunity to maybe outplay them and win a big 5-on-5 clash. It just doesn't really seem possible with these kind of heroes.
He just picks you apart. Like, they have vision mechanisms with kisses, with power shot. They can guarantee this drag back off the glimpse. So the second you find a hero, it's 100% guaranteed kill if you're not taking that fight as Nouns. And right now they have
well, that's going to be
no
a
business
very fast BKB for Yopaj. And that'll make him untouchable.
Oh, yeah. He is a problem. He is a big problem. I mean, you grip him. If you can grip him, you're really happy. But there's a lot of cancels to just a naked grip in this game.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grab another
While
power rune.
scanning.
You're just waiting for Mars blink, but it is so slow because of that
Dire
rough lane.
are scanning.
Very subdued game for Nouns here. Just getting out laned, and sometimes that's all she wrote versus Shopify.
Are all like grouped up right now in the triangle. I feel like it's about that time where you need to smoke, but you can't. Not until Gunnar has his blink.
And every time you're not
that
doing
just
something,
means, yeah,
something's
somebody else is
happening.
doing. Yeah, Yuma. Nice, nice TP. Ooh.
God.
He almost died just straight up to the damage. Jeez.
And they're gonna get the
Dire's
glimpse
top
mid.
tower is under attack.
Pull him back in. Copy. Into the static storm he goes. His allies watch on, helpless to be able to do anything to help him. They throw out an arena. Yeah, they do some damage to Saberlight. Fiend's grip on Yopaj trying to stop him. The damage, though, they need the damage, and it's not enough. The mech goes off. Saberlight's perfectly fine, and now they're going to be able to run down some heroes here. Yuma comes back in and actually does manage to finish off that Centaur. So he gets something for this trade-off, but Arteezy circles in from behind to catch Fly out. And that'll just add to his growing net worth. Has the Manta, so it's only going to escalate further and further.
The second the Razor's dead, you have no sustained damage for this kind of fight. And his BKB is just way behind Yopaj's here. It's just not a fair battle. And the Glimpse continues to take advantage of the advantage here. As, I mean, the name of the game is you get ahead with this hero, he runs the map. That is Disruptor. BKB for Yopaj is a cooldown move here.
Yeah, they try and go on him. Okay, nice spear back. Kid Track doing what he can, though. Gets the glimpse back onto Gunnar, taking him out of the fight. Copy's draining all the damage from Yopaj right now. The problem is Stampede allows him to get away with a beautiful tackle. Two-man stomp. Yuma's in trouble. Arteezy begins go to work with his glaives. Nightmare delays that a little bit, but Yuma's definitely dead. And who else gets caught in the kinetic field? It's both the cores. Gunnar and Copy are both going to die from this one as the glimpse back on Fly gets them yet another kill for it. 4 heroes get wiped out. Man, Disruptor looks like a sick-ass hero, doesn't he, Avery?
Yeah, when you're up 10k gold in 15 minutes, he really picks you apart. I mean, that is just a crumbling of a team fight there. You don't get Wind Ranger off spearing her back into 5 heroes on your side of the river, you're in trouble. He did not have BKB for that fight. He just gets out with max winner plus Stampede. That is, I mean, that is just devastating. Like, this is a bad game 1 to lose if you continue to lose this game in this fashion, because you're just already going uphill in this BO5. And, like, you can't tap out now, you know? It's like, not going to lose game 1 in less than 20 minutes.
Sure. Arena. Excuse me. The, jump onto Kid Track. They find a little something, I guess. Stuck inside the kinetic field static storm, though. Arteezy is waiting for his allies before he keeps chasing. The power shot lands, slowing down Gunnar enough that Arteezy catches up, hits him with another beam, shackle shot lands, and Gunnar will die. This man's never getting a BKB at this rate.
No. He has had a rough one.
Is under attack.
I mean, they just need to get this Razor BKB and try and do something with it.
Radiant structures.
Combine Razor BKB with the next CK item, Echo Saber, and
Dire's
find a
top
stun
tower
connection on
has
somebody.
fallen.
setting up for the CK as well. And it's a DD rune for Yopaj, so add some fuel to the fire here.
It's just pure stats build with a Luna. Looks really good. I mean, his focus fire is really not lacking in damage, despite the fact that he doesn't have Maelstrom or Javelin or anything.
That's the power of the Luna. Just speeds up everything Shopify wanted to do with this lineup.
Dire are scanning.
Helps them with the tower taking, the ancient clearing that they didn't have,
Dire's
the 5-man
middle
ball,
tower is under
the
attack.
Wind Ranger scaling, night vision. Pretty nice for the disruptor glimpses and the laning. Really nice pick that brought it all together, honestly. All these little things add up in a game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be the first of many tier 2s to go down. Oh, they already took top, actually. Never mind. Forgot about that. So, Stampede to give them the vision up the high ground to catch Gunner. Throws out an arena to try and separate himself from the Radiant Horde that is running him down. It won't work, though.
That is a sad death. You got glimpsed at your tier 4.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Pretty rough. They got BKB on Razor, though. So that's nice.
Yeah, I mean, he'll get focus fire down at the same rate, but he'll survive the static storm now. Step 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Layla's caught. I mean, it's just non-stop. Shopify are all over the map, not letting anybody of Nouns really get out there past the river, giving them absolutely no map control. And again, Nouns don't really have that much lane shove, so the problem just kind of gets worse and worse. The map gets more and more closed off. It becomes easier and easier to read where these heroes are trying to get out.
But if you can get to your 3 BKBs, right?
Uh-huh.
Disruptor disappears in the fight. Snapfire
Okay.
disappears in the fight.
Kinda.
Centaur kind of disappears. So then you just gotta kill 2
Dire are
heroes.
scanning.
Yeah, just kill the invulnerable
Dire's
Wind
bottom
Ranger
tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
and
Oh, look at this
the
play, though.
extremely farmed RTZ Luna.
Oh my god, he's invis, dude.
Oh my god!
Oh,
He just
what is
got
this?
a massive static storm kinetic field. It just caught almost everybody. Now, the Fiend's Grip stopped. Yopaj comes in. Sableye might be the one hero to die here on Shopify. Actually, to get the support as well. Yopaj, though, is well set up. He is full HP behind the enemy. Copy does what he can to kill the supports, but it's going to be Yopaj and RTZ just having free reign of this team fight. Yuma even shows up, throws a Chaos Bolt at RTZ. Totally unnecessary. Just pops the BKB and tries to run him down. Fly has a sleep. Nightmare is good enough to save Yuma, but...
That is a disgusting invis rune. I mean, what are you supposed to do there if you're Nouns? I actually think that play was like pretty decent from them, right? You smoke behind that Tormentor, Shopify man up for it, you might get a pretty good Avalanche bolt to start the fight.
Radiant's
Instead,
middle
Invis
tower
Disruptor
is under
walks in
attack.
and static storms 4 of you, and you're missing the BKBs, so you can't just man up there. They still got 3 out of that, but it cost them double buy and more net worth disadvantage going into this Luna Wind Ranger. Brutal.
Ortiz got double wisdom runes. He is level 19 and a half at 22 minutes. That is a pretty crazy pace experience-wise.
Yeah, that is disgusting. You're looking at level 13 cast. Almost 20 on the lead, so. Shiva's done for the Centaur. That's a nail in a coffin right there. Like, you just go in, hit everybody with the Shivas. I don't know what you're doing. I mean, you just have to get these BKBs, but the BKB timing is so delayed here.
Yeah.
It's not
But
just going to bail you out.
And they will continue to have zero answer for Wind Run for a very long time. And that also means they'll have zero answer for the Butterfly that RTZ almost has done as well. So
Yeah, he's level
Evasion
20.
is just going to be king. And is level 20.
I mean, he's ready to go. You give this man an Aegis, he's going to go high ground with this Butterfly in the insane levels he has.
Well,
Man,
I
what an
wish
aggressive
Nouns
game.
the best of luck.
Yeah, well, they're moving. I was going to say smoke, but they're not even smoke. They're just running across the map. Looking for anything. Looking for
I mean,
God.
Finally got the Blink Dagger on Lilith, so maybe. But of course, they're not really going to find anything. The heroes that were top go through the portal to join in the Roshan attempt. Yeah, call it attempt. It's more like an inevitability. Don't even need RTZ for it. RTZ just wants to keep hitting creeps.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, you can
Oh
scan
wait,
it.
he's gonna TP in. They took all this time to take the Roshan. RT's gonna show up for the last 500 HP and get the experience and the Aegis for a Roshan kill.
I mean, he's the only Aegis carrier, to be fair.
Sure, but
You need it on the Luna so you can siege high ground. Nothing wrong with a little efficiency before that. In fact, he is right on time to buy Butterfly at the shop here. This is just as smooth as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. As smooth as it gets. Aegis into Butterfly, into the push high ground.
Is under attack.
What do you do
Yeah.
about this?
Radiant's top tower.
I mean,
is
smoking
under
up
attack.
behind RTZ, I feel like there's no way that Nouns are going to show themselves until the high ground push forces them back. And possibly even, I mean, if they're close to an item, they may just say no fighting and give up a lane of barracks. But they
Have
don't
to
seem...
toss somebody back. It's your only
Yeah.
play. Toss back into spear back, and arena the rest of the team off. Just bring somebody Omega deep into the base. And there
Comes
goes
back
your
on
call.
Alila's, instantly dead. Saved by the Nightmare for a second, but nothing more.
Nighttime vision is just insanely strong. And no contest.
Dire's bottom barracks. Dire's bottom barracks. has
Just
Yeah, I
looks
think I
fun.
like Luna Disruptor a lot more than the Night Stalker Disruptor.
Yes.
Like, you still have the nighttime vision advantage that you're talking about
Dire's
while
middle tower is under
having
attack.
much better lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It looked pretty strong this game.
Dire's middle
But they
barracks are
also
under attack.
last picked it and they abused that double melee. So here's the toss
Toss
back.
back into tier 4s. All of these heroes. BKB gets out of the arena. Yopaj is going in right now. He's just targeting Fly, forcing the Fiend's Grip out of him. The Fiend's Grip is a defensive one that won't last forever. And once he's done with it, will get run down by Yopaj. Back over to RTZ. They finish off Copy. RTZ back on his second life and is ready to lay waste to the buildings. While Saberlight tries to lay waste to some heroes, does manage to get the initiation and somehow doesn't die. GG is finally called from Nouns. This game was over for a solid 15 minutes, I would say.
Dire's middle
Yeah, I mean, you're just playing that one out so you're not embarrassed after game one, but that was an absolute one-sided stomp. There's almost nothing that went right for Nouns outside of killing RTZ at the minute 0 rune. I think that was when the game looked the best for them. It was just all downhill after that. Like, the draft and the lane phase, they just weren't ready for it, didn't understand what was happening in it or something, because, again, if you go with Bane Tiny, your lane phase is looking really weak, and you're doing it against a team that is known for abusing that type of thing. I feel like you just walked into it. Like, it's just too greedy. And the flip side is, you can have a weak laning draft if you make up for it with really high synergy or team fight or lane shove that can stall the game, get you your timings. Okay, you're down 10k gold at 30 minutes. That's not a big deal in modern Dota if you have comeback mechanisms. This lineup doesn't have comeback mechanisms. Like, I just don't see it. Are you going to go contest Roshan with a huge amount of AoE and come back in this game down 10k? No. Your biggest spell is Avalanche. Like, are you going to push the lanes out with crazy rat heroes like Puck and PA and like get to your third MBKB and come back in this game? No. Your best go shove is Chaos Knight and he got ganked 3 times. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me, right? I think this game 1 draft was just off. And the gameplay wasn't terrible, but there's just not much opportunity in this game. So if I'm Nouns, I go into game 2 and you adjust it for sure. Like, you need to make sure you don't get run over in these lanes, but also that you have a good game plan. Because the Shopify game plan, very straightforward. They second pick Disruptor. You know they want to win lanes and run at you. That's it. They're going to do that.
Yep.
They picked to do that. They picked ranged cores, flex cores on the Wind Ranger, 2 range supports to make sure this early game is strong. And you kind of gave it to them.
All right. Well, this is one way to start a best of 5 finals to qualify to Dream League. Nouns get absolutely crushed by Shopify. But the last 3 series between these 2 teams have gone the distance. They've had 2 finals that have gone to a game 5. They've had an upper bracket final that went to a game 3. So Nouns are capable of being able to bounce back from that. We'll see if they can do it, though, going into game 2. We're going to take a bit of a break and come back with the rest of the grand finals. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for game 2 of Shopify versus Nouns. We had a little bit of coordinator problem, but it looks like we should still be starting the game relatively on time. Avery, I don't really know what to say about that last game because I think we harped on the draft a lot. Do you want to harp on it some more?
No, I said my piece. I just hope they come with something a bit better, honestly. Like,
Did you like their drafts in the lower bracket final?
let me look back on it real quick.
Okay.
I remind myself.
It's pretty rare to see a game in this patch, this meta, end so quickly, right? Because we've talked a lot about how it's hard to hit high ground on that first Aegis. If you ever actually have an opportunity to high ground, usually what just ends up happening is you get glyphed once, somebody cuts the wave, or maybe even you just get glyphed twice and you're eventually kicked out and you can't actually take that lane of barracks. You don't have the strength to end the game quickly. But Shopify just walked away with such an advantage on the lanes and hunted down heroes very efficiently, and they ended a game before 30 minutes, which nowadays is kind of rare.
Power of the Luna. I think that's one of the carries that can always do that because it just accelerates the objective so fast. I think Terrorblade's another one. Lone Druid, but we haven't seen a lot of him. Certain heroes that just take that advantage and they push high ground so fast, so early. Alchemist is another classic example. Like, it doesn't matter if high ground's difficult. There's no way you can win the fight. I think that's something you have to think about when you play for Shopify. These like really fast carries, because RTZ will play them all. Talking about the Nouns drafts, I haven't really liked their drafting this qualifier, to be honest. I feel like it's a lot of just like random single target heroes that are like kind of answering what the enemy's doing, but aren't super synergizing with theirs. I think Shopify's drafts have honestly looked the most stable. And I mean, drafting's never easy in a new patch. Like it throws off a lot of your feel and understanding for trades and what you want and how effective certain counters are. So I'm not gonna put too much pressure on that, but I mean, you are in a grand final, you gotta win, so you gotta find advantage everywhere. If you're not gonna do it in the draft, you gotta find it in the gameplay, and I feel like the gameplay was also just pretty clunky, right? Like the lanes weren't super well executed. The rotations to mid all came from Shopify first. They lost the Wisdom runes at 7. That was a huge deal, right? For Tiny Bane to lose Wisdom rune is just... That's like, 1, you have 2 stunner supports, so you shouldn't lose them, and 2, it's extremely costly, because you need the extra levels to take the fights.
Yeah.
Just a lot of early execution stuff went wrong. So that's the stuff you need to shore up if you're going into game 2 here, to give these team a run for their money, because right now Shopify continue to look unstoppable. They're about to beat you in a third out of 4 grand finals, and they're about to beat you for the 6th time in 7 series, right? So like, it's not looking great. You got to pull something together for the sake of your team morale in this matchup that you're probably going to see another 8 times this year, probably.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that they used to have Stormstormer, and they lost all those finals. They're coming into this with a new mid laner, right? Hoping to be able to change what has been the trajectory of this matchup. And you losing that first game and losing it so hard probably causes a lot of questions and doubts, and you know, did we actually upgrade here or did we downgrade? What happened? But obviously a lot of the mistakes that we saw from like what you're talking about, the draft and a lot of the early game, that had nothing to do with copy, right? Like literally he has no impact on the supports not being able to get the Wisdom rune. We don't know what kind of impact he has on the draft, but I can't imagine it's a ton, right?
I mean, you can't put too much pressure on him. He's the one being brought. The guy being brought into an established team is like he just has to do his thing. And you can't expect him to just seamlessly fit. It's on the rest of the team to make him work more than the other way around, I think. Which is a lot of times why the 5th player that gets slotted into 4 just gets repeatedly kicked, because it's like hard to find that fit, and you don't have a lot of time because that team expects things fast. In fact, I've been on that team and I've kicked people for that reason. It's just tough. So it is something hard to make work, and that is also something Nouns have going against them here. It'll be first pick for Shopify. And they are gonna take Centaur, I believe, Austin, because
Yeah.
why not? You know, I mean, you just jam this hero until you lose, and then you still jam it.
I sense a story though. Who did you kick off a team quickly? And looking back on it, do you think you didn't give that person enough time?
No, I think we had other problems. Like, it probably wouldn't have mattered.
10 seconds remaining.
But I think we just went through
5
options a little
seconds
too
remaining.
fast, maybe. Like, thinking we would find somebody to fix the team as opposed to
Shopify
fixing the team and then finding somebody. You know?
Yeah.
But I don't think it was like an individual player problem. Because like you can invest in a player and you don't know. You can be like, oh, like why'd they kick this guy after 3 months, and then 2 years down the road he's good. But like maybe he got good after 2 years because he went to
10
other teams.
seconds remaining.
And like if he played with you for 2 years, he still would have been trash because your
5
team is
seconds
trash. You know,
remaining.
these things
Yeah,
aren't
yeah,
usually
yeah.
exclusive. So like.
Also,
You know,
sometimes
I-
getting kicked changes a player in some
it
ways,
does.
right?
It can motivate them. It can light a fire under their ass. Like these things are just not. They don't exist in a vacuum. So you know, it's like the OG thing, like flying S4 leaving OG. It's like did him dirty. Maybe it was dirty. Who fucking knows? And then OG is like, yeah, it really screwed us. But in the end, it's like it also motivated them, right? These guys go into TI and they're like, we need to destroy these fuckers. Like nobody expects anything from us. These guys abandon us. Like that's some powerful stuff. And obviously they did a lot to make it work, and it can just as easily crumble and fail. It's not like they're happy it happened necessarily.
10
Whatever. But like,
seconds remaining.
life is a lot about what you use with what you're given, and luck
5
is
seconds
another man's
remaining.
version of making something out of nothing. So you can't just sit here and be like, oh, we have this not going for us, and oh, we got a new player, and oh, like somebody's sick, and the time zone's bad. You know, you find advantages and propel those instead of disadvantages in letting them sink you.
Nouns turn
That is
to
a very
ban.
powerful idea in Dota, and one that stretches to a lot of areas, because it's very easy as a Dota player to sit there and think about everything that went wrong or it can go wrong, or reasons not to pick a hero, or reasons not to do something, you know? Like, oh, if we pick this tiny, like
10
they're gonna do this to the
remaining.
tiny and we can't pick it. But you could also just be like, okay, let's look at what
5
something can do
seconds
for us and
remaining.
what we can do with it. And that's a way better mindset.
Yeah,
not easy
like
to do.
Shopify's choice of Luna in that last game, right? Like
Yeah.
they picked Luna into some counters for Luna, but it fit their draft. It fit their idea of the game, and they jammed it, and it worked exceptionally well.
And I don't think those counters were even like that debilitating, but I think there was a point in time where Shopify
Now
drafting wise
it's
were a
time
lot
to
more
pick.
bent on
Shopify
that
Rebellion
mindset.
turn
Of like, we don't want to
to
pick
ban.
something that has innate disadvantages in this game, even if it can do other stuff for us. So now they're going to pull out the gyrocopter here, which we have seen as a carry answer to Centaur. It's a mixed bag. Like, you can get ahead and kill him, but
10
I generally
seconds
think this lane is awful for gyro. I would not be surprised if Fly just places.
5 seconds remaining.
But how good is support gyro? I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. The drafting for me is all over the place with Nouns. I'm not sold. And they're just going to run it back here on Shopify. I mean, why not? Disrupt round 2. Why don't you just take the Snapfire to go with it? You know, you get a
Nouns
rocket
turn
killer,
to pick.
and it's just straightforward and easy. There you go. Bulba drafting, ladies and gentlemen. If it ain't broke, you pick it 1,000 times until you get a Reddit thread.
I can't wait to see Storm Spirit picked up later on. Snapfire, Centaur duo.
10 seconds
That's
remaining.
that's one of the more potent ones out there. But I mean, that was
5 seconds
used to do
remaining.
Snapfire Centaur back at a time when Centaur didn't have his current OP hoof stomp. So you actually needed the cookie to get on top of people.
I mean, it's
Now
still
you-
good.
Now you don't need it. Oh yeah, I'm
Still
sure.
a good combo. And
Yeah.
the other thing is, again, Snapfire, you can go the physical build with the shots, and that build also insta kills missile on lane,
Yep. Yeah.
which is like, it's not even that bad to
Nouns
just do it
turn
every
to
time.
pick.
So yeah, they don't want to play this gyro support, but now you have to play carry gyro here. You revealed it early, so now you're opening yourself up to all the same counters that Shopify were happy to play, like the Wind Ranger we saw from last game could come back here again. The
Yeah.
Razor, they can take it. things like
10
Sven or Luna
seconds
do
remaining.
fine in this matchup because they can keep the same pace, outpace you. Alchemist could
seconds
also
remaining.
make an appearance here. And you do have this maiden gyro lane, which is strong. So you're trying to fix the lane issue here on the side of Nouns, which I like. But I think you need some bigger punch here. Like, I'm not seeing what punches through in terms of the damage output. And this pick is the toughest pick because ideally you want a flex hero, but there's not a lot of them, and you're not going to want to pick Razor yourself here. Too many disjoints. I don't know, you just like Storm?
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Rubik. Mid tiny, I guess. Or core tiny, I guess we don't know.
Okay. The
Okay, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. Most people watching this this series
10
probably
seconds
did not
remaining.
watch the
Shopify
Eastern European
Rebellion's
upper bracket
turn.
final that Avery and I casted, but that in that series, FNG would snap pick up Gyrocopter. They did it twice in a row. First time it was support, second time it was core, and it was the second time that the drafting became a problem. It was a 66-minute game, but
remaining.
frankly, they should have lost that pretty quickly if it wasn't for
5
that
seconds
off-lane
remaining.
Lycan pick that carried a lot of that matchup. And
Yeah.
a big part of that reason was the fact that the Gyrocopter just got hard countered by Windranger. It was just awful. Like I feel like that matchup, I don't know if that matchup can be better, but it looked so
No,
debilitating.
it's bad. It's just bad. And Razor does a similar thing. He just runs in the fight, he BKBs, he sticks on you, and
Nouns turn to bat.
you can't win that man fight. You have to be up like 10k gold. It's ridiculously hard. And I mentioned the Windranger and the Razor for a reason, because I think they were both heroes Shopify were going to be happy taking here. You're not stopping them, and they have a good lane because you just showed this tiny. So, like, what is the game plan here
10
for Nouns? You know,
seconds
what are you
remaining.
going to do to stop this Razor running in and linking your gyro in the fight? He has Stampede
5
and Glimpse
seconds remaining.
to make sure he
Nouns
sticks
turn
on that
to
gyro.
bat.
And currently you have nothing to bail the gyro out of that situation except tossing him away, which is, I mean, not really what you want to do with your tiny toss and not necessarily that reliable. So you need something to address this, I think, if you're Nouns. And I mean, if you're Shopify, you're just looking to get rid of some
10
cheese picks
seconds remaining.
and get a carry probably for our tour.
5
That
seconds remaining.
just helps the Razor do his thing, and I mean, it can kind of be anything. Like anything else that makes Gyro's game hard. Any of the carries I mentioned. Luna still on the menu. Alk.
Do you think it's important for their lineup to have something that breaks high ground early, like the Luna was able to?
Shopify
Not as much this game.
Rebellion's
I don't think they
turn
have to go
bat.
higher on that early.
Okay.
If they want like another Roche killer, that would be nice. I think that is nice to have with the Razor. TA, I think, is the one they picked the most. Which I think would also be fine here. It's not like the craziest TA game, but I don't think you're worried about too much anyway.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
not be surprised to see it come out here.
5 seconds
Very good
remaining.
Ursa game, but I don't know how much that hero is picked or played, how much faith Arteezy has in Ursa, but it is good with their heroes. And it's very good against what Nouns have. Would give him the Roshan as well. That's why it comes to mind. I think Luna is the safe choice. Oh, TA is actually banned. Oh, they banned it
Shopify
earlier. Okay, very early
Rebellion's
TA.
turn to pick.
The death.
Oh, finally. We talked about the Death Prophet multiple times. This is the first time we actually get to see it.
Yeah. I mean, another hero that just runs a gyro and he doesn't win the trade, right? You don't even need BKB. You could just go. I think the game they played this earlier, they just went
10
Sanj and
seconds
Kaya
remaining.
into Shivas, and you're invincible.
You may now select your
Arc
heroes.
Okay. I mean, sure. Like,
Isn't that just another hero that is exposed by heroes running at you?
yes.
I don't understand.
I mean, the idea I think is you needed something to help pick up the scale because Gyro just cannot 1v5 this game, and you also didn't want to put this tiny mid, right? Versus the DP or the Razor. They had some flex option on Shopify, but it will be DP mid. That's just like an unplayable lane. So you need to shut down one of these heroes. You're going to sacrifice the Tiny, throw him in the off lane, but that's okay. He can probably actually do better versus safe lane Razor than the mid Razor, because you're in the 2v2, you toss him away, he gets link levels slower. Arc Warden has a good matchup versus DP, in theory. And it is one of these heroes that can buy early fight-in items. Like, if he gets a Vessel in this game, it's interesting. If he gets double Gleipnir, it's interesting. He can do some of his own. The downside of the pick is, like, it doesn't help you with these heroes buying BKB and stampeding in on top of you.
Yeah.
There's pretty much nothing in the lineup that prevents that. So if they get to that point, it looks pretty tough. I will say that. So hopefully this early game goes better for Nouns than last time. Because otherwise I think they're going to get equally run over here by another very lane-oriented draft. Like, again, you're looking at this Shopify draft. What does it want to do? It wants to demolish you on the lanes. You have Razor, Death Prophet, Centaur with 2 ranged supports, and one of them is a Disruptor. Like, they're not looking to be like, oh, we're going to sit back and farm. This is a draft oriented to mess you up in the first 15 minutes and never look back. So is Arc Warden the type of hero you want versus that?
No.
Yeah, I generally don't think so, unless
No.
his lane is like guaranteed, right? And you get some omega fast fighting items. Like, the hero can fight in skirmish. It's not that his spells are weak, but he's really bad versus numbers. Like, when people collapse on Arc Warden, they gank him, they fight him at runes, they just get on top of him with multiple heroes. That's when the hero just does almost nothing.
I think it's also Radiant side Arc Warden, which
30 seconds
a
to
couple
battle.
different people that I've talked to about this hero, Dire side is greatly preferred.
Yeah, the laning is
So-
stronger for the dire side arc because the insta ghost.
Yeah.
And generally, they just prefer the early game to be stronger for the hero. So he does not have that going for him either. But we'll see what comp he can do. You know, if you're gonna last pick Arc Warden, you better play it damn well, or you're probably never getting it again.
We are going to
The
see the
battle
Vessel build
begins.
that we talked about, how that was kind of the rage at some point in time. Maybe this was like 3 months ago that it started cropping up, that people were doing this mid-arc Warden going for Vessel build-up. Just
Yeah,
a
I
kind of
can see
early
that.
fighting Arc Warden that in this game against Spirit Siphon Death Prophet seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think it can work out. I don't think it's some impossible path to victory here. I think it could look really strong. It's just, again, you cannot get beaten lanes as hard as you did in game 1, or it's gonna fall completely flat. So you just have to execute better. Not a bad position to be in if you're confident.
This is already a very rough start for Gunner. My goodness. He's just
He's
dead.
dead.
He just walked up to lane and straight up died. And Lelis, who is hitting RTZ this entire time, realizes he can't actually take that fight anymore. Not with all the 48 bonus damage. Okay.
Interesting.
You could do the toss back as soon as you have
Has been
toss.
killed.
But if RTZ doesn't let you get to level 2, well, what are you going to do?
I think that's also one of those situations where you'd rather just stand there and fight. And they get the centaur on the flip, so that could have been first blood for Nouns, but they don't get it, and they push the lane and get the kill. This is actually really bad for Saberblade. Really bad way to die here is... That's what Maiden Gyro do, right? You're going to get Nova Flak, your lane's going to push in. As long as you don't die to that, you can collect the CS under the tower. But if you die, then you get double punished because your creeps die under the tower, and you miss all the XP. And then they don't get punished for shoving the lane in. So now, Yuma Fly are really happy in this lane, and they are getting what they want versus Centaur, which is early lane pressure, abuse him on his way to the regen items, keep him low.
Yeah. I mean, also the fact that the hard camp was open was actually great for Nouns. Because you're a Crystal Maiden Gyrocopter, having as many camps to be able to pull off of pushing in and killing the enemy core like that. Opportunity to deny a lot of CS.
I mean, Gyro Maiden will always want every camp open, for sure. A good start for them in the safe lane. That's what you want to see. Even start mid. Which is probably fine for the Arc Warden, but yeah, that top lane... That was a rough death, man. instantly level 1 dead. 100 to 0. That's pretty sad. He's recovering. Going on him again? Pretty close. This lane's gonna be tough because they're already level 3. This is a Crystal Maiden getting Lotus with level 3. I just don't think you're gonna be able to fight back in this lane. Like, you're gonna be spending a lot on regen. And they're just gonna level Barrage and run at you.
Both. Pop the salve. Won't even get the full efficiency for it for Saberlight. But at least the lane is going to push in, so he will always get something. He can't get zoned out of the lane entirely. And I say that, he immediately gets frostbitten, rocket barraged, and brought down to 200 HP.
Well, I got so much regen off those early kills. Just a lot to fight through here. So much better laning phase for now, which is what they're
back here.
RTZ.
Got a combo. RTZ did have a lot of stick charges, though. One grenade, and it's enough. Whew. Too much burst now, striking back in the off lane. That started off very poorly for Gunnar, but they put together the nuking power to bring down a Razor.
Yeah, I don't think this lane's actually that bad for Tiny. Like, you can always break the link. They get the Centaur again with the boots not there yet. So this is the execution you want to see. Like, this is what can just win you a game 2 right here. Getting some kills on lane, abusing your early lane momentum. Gunnar gonna TP out from top and he'll make it.
Tower is under attack.
Heads up play to not feed an extra kill, and if Lawless can hold the wave, he'd be really happy.
Yeah. No
Where's Yopaj?
boots there for Gunnar. Actually hit the stomp cookie into Yuma. A lot of damage there, but double edge not going to come up fast enough. Yopaj is on a run around the map, man. Tried to chase down Copy. Is actually going to die for this, maybe. I don't think the ghost kills him, but it might be enough for Fly to keep his distance and hit him with another Crystal Nova. Yopaj and just a little bit of suck on the creeps as he passes on by, trying to get back into lane. Gunnar kills Kitrek, while RTZ kills Layla's a support trade out here in the top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bloody
is
game.
under attack.
Big kill to miss for Fly. They would have really liked to have gotten Yopaj there. Because instead it's going to give him a fast 6. So if Shopify want to go to the Death Prophet, try and use this Exo, now's the time to do it. 6-minute power rune coming up. You got the teleport out of the Maiden, so the Maiden cannot be there. This could be a really big numbers move, and you've got to expect it with an Arc Ward mid. Catapult alive as well. I mean, you have to read this move if you're Nouns, and they are. They're bringing both supports. Is it too late, though?
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, it looks like Copy is already big trouble. Surrounded by supports. Now the supports of his own are going to come in and try and clean up, but the Death Prophet is low. Not low enough, though. They're going to get a glimpse back. Spirit Siphon. Yopaj is healing up big time. Gunnar's going to show up to this. Maybe he can cut through, stop this Death Prophet from getting back. A toss up in the air, and they finish her off. So
Everybody.
at least they get something. But yeah, it required Nouns to bring every single core. If only they had brought them 5 seconds earlier, maybe it could have been a dream engagement for them.
It's like one of those things where you don't want to TP as a core, but then you realize it's worth it. I think Yuma could have maybe even just TP'd early there. Because that's mega worth it to kill this DP during the Exo. It's just the DP still gets a decent amount of value out of it. As Yopaj is not too sad about that net worth outcome. You end up TPing anyway, which costs you on the rotations.
Oh, Saberlight's going to be in trouble here. Nice positioning there. Beautiful ultimate there from Yuma. Unfortunately, Fly is just too damn slow to catch up. Gunnar. He wants to toss back. Arteezy's not given to him. Not easy. Only gets finally gets the toss back onto the creeps, but he gets glimpsed right away. So it's 75 stolen damage from Arteezy. Goes to work. Oh, Copy's going to show up, though. He's got his Tempest doubles, so Kitrak is already dead. They're going to go for more. Arteezy. Hit him with one ghost. Hit him with a second. Slowed down. Gunner's catching up. He's got a toss. We'll toss the Arc Warden on top of him to finish him off. Arteezy will die to the rotation. Copy's Arc Warden makes the first move here. Leaves his mid maybe a little exposed, but very good for now.
Tower is under attack.
Got the urn charges off as well. Mega worth it. I'll make the
Shopify will
return
get
move,
something
man.
in return. Yeah, they'll just run down the poor support trying to hold mid.
I mean, Yopaj he's still getting a lot out of this early game. It's not the
Radiant's
easiest
middle
Death
tower
Prophet
is under
game.
attack.
He does want an early BKB at some point. But man, he's getting runes too. And he does have Stampede to help him, so not totally on his own. He's going to make the rotation bottom with that next XO. So looking for this tier 1 and ideally the gyro if Yuma lingers around here.
Are scanning.
And he's lingering. He's going to pay the price.
Stampede to run him down. He's gonna get the call down. Again,
A lot of
nice in
damage.
place. He's gonna get a lot of damage out here. He dies. Can his supports get anything off of this one? Telekinesis to break the Spirit Siphon. Yopaj gets low. The tower will not do enough damage though.
They split the damage there. Man, Fly has just not been able to connect on these dives.
Yeah.
Too damn slow. The Crystal Maiden curse. Though that does prevent this tower going down to the Exo. That does not prevent Copy getting run at or...
New
is he
Copy's doing
Yopaj?
some work here on this Arc Warden, man. He's gonna get the kill on Yopaj, and he's probably gonna kill supports too. Oh, the avalanche is great. Hits both the supports. And Copy is carrying this game for them right now.
I mean, this is the Arc Warden Death Prophet matchup. You can't just get on top of him and shred him. He kills you really fast. That was an ambitious play from Shopify. A 3rd HP Death Prophet running at an Arc Warden with early earn and double up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not respecting the damage that can come out.
No, I don't
Big
think
turn
Yopaj
here.
is gonna make that mistake again because now Copy has a full-out vessel.
It's looked pretty good this game. They're going to invade triangle, look at the stack situation. Nothing crazy,
Runs
but
back
there's
on
still-
mid. Laylis stepped way too far forward doing something,
alive.
but he doesn't actually die. Fly and Yuma come in behind the tower to try and make some sort of play. Don't get caught for it though.
Is under attack.
That was a bold move.
I mean, they brought everybody here, not able to connect. They also did steal the level 3 glimpse. Pretty big spell.
That's a good
Well,
pickup.
yeah, they want to protect the ward here.
Dire's middle tower.
He's
is
just
under
gonna have to
attack.
deny it. Yuma will get the rundown on Theodore, and there's that stolen glimpse being put to work from Laylis. And they have a siege wagon pushing in mid now. So all these heroes mid can help keep the pressure up on this tower.
Dire's middle tower
They're
is
fighting.
under attack.
This is
Radiant's
much more of a
bottom
back and
tower is
forth
under
early game, and they're
attack.
playing a lot faster, making a lot more moves.
Gunner's dead.
Another TP top.
Really nothing he can do about it. Maybe the... Oh, Laylis gets sent back. So Stampede actually, he used the glimpse on the support, which means the Tiny was able to run away. And now Yopaj has put himself too far forward and is dead again.
What was that? He's getting really greedy there, not glimpsing this Tiny.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, maybe he thought he was dead, but this is a 1500 HP hero with a lot of early armor. And once more, the Arc Warden makes the Death Prophet disappear, man. The single target burst damage with early Vessel. Just annihilating this hero. And the Glimpse bottom. Making it look easy out here.
Dire's
This
middle tower
game's
is
just
under
crumbling
attack.
for Shopify.
It really is. It is all over the place for this team.
All that stability and consistency they've had in this qualifier so far. It's just like gone. Like a few failed ganks and everything's just turning into chaos. As Nouns have picked up the pace.
Radiant are scanning.
They're moving Yuma to triangle again. He's been so aggressive on this gyro.
Dire's
Like, this
bottom
is just
tower
great
is under
gameplay.
attack.
Really showcasing what you can do with this hero when you do well on the lane and can just play aggressive. Nobody can fight you. It's supposed to be the strength of this hero's a carry. He's a right-click carry, but he has all this early game magic fighting power, which I think a lot of times just goes underutilized.
I
Here
think
works
Yuma
really good.
is maxing out Rocket Barrage, not maxing out Flag Cannon.
done a lot.
combined with his playstyle, yeah, it's done a lot of work for them.
Like, his net worth is reflecting it too. Like, this is what you can do with a fighting carry. You don't have to just go hit jungle creeps with flak for 10 years, you know?
And they will be the ones to take the tier 1 mid first. So that is a Death Prophet game that is heavily shut down, and a 3-man smoke across the map here to see if they can catch the Centaur. I assume they want the Centaur into taking that offlane tower so they can invade even easier. Failing that, a full-on wrap into the Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes probably nets them a kill and some bonus. Though, looks like Theolacor is doing something similar here.
I don't think he's fighting Gunner for it, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shame.
Kill the Kobold. Well, Shopify, are they going to fight for their other Wisdom Rune? Because they know they're not getting that one. They're smoked for it, but they're just kind of lingering here.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, scan hits.
Okay, they got the scan. I was wondering if they even realized what was happening, but they definitely do now with a scan. Problem is, they're running straight into the Centaur with Blade Mail. He just gets blown up. Now, granted, Yuma also takes a ton of damage. Kitrak barely able to survive, and now Yopaj is it his turn for revenge against Copy, runs him down. Finally, the Death Prophet is just able to just run at the Arc Warden and get something done. A team fight that goes very right for Shopify final.
That Blade Mail did a lot of work there. As fast as you killed the Centaur, he decimates that Gyro. Almost 500 damage reflected. Didn't have the call down either. Oh, that's
Combo's not enough. And now you might pay for it. The cookie, the Opaj is like, I don't want to go that far. He's
Lincoln 5.
He's gonna TP out right before the spells are off cooldown. That was I don't know if he knew exactly the timing on the tiny cooldown spells, but he was right on the money there.
That was a very heads up teleport. He's 100% dead there.
Yeah.
No, take that.
All right, so they did end up getting the Wisdom Runes off that.
Dire's
Well, I
bottom
snuck
tower
it.
is
So
under
there's
attack.
little extra victory on that fight for Nouns, but not much. They give some decent gold back into Yopaj's pocket as he once more climbs the
Dire
charts,
are
and
scanning.
Nouns taking a breather here to try and get their farming items up with the Arc Warden and the Gyro, both going for the Midas on the Arc, the Ags on the Gyro, and they're going to fight with everybody else. Stolen Stampede, by the way. Could come in handy, as the kill squad's going to search for a
Radiant
big
are
core kill.
scanning.
I would really like the Razor up here. Might be
Yeah.
close.
Radiant's bottom
Or
tower is
TC,
under
if they
attack.
could delay his BKB a little bit longer, that would
Radiant's
be
bottom tower
fantastic.
has fallen.
Don't find him though. Meanwhile, Copy has his Hand of Midas coming out. So 16-minute Hand of Midas after a full-out Vessel. So he's still going to scale up. His early game went very well.
I think you're still
ahead of
aiming
RTZ
for
net worth-wise.
like Gleipnir Hurricane Pike. I'm thinking it's
Yeah.
pretty good this game. I don't know if you need BKB or
Dire's
when you
top
need it,
tower
but
is under attack.
you might be tanky enough with like double Pike, double Gleipnir that you can force the BKBs out from the Razor DP early enough in the fight that you can still maintain a gap. That would be one way to go about it. There's also Stampede though to... Okay, they're just gonna find the Razor. Yeah, he's gone.
Top tower is
Damn,
under
look.
attack.
You were as abrasive as sandstone.
Copy TP's like right away.
I don't know if that was thinking it's getting counter ganked or BMing him or what, but that was...
Dire's structures
I kind
are
of respect that, you know?
No, I was going to say it was super efficient because I thought he was TPing to like
Dire's top tower is
a
under
wave
attack.
somewhere, but no.
Dire's top
He
tower
TP'd
Well, he's
all
just
the way
gonna
back
run
around.
into the gank.
Yourselves.
His illusion rune might scout it out for him.
He's close to 9. He will not. Are they gonna bite the bait on this illusion? They do.
Oh, and they
Wow.
used the kisses too.
Dire are scanning.
Copy
was a
got him
lot.
good on that one. Okay, they had this scan. They knew this was here. They attempt to... Oh, RTZ. It was a close call. Almost got tossed back. His team was also ready to respond. Mass TPs. Nouns get something out of them and don't really lose anything for it, I guess.
They got a lot of teleports.
Tower is under attack.
And mass TP bottom to push this lane in.
Haste room. Saberlight's going to take it away. Gunner has his blink up. Saberlight's a bit too far away.
That was a bold rune steal. Gets away with it. Game slowed down a bit for sure. Allows RTZ to get to his BKB, which is a big item in this game. The BKBs for Shopify, or at least the defensive items, are going to be really important, particularly for Yopaj. Being able to BKB off these vessels and the Arcborn damage allows you to just run and copy, and there's, again, that's the part that there isn't much counterplay to. Looking for Artor. He has no teleport.
Yeah, he has the BKB, but no TP part of this duo. He's actually going to go for copy. Gunner, he's going to get here too late. Even if he was to throw out the avalanche, the BKB would just allow RTZ to commit. Now he pops it to go onto Gunner instead. Yuma is going to show up, but he's already gotten the kill onto Gunner. RTZ gets a 1-for-2 trade-off with his first BKB.
Radiant's
He's happy
middle
about
tower
that.
is under attack.
1 for 2, farming the other 2 lanes, getting a tower mid. Not the worst BKB usage I've seen.
No, certainly not.
Radiant's middle tower.
Here's some
Yopaj
gold for the
gets
Gyro.
some much-needed recovery time. He has BKB as well coming in. Kisses. Frostbite doesn't stop the kisses.
Is under attack.
Telekinesis does, but Mr. Leslau is already dead. Oh, to glimpse back on Yuma, too.
Yeah, nice cookie connection. It feels like Nouns are just... They did not play this mid-game with that early lead, and they've given it back, and now they're kind of getting run over on the map. A little bit. Just a little clunky. As Shopify get to the BKBs without too much damage done. They have the Razor one as we saw top. They just finished the Death Prophet one. Amp damage rune to go along with it. So the BKBs are the big issue here. You have to kite them out in the fight. You need 4 stabs. You can get them in this game. Really big for the Noun supports to keep up the farm so you can build the utility for the cores. 4 stabs, Glimmer Capes, Lotus Orbs, whatever it is. That is how you deal with these BKBs.
There does seem to be, they reached this kind of weird lull where the Gyrocopter early on with just levels was able to join fights with maxed out Rocket Barrage and be very effective. Arc Warden with his Spirit Vessel was very strong, but now he needs to farm his Gleipnir. The Gyro needs to get to his actual carry potential, and they just do not have the cores ready to fight back. So they lose the Arc Warden here with this move. Jump in from Saberlight to stop Gunner in his tracks. Yopaj is back to a Death Prophet that is strong, untouchable basically during his BKB timing. And the Razor versus Gyrocopter is never going to be a fun matchup. We're going to see exactly why here. Yuma, Black Cannon shots do nothing when his damage has been drained away.
Just getting caught out in the open. And that is a death sentence. The second that Death Prophet's on top of your Arc Warden, I mean, that fight's over. There's no turning these BKBs if you're not kiting them out. That was also a fight Lelis stole Spirit Siphon, which could have been very nasty if he had not gotten silenced by Yopaj. And that's a max level silence. You just couldn't use it. Couldn't turn that fight. Big play from Shopify, just finding Arc Warden in the jungle, making it look easy. And that's what their lineup does. Get on top of you, press BKB, and I mean, good luck.
Good luck. Well, the progression of this game, I think Shopify, they're going to be in the driver's seat for the next 10 minutes, at least, I would say. Maybe for the entire game. But are they going to be able to close out the game? They are against a Gyrocopter who's going to be farming a lot, an Arc Warden who's going to be able to hold some of these towers, delay these pushes, scale up. Do you think Nouns outscales Shopify? Because they have 2 harder cores, but those cores are also countered.
I mean, I think in theory they do, but it's not straightforward, and it's not super favored. I think DP can do some work in this game, especially late game.
Radiant
I don't know. I wouldn't be super confident just stalling this game and giving up like 3 Roshans, for example. And I don't think that high ground is that difficult. Like, I think DP just XOs and starts taking it, and then you gotta toss her in. But she's not getting tossed into anything that prevents her BKB siphoning you.
are scanning.
So that's where it's a little tricky. If you have like hexes and stuff, that high ground defense becomes a lot stronger.
When did Razor get this other 15 talent, by the way? Where did this come from?
Had this for a while.
Really?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
How
attack.
have I never noticed? Dude, isn't this talent like
Dire's
really
top
good?
tower is under attack.
It's solid. It's per second, so like you're at max getting 10 armor steal,
Yeah.
but oftentimes you'll kill a hero faster. So on average you get 6 armor. You
Radiant's
like you
bottom
take away
tower
armor from them, which
is under
stacks with your
attack.
Ice Storm, and then you're getting 5 or 6 armor for yourself. It's a
Dire's
solid talent.
top tower is under attack.
I just imagine, like, what situation would you want the other talent?
This'll come in handy.
mean, that
Isn't
one's
this
not
for
bad.
what Razor wants to do, which is tackle a physical damage dealing core on the enemy team and just focus him down? Isn't the minus armor talent always going to be better?
No, because like static link damage steal is strong. You're getting more damage faster, which means you're putting more damage into the enemy, and you already have a minus armor mechanism. You also get that 25 talent, which is attack speed, which is nice. Top of it, I've seen people.
You
take
think
either
50 damage is more damage than minus 10 armor when it comes to hitting some unit?
Well, because you're not guaranteed to get the full 10 armor.
Okay. Well, you're not guaranteed to get the full 50 damage either.
No, but I think even the extra 25 damage, for example, is often worth more than 5 armor. Like if you take a hero from 30 armor to 25 armor, I don't know, man. I think it also gets weird because this is a hero that often builds refresher or can get 2 links in the late game. Then it's like really weird.
Yeah.
I've seen people take both, so I think there is a reasoning behind either. But
Okay.
if you get a full link, then I think the armor is more value for sure.
Okay.
But the lower links, I don't know. That one I don't know. I think it's pretty dependent on your itemization, maybe.
Well, Shopify are going to force the Roshan. Nouns have very good chance at contesting here. They're already smoked up. They're close to the pit. They have a good scouting mechanism in the Arc Warden to be able to get vision inside the pit. You just need to be bold enough to get up there. Actually, Shopify, they don't want to get caught inside the pit. They jump outside of it. The Static Storm on all of these heroes with a stomp as well. Oh, this is just beautiful for Shopify. There is really no contest here. It is already over, this fight.
You get the stolen siphon. Oh, there's an Ags already on there.
Oh, that Ags.
Yeah.
Got the vision on the Crystal Maiden to pull her back in with a glimpse. That was pretty sick.
I mean, Kitrak he sets all that up, man. He's just sitting there shadow aimleted on this deep radiant obs that just sees everything. And I mean, that is all she wrote. You get caught in one of these choke points contesting Roche, you're just done. No way around it. I think Gyro actually did some decent damage there, but
Yeah, he did. He did.
he almost killed the Razor, which was kind of impressive considering he doesn't have too much. It's just close is not close enough, and it's gonna be an Aegis to the Razor. 3,000 gold in his pocket.
He caught all 3 cores, none of which have
Dire's
BKB.
middle tower is under attack.
I mean, that...
Well, the Gyro does,
Oh, you're right, he did.
but the Tiny and the Arc just got obliterated.
Yeah.
And again, you get the stolen Spirit Siphon, which is insanely strong on this hero if you can get 3 or 4 out, but you can't use it. There's just no opportunity to use it in the fight. You're like, well, it feels bad, man. All this strength, can't do anything with it. Gunner trying to get a pick off, not enough damage versus 2,000 HP Sapphire.
He's gonna blink on him again, hit him with another combo. Now it'll be enough. I guess because of the aggressive vision that they had, Gunnar felt confident nobody was TPing to save him.
I guess
And-
if one combo don't do trick, two combo do trick good.
Excellent wisdom, Avery. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's my tiny. That's because it's tiny. That's how tiny it is.
Right. Yeah.
He's just a dumb rock.
I'm gonna do it again.
That's why he took Defiant Shell to fit the lore of the hero.
Hmm.
You know, because Tiny's just like he's just a rock hermit crab type dude. So he just picks up a shell, puts it on. He's like even more, crustaceous armor.
You are trying way too hard to make this work. The Gleipnir's done for copy. I actually didn't even see that in the last fight.
The problem is it got
If it was
delayed
there
a
or
bit,
not.
and you missed some of that like team fight you could have gotten with it. So now you're trying to get the BKB. You feel like you need BKB to take the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Still have
attack.
these siphons on the Rubik. And in fact, he bought Shard, so he gets a fifth one. It's like insanely
Oh,
strong.
Kitrak. He spots him. He didn't get the glimpse. He got the Thunder Strike off instead.
Missed opportunity.
Indeed.
I mean, if I'm Nouns, I kind of want to fight
Radiant's
with these
top tower
siphons.
is under
I'm telling you, they're insanely broken. He has 5 with the Shard Fear. And you only have him for like 20 more seconds here. But I guess it's too hard to just run into these BKB cores with Aegis. Rough, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Apparently, Kezu's watching. He said that Razor talent is giga good. His
Which
15
one?
and 5 talents are
Radiant's
broken.
top
I think he's
tower has
talking about the
fallen.
minus armor one, but
Yeah, I think that talent's good too. I wasn't saying it's
Radiant
bad.
Scanning.
I literally just said I've seen people take both.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
well,
fortified.
Shopify are gonna force it. They have 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so they're gonna start chipping away at the remaining tier 2s, hitting top right now. The rest of Shopify is just kind of chilling in the area, seeing if anybody's gonna go on our tour, but
Radiant's top tower
of
is
course
under attack.
they're not.
Yeah, that.
Radiant's top
I mean, can
tower
you go high
has
ground with
fallen.
this? It seems a little spooky with the toss back.
No, I think you just get the other tier 2
Dire's
and call it a
bottom
day.
tower is under attack.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just like too biased towards early high ground. Played this game for too long. My idea is like if I were here, I'd just be like, fuck it, go high ground.
Radiant's
Even
middle
if you
tower
lose,
is
like who
under attack.
cares? At least you did it. You know what I'm saying?
But I feel like as a caster, you watch any team that ever tries to go high ground
Radiant's
without
yeah, it's
like
awful.
a massive lead. It's always bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. But like at the same time, they got butterfly timing. He's level 20.
Yeah, but you're
Oh,
just
you
gonna get
messed up
tossed
the
back,
toss.
which Arteezy is lucky that he did not get tossed back there.
Yeah, see, you can't toss him. It's time to go. You got Stampede to get you out, dude. Like,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
another smoke from Nouns.
Another smoke where they're sitting inside their base. I'm not loving.
Yeah, these are just not that high value. Like, if the team is committed to the push, that's one thing. But this is just... Where are you going? What are you doing? Yuma is literally spinning in a circle. This is a smoke to spin in a circle?
Doesn't inspire confidence, that's for sure.
I mean, they got that ogre camp, tell you that much.
I sure did.
They got that damn ogre camp. Did not see that shit coming. And now they're gonna go high ground because Aegis is out, so it's time to go. Nope. Just a little poke. Ruined your smoke.
Just a little plasma field to say what's up.
I guess you're getting to Arc Ward and BKB, and you feel like you can't fight without it, which is probably true.
Level 18 coming in soon as well, which is pretty massive for the general tempo of the hero, right? 10 seconds less cooldown and 4 seconds on the duration.
Good track farming up though. He's pushing towards that disruptor ags, the dream of every disruptor player everywhere. If he can only get there, he's a real hero.
He's gonna need to find a lot more wards to get there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I hate this hero. I actually hate everything about him. Like, there's certain heroes you just look at and you dislike. I think everybody has those. Like, you just look at his face. You're just like, it's just dumbass face.
What? It's basically a red orc riding a dinosaur. Aesthetically, how could you hate
that? That's so stupid. It makes no sense. Oh, look at this. Wait, what the hell?
The gyro is gonna get run down by the Razor, man. No problem there. Got the glimpse back on the Crystal Maiden kill, and the Sapphire has stunned Gunner. Gunner pops BKB, and it tries to beat down the Sapphire. It doesn't work, so he goes for the TP. He does make it out, but
okay.
Gyrocopter walks up into the triangle and instantly dies.
Yeah. I mean, they cliffed the Centaur with the lift, but there's just nothing to bail out the Link. There's no Force Stabs. There's no Lotus Orbs. You got one Force on the Maiden, but it's on a Maiden.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See, this is when you go high ground. If the enemy team has made the mistake of going outside of their base and dies, now you can go high ground. Now there are going to be buybacks, in which case they'll hold their high ground, but you'll call that an objective win, you know?
Radiant's top tower
I guess it's just a
Stolen
Crystal
Glimpse
Maiden.
here. You don't have BKBs. BKB on the Arc Warden's out. He wants Arteezy gets gobbled.
Ooh, tossed him back in, hit him with his own stomp, so Saberlight is left way far behind the rest of his team, who is retreating. The Gleipnir's going to hold him in place, diving into an Arc Warden. Always questionable. Lelis hits him with another stomp, man. Now steals kinetic field, keep both supports. I say one support. Yopaj pops BKB, picks up the gem, and TP's out. So very nicely played where he recovers the gem, but very poorly played, question mark, for
He's
Shopify.
still here. He is
Yeah.
BKB in 5, but that's in 5.
Frostbitten, telekinesis, toss back, BKB goes off,
Use it.
and he makes a run for it.
Yeah, but that's another BKB usage. Puts it down to 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Lelis did work there. I don't know if anybody else... I mean, I guess the Arc Warden did, because the fight overextended the base post BKB. That's where he gets to shine. He deals the damage. But damn, did Lelis set a lot up. Stolen Glimpse, stolen Hoof Stomp, stolen Kinetic Field.
That should help.
Going high ground. You never do it, Austin.
Dire's middle tower.
Never do it.
True.
I mean, they should have done it, but you never do it. Now he steals Lil Shredder.
Oh, now they're getting picked off all over the map, man. Might be able to get an Aghanim Scepter soon, which...
That would be big.
Yeah.
Find the Razor again. They see him here. No, he has no BKB, but nothing to do.
Saberlight ruins it by TPing onto the outpost.
They're
Razor cut
getting
it across.
some
He's gonna see the gyro. He might just go for it. He doesn't have BKB though. Surely that, okay, the stomp goes out for the Centaur. They're not quite on the same page right now. The Razor's getting kited. Yuma, because of the blade mail, does a lot of damage back to himself. Throws that damage onto Yopaj now, but the Stampede allows him to be able to kite back. Frostbite holds him in place. Can they finish off this Death Prophet?
Damn. That gyro damage, you got some crits.
Yep. BKB, turn around. Yopaj not afraid to fight here on this high ground. Exorcism halfway through right now. Gleipnir gonna catch him. Telekinesis tossed back. The Static Storm thrown over the top there from Lelis.
How the hell did he blink out of there?
I'm not sure. Is Static Storm damage not instant?
I don't think so. It has to tick.
Yikes.
I mean, yeah, it spells trash, but... I think he had some barrier. He might have had Glimmer or Cape Barrier.
Yeah.
He has barrier now. That's so annoying. That's a solid fight for Nouns, though. We saw the gyro damage. He got some crits. He has Nemesis Curse plus Daedalus. That was not something Yopaj wanted to run into it. Now they're losing Roche.
Oh god, the jump in! Arteezy gets thrown in there. He doesn't get the Aegis, but god, he's in a great position to eat the cheese on Gunner, but the damage is kind of already be done. Arteezy's gonna bring that hero low. Arteezy's actually down to half health here. He can't fight the gyrocopter now without the full out drain. Gyro's low though on his second life. He's not gonna be able to fight through these other cores of Shopify. What a play from Theolacour combined with Arteezy. The Aghanim Scepter. Laylas? Oh, he's trying to make him some sick little play there. It doesn't quite work.
I mean, that was a sick play, but yeah. Glimmer Cape too strong. And damn, that was a shot from downtown Theolacour. That is like the Snapfire dream. You buy Ags, you get to shoot somebody in at a team doing Roche. You're just like, we won. We won the goddamn game. I mean, they didn't win the game, but that was pretty close. If you get an Aegis snatch there, that might just be game over. I think Nouns were very, very on point to get both the Aegis and the cheese there. They will be happy with that outcome because that is a Roche they had no business getting in this game. But it is costly, for sure.
Also, did Arteezy have Satanic in them fight, and did he get it off?
I don't think so.
He seemed to, he just did not seem to recover any HP in that situation.
Yeah, he did.
NKB up next for copy.
I mean, he got vesseled a lot in that fight.
Yeah.
The vessel pretty much was on him the entire fight, so he just didn't heal as much.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting some scale on Nouns. Like Hurricane Pike on top of that Gleipnir BKB done for the Arc Warden, plus Elven Tunic and level 20. Big for him. You're getting Conda built up on the Tiny, so single target burst is going to be a lot more consistent. And Gyro Satanic closing in into Divine for next for Yuma, so honestly, this Gyros look pretty strong. Like, despite him having to play against the Razor and stuff, if he's not the one getting linked and just chased down, and he can go in the fight afterwards, he does some pretty significant single target burst. Ancient Guardian as well, nice neutralizer for him. This hero just wants raw damage. Plus 50 is gonna do some work.
Crystal Clone for fly off the Tormentor. Yeah, I think that whole caveat of like, if he doesn't get drained by the Razor, that just makes the high ground so hard for Shopify, right? It's like, how do you push high ground and confidently say we're gonna be able to get a full link on Gyrocopter without diving tier 4s?
Disruptor Ags, that's how. You hoof stomp some guy and you drop this on their ass. The problem is you have Rubik Shard, so it's not even that good.
Can you get out of kinetic field?
Yes.
I know I've asked this before.
Yes, Rubik Shard, you can lift throw an ally out of Static Storm.
That is dumb as shit.
Yep, you did it earlier on the high ground defense. So.
There's the Static Storm. Gunner thought it was going to be a nice initiation. Oh,
nice
somehow he
passing.
gets away. The telekinesis gets him away with the Glimmer Cape. All right, nobody died.
Yeah, you remember the meta where Disruptor was like super meta, and then people started counterpicking him with Rubik? Like, it was literally, you pick Disruptor, you pick Rubik. So you just throw the guy out of the comp. There's like Rubik, Shadow Demon, and OD that just historically dunk on this hero.
I don't remember that, but sounds good.
Okay, well, you don't remember anything. Establish this.
I'm a live in the moment kind of Dota player, you know?
No, you're terrible memory. Octarine for Yopaj, that is a damn nice pickup here. He is getting close to 6 slots, close to level 25 as well. Some more damage. Still looking for an Ags potential upgrade. I mean, he still has a lot of room to scale. That's the scary part about this hero. It just keeps going.
Do you think the Parasma nerf, do you think that is going to kill the item too much for some of these mid-intelligence scaling heroes like Death Prophet, Storm Spirit?
I mean, it still does its job. It's just way more expensive. I think it hurts heroes like Puck and stuff that wanted it earlier on. maybe not as much for heroes like DP. I still think the item is very strong.
Wait, is it more expensive now? I just thought it was the 25%.
Total cost was increased by 400 because they gave it a rescue.
Okay. Yuma was thinking about a divine, which, I mean, you're not that far away from making that decision, to be honest. But now he's thinking maybe it's MKB instead.
That is a tough call, honestly, but I don't know, dude. I feel like you gotta go the divine here. Almost
I'm not sure if I
25
totally agree, just because he has an Arc Warden scaling with him as well, and the Tiny's gonna scale up. If he gets to like his Aghanim Scepter, like Revenant's Brooch deal or something.
Nah, you go divine. I'm telling you, man.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, you are versus Butterfly Razor. I would be okay with MKB, but you go divine. Actually, is divine? Wait, they changed divine, but it's still the same.
Yeah, it's just different for
Yeah, you
any
just
hero
lose the
that's
spell
doing.
on him.
Yeah, any hero that's doing magic damage at
That
the
sucks
same
for him.
time, which Gyro does some magic damage here.
Yeah, I mean, you probably go MKB here. Evasion's just way too efficient. And he has a lot of it. He has Trickster Cloak plus Butterfly. He has 46% evasion.
Moat
Yeah,
to one corner of the map, then Smoke to the other. Saberlight, quick reaction. Blink goes for the stomp.
damn.
All he gets out of it is copies BKB. Maybe they still find Gunner and get a BKB TP out of him.
Doesn't want to leave quite yet. And doesn't want to use
Dire's
BKB. Alright, I'll do that
has
other.
been killed.
Save the BKB, save the gem though. Nothing of value lost. Time for the Gyro to continue to farm. Nouns are looking to make this game go late and looking to contest that next Roshan. It's a tough Roshan to contest. This DP is just... He's so big, dude. It's ridiculous. He has 25 Exo talent. He has 4,000 HP. Extra armor from Rattle Cage. He has 5 siphons that'll fear you. How do you
Dude,
kill
that-
Yopaj?
That Rattle Cage is a sick item for Death Prophet. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's good. It is
a
good.
crap ton more armor, a slow extra damage based off of being tanky and in the front line.
And you have that refresher for Arteezy, who's also level 25. So he has that attack speed steals talent, which is insanely good. I feel like this is like the Giga Chai talent on this hero. And now you have 2 links that are stealing the armor, stealing the attack speed, double BKB, double Satanic, double Butterfly. I mean, it's out of control.
Dire's turret has been killed.
It won't be too much longer. He'll start picking up the other sided talents, which if he gets to level 28, gets the static link damage.
Oh, this is
It
a
could be an extra
dangerous
100
D-ward.
damage. Goes
It
for a
glimpse.
glimpse back, BKB. TP out.
Dire's
Nobody
middle
else gets
tower is
caught. They
under
try to go
attack.
for the gobble up, kiss, toss in to catch somebody. Fly, you got to keep running, my friend. They're after you.
Dire's
Blink
middle
Shiva
tower
slows him
is
down. Goodbye, Crystal Maiden. Oh, wait, telekinesis, Glimmer Cape. It's the stomp, a toss back. Gunner, anything to save Fly. They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, they save the man of the hour.
It's not often you see a maiden run across the entire map and live, but today was his lucky day.
Dire's middle tower
He gets
is under
booked on
attack.
Tiny Airlines and he got a first-class ticket.
His axe is done.
He got there. God damn, he actually
Dire's
got
middle
there.
tower is under attack.
So what spells could he steal where the Ags upgrade is really sick? The Static Storm is the obvious one.
Exo, I think you get the Ags Exo,
Yeah, yeah.
which I think works with your other spells. I'm actually not
Right,
sure.
yeah. So you throw a bunch of spells around
should.
with that. That would be really sick.
Yeah. Oh, Eye of the Storm is also very good, but you're probably never getting that or trying to go for it. And I guess Static Storm, but honestly, Static Storm Steel is just like... I mean, it's good if you get it, but again, I don't think it's when you're going for it, because in theory, you're not getting it in the fight. So he's really looking to steal Death Props. Siphon, Exo, and Hoof Stomp, probably the biggest ones in this game. And the lifts, like he has this level 20 lift telekinesis cooldown talent. These 11-second lifts, if he can bail people out, it's really big in the fight. Because again, Nouns don't need to go in and like insta kill somebody. They just want to kite out the Exo, kite out the BKBs, kite out the Stampede. If they can save the target, that Shopify goes on, reset the fight, and go back in. I think they're way happier with that type of setup. Arc Warden can win those long fights, and he's getting 6 slotted here. Push back up though, and this will be a freebie. No contesting this one. That's an Ag Scepter. That sounds juicy on one of these 2 cores right here.
And Ags for RTZ.
Okay, but hear me out. The workhorse, right?
No.
I'm
not hearing. No.
The Razor in the cart.
No. No.
8 seconds. I mean, you can't target him, right?
Okay, but imagine you get the workhorse, and then you gobble up the centaur and send him in, and
that's right.
The cart drags
what do you
the
do,
hero
dude?
around.
That is a cart from hell right there. That is just the gods drop a fucking SUV on your ass, and it starts beating you down. That is, I'm telling you, you give it to the centaur. I would give it to the centaur. You know, I would give it to the centaur just for the mean.
Yeah, well, you would have gone high ground and thrown the game earlier.
I would have, but I would have had workhorse to do it. So, you know, who's really want to have like? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, come on, bro. RTZ, you've been playing Dota for like 20 years, my man. You know, since like the 80s or something. Like, you can take one game off. You know what I'm saying? Take one game. Just do it for the memes, and see what happens. Maybe you win. And you got the memes.
Under attack.
Nobody ever has fun in this game. That's the problem with Dota players.
That is true.
Never have fun.
True.
Never have fun, man. I bet you know who probably has fun?
Who?
I bet League of Legends players have a lot of fun, you know? I bet they have a lot of fun with their...
They do have a lot of fun.
No, they're just too dumb to know it, but we'll have a smoke up from Shopify Rebellion here.
Ignorance is bliss, sort of deal.
Yeah, it is, dude. It really is. Well, they gave the Ags to Artor, so that Eye of the Storm is popping. Straight popping. He has Shard for the pull-in on the static link. 2 of them. Gotta remember, these links are just draining everything. You're draining your armor, your attack speed, Eye of the Storm hitting everybody. Gonna double it up. This Razor is in absolute hyper beast mode. What can you do? The lightning is at your door. You need a toss back. You did not get it.
Got the shard,
you're getting drained.
pull in the gyro. They do manage to get away from the first link. Yuma comes back in, missed out on that kinetic field. Yuma challenging RTZ. RTZ, the Satanic is winning this fight in the Glimmer Cave. They get away. RTZ has to look for other targets. Gonna be Gunner first. Immediate buyback. Kisses raining in. Yopod deep in the front lines right now. Gets out pretty quickly though, thanks to the kisses. They got a buyback out of Nouns. They're happy enough with that. Copy is not happy letting them go, but now they're going to turn around and catch him. A stomp, a BKB gets a force out of there, but it is just kiting back and forth with more and more buybacks being put to use. Gunner didn't have his BKB, so he got glimpsed back to his death, to his dieback even. Yuma gets kissed on, gobbled up, kissed as well.
Cookie.
It is just stun after stun from the Liquor, but the Satanic, the black cannon shots, it's not enough. He can kill some heroes, maybe some supports, but Arteezy is just too damn big for him, and he still has the Aegis even. The Force Staff stopped by the kinetic field. Now it gets pulled back in by the Drain once again, slowed by the Shivas, by Yo Pasha, kiss that lands on the fly. Shopify, one big push. is all it takes. They will take out all 10 heroes of Nouns. If that's what's required to end this game, they're gonna fight through every single buyback. Nouns has a 3 versus 5 with heroes still to go, with lives still to go. The Aegis still up. The Shiva's catching. Telekinesis toss away onto the Arc Warden. Puts him back up. They got him in the fountain. Saberlight brings him down with a double edge. Leyless is dead. It's just little old Fly left against all of Shopify, some of who still have buybacks, still have Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's why you go high ground right there, Austin. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, that is a high ground of the day for me. That jam the network. Like, how the hell is Arteezy tanking so much damage? He has 50% evasion. Nobody can really pierce him, except the heroes that he's going on and draining. It's a DPC thing. I almost got messed up. I mean,
What?
There's the it did the thing where it high fives a tower after the game ends, and it says player high five to like DPC good side. Yeah, it almost got me. But 14-5 for the Razor, 14-3 for the Death Prophet. These two, again, you pick the gyro early. You're setting up for these counter picks. You have to help him deal with them, and they just couldn't deal with it. At some point, this Razor just goes hyper beast mode, goes in there, double drains. The drains weren't even that good. They were like for 50 damage, but this double Eye of the Storm hitting 2 targets. You're stealing some armor, you're stealing some attack. It's just nasty. You have 50% evasion. If you can't sit there and hit him back with an MKB, what are you doing in this game? There was never that option for Yuma. He did his best to stand his ground, but like, you're just getting shredded going into these two heroes with the level 25 talents. Just some beast of a scaling here. Shopify take game 2 after it was looking pretty damn good for Nouns. They came back, fixed the laning issues, had some good momentum. Yuma had a really strong early game. He was up a decent amount of gold. And it just crumbled around the Roshans. Like, really good positioning from Kitrak and the supports around the pits, consistently winning them these objective fights.
I mean, that was a game-winning gobble up, throwing the Razor into the pit. I mean, that was pretty damn game-winning right there.
I mean, that and the earlier Roshan, Kitrak broke their smoke on that ward and just 4-man static stormed them. Again, supports making the plays here around the pit and really keeping them in that game, and then put them in a position where you get that last Roshan with the Ags on it, you're just in another level. Way too much firepower. And nice game from Shopify as they are up 2-0 in looking to close it out.
Yeah, might be a fast series as looking down the barrel of just one more game for Shopify to be able to beat Nouns and qualify for DreamLeague. But this also gives Nouns a chance to be able to maybe reverse sweep Shopify, return the favor from a previous final. And again, the last 3 series of this matchup have gone the distance, and that's what we hope for. But we'll see whether or not that actually pulls through, as we're going to take a break here, come back with game 3 of the grand finals. Ready to go with game 3 of Shopify versus Nouns. We'll see whether or not Nouns can bounce back, as they are currently down 2 games in this best of 5 finals to go to DreamLeague. And would also be the 4th time in a row that they've lost a series to Shopify.
That would be a big demoralizer. I feel like you just can't beat this team. It's going to affect you for the rest of the qualifiers of the year. This is your chance to get even, at least, instead of going down. But so far, it's looking pretty rough. Like, they bounced back in game 2 in the lane phase. Draft felt a little bit more comfortable for them. Lanes were more well organized. They made some faster moves. Felt like Lelis was playing pretty decently in that game with some big steals, some big Rubik plays. That's what you want to see. And then you just still get like demolished in the end anyway. So now you're really feeling like maybe we just don't have enough, right? Like, what do you do at this point as a team? You're gonna ask me that, Austin. Oh well, you captained a team before in the '90s. Like, what did you do? Okay, so I'll ask myself before you ask me, and I'll tell you. All right,
Okay.
you go out back and you sacrifice a goat. That's how you win any BO5. You have to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods, to Gabe Newell. You can have your effigies, you can have your pictures, whatever you want to do. But right now is the time to make that animal sacrifice. The ritualistic sacrifice doesn't have to be an animal. I'm not condoning animal violence. It could be anything. Sacrifice a vegetable, sacrifice a mineral, sacrifice part of your soul, sacrifice some MMR, make a pact with the devil. Okay, I'm going to lose 20 pub games in a row as long as you win me this series, please, Mr. Gabe Newell. Here's my prayer and my sacrifice, thank you. And he might answer you. You know, it's happened before, okay? It's happened before.
Question.
Yes.
You've beat evil geniuses in qualifiers.
Yes.
What did you sacrifice?
Well, there was a period where I said, Gabe, as long as you give me this BO5
Turn
win,
to ban.
you can take the most toxic, wretched, awful player in NA history and make me play with him for 2 years. And that happened. You know, I had to play with Quinn for 2 years. That was one of the worst experiences of my life. But that was my sacrifice for beating them at BO5. I was willing to make that. So you have to be willing to make those kind of sacrifices if you want to be at the top. Will Nouns make such a sacrifice here, going into game 3, down 2 games?
And they already sacrificed Stormer. What?
That's
one
right.
more.
They did.
5
And it
seconds
apparently was not
remaining.
worth that much as a sacrifice.
Shopify
Because
Rebellion.
it's not working, so you got to sacrifice something else.
Something more valuable.
10
All right,
seconds remaining.
Draft
5
for
seconds
God.
remaining. Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban.
I hate to complain about this while we're in the grand finals, but I hate
10 seconds
the start of the draft in this patch, or in this like
remaining.
this drafting phase where you get to see one hero and like 10 bans, and when you already know very likely what those first 2 heroes are. Though I don't think Nouns is gonna go back for the tiny this time around. I have to imagine Shopify will still jam the Centaur if they given the opportunity. Oh, never mind, they banned the Centaur because you know
That's right.
they don't have first pick.
That's right. They're going to ban that Centaur. And what is Nouns going to do? That is the question. What do you first pick? What are you
Nouns
confident in?
turn to ban.
Are you still committing for the tiny? Are you going to take another offlaner?
10
A
seconds
Mars, a
remaining.
Dragon Knight, a Doom. Doom is gone. Nobody
5
likes Doom.
seconds remaining.
Nobody likes Mars apparently either. Will you just first pick Death Prophet? Is that what's going to happen in this meta? But you got to assert something here. It's got to be like a bold first pick. I don't want to see some like first pick like Rubik or something. I feel like that would just... You're not winning this game through your first pick Rubik. Okay? You're winning it with some assertive game 3 pick.
Nouns turn to pick.
And you know Shopify are going to probably take Disruptor.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Admiral
Kunkka.
Kunkka.
Okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. At least you took a core that's gonna, you know, I'm gonna win the team fights. I'm gonna have a little flex action going in that second phase. You don't have Timber. You don't have Lifestealer.
10 seconds remaining.
What are you gonna do? Shopify Rebellion.
5
Gonna
seconds
take a little bit to think
remaining.
about this. Boba's gonna look up Dota buff pro tracker stats for what is the #1 counter against
Nouns
Kunkka.
turn to ban.
And it's not Tiny, I can tell you that much.
No,
He
it's
did not have
definitely
time.
not Tiny. What?
He probably went to the wrong page and looked at Nouns game history
Nouns,
and thought
turn
Tiny
to
was broken.
ban.
So he took the Tiny.
I know you really like Tiny. I think conceptually this hero's broken, but I
Well, I
haven't
say
seen
that's
anything
yeah.
off of this Tiny in this meta right now that tells me that this
10
hero is
seconds
worth
remaining.
the early pick.
Okay, my caveat though is I think this hero is conceptually broken
5 seconds
as a
remaining.
LAN hero. Like I think he's one of the best LAN heroes of all time. Online, this hero's straight trash. like,
What?
like he's a really bad online hero. Because
Would
the
you
hero
care
isn't
to
actually
explain to the audience?
hero
I know what
isn't-
you mean, but
like he's not actually that good of a hero. You know, he's just a melee dude that goes around and like combos a dude. And it's not that good. And online, people play a lot more crisp in the early game. They exploit the laning phase a lot more. They tend to not make as many team fight mistakes. So Tiny just doesn't get the openings he normally gets. He suffers on the lane, he falls behind, and the hero isn't really that good. But on LAN, people aren't that crisp on lanes. So you can always get away with like that stupid melee forward, double melee off lane, you know. You'll get away with it on LAN, especially in a later LAN series or a TI.
10 seconds
And then he
remaining.
just goes in and tosses some dude. It just always happens. You don't see
5
that in
seconds
online gameplay.
remaining.
I'm telling you, go watch all these online games. Like that, these last 2 games had Tiny in it. Did we see one fight where a dude got tossed back?
no, there was an
No.
attempt, but it didn't actually happen.
Yeah, that at TI, it's just like toss back, toss back, toss back. You know, some Naga illusion goes in, you show on it, you get tossed back because people are clumped and scared, and then you'll eventually get that opening with a ward or an illusion or something. So I'm actually not a fan of Tiny in online qualifier games. I am a huge fan of it on LAN, and I think that's one of the adjustments experienced teams make, is they just understand that certain priorities change, certain gameplay quality changes, and certain heroes become more viable. In fact, this is one of the things that I yelled at Snaking about. Going into this year, when I talked to him at TI, I yelled at him because I was like, dude, you are just forgetting that on LAN, like certain heroes, even if they're bad or worse, just become broken because they just do what you need them to do and you can get away with it, you know? Like you can get, like you don't want to play this Tiny 4 because your 4 player doesn't want to play it because he's like, oh, I'm going to go to lane and get smashed. But on LAN, you see it all the time. You go to lane with Tiny plus a melee offlaner and you're like even. And then you just win. You just freaking win from that point because you have a Tiny. But online, it doesn't work, dude. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. So this is a good sign for Nouns because this means that Nouns have a chance to exploit this Tiny that did almost nothing for them in the first 2 games. And if they lose this game, then you're just the worst team and you just don't deserve to go, you know? And there's no shame in that. Shopify is a damn good team. So there's no shame there. That's my rant.
And you can just wish them well at DreamLeague and hope desperately they make it to playoffs, so then they're invited to the next DreamLeague and you don't have to play them next
10
qualifier.
seconds
That's right.
remaining.
That's right.
Because at that point in time, you will have a block.
5
You
seconds
know, like
remaining.
Liquid when it comes to finals, you will have a block where it's just like, well, we can't get through qualifiers, guys, if Shopify is there.
Rubik pickup here probably takes it away from Nouns. Lels had a pretty good game on it. Would have been nice versus the Tiny. They will opt to not play the Disruptor for a 3rd time in a row. There's a lot of spell casting coming out from Shopify. A lot of low cooldown spell casting as well. So if you're Nouns, I think you want some more skirmish power and some damage to throw behind this Kunkka. I feel like they're going to pick Enchantress or something, dude. I don't know why. I just feel like the Fly Enchantress might be coming. I'd like to see the Phoenix. I don't know where the Phoenix has been.
Yeah.
I think it's really good versus Tiny Rubik. It gives them some damage behind the Kunkka, like Phoenix plus, you know, a melee hero for Lels if you want to run it, or just some strong ranged hero like Snap would be fine for them too. You know, like
Nouns,
Phoenix
turn
Snap
to
here or
pick.
something.
Well, I guess if Snapfire keeps getting picked up, we'll continue to see less and less of Phoenix. Nouns go back for the Gyrocopter again, though this time around it can still have that flexibility of being
10
supporter core.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You need some more stuns now, I think. Either way. There's some damage to throw into like an X combo. It's not the worst. And Yuma
do
did have a
some,
pretty good game on
Shopify
it.
Rebellion's turn.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden. Okay, so maybe they're still locked into the Gyrocopter core.
Yeah, they're
Gyro
threatening it.
Crystal Maiden again. Yeah.
That lane did go very well for them, and they played it pretty well. So I think that part of that game wasn't really an issue for Nouns. Now, the
10
gyro core
seconds
matchups were
remaining.
part of an issue, and you are giving Shopify a chance to go back into the Wind
5
Ranger here. The
seconds
Wind Ranger
remaining.
into Klunka Maiden is a lot more
Shopify
difficult.
Rebellion's turn.
So just back to the Luna from game 1. Which is another good hero versus the gyro, and they take the Phoenix. So I've been wondering where this hero is. And I mean, it looks fine here too. A lot of damage to throw in. They have 3 stunners to kind of set up the fights for him, play around the egg.
10 seconds
No BKB
remaining.
Pierce, but you don't have to
Yeah.
play for that. You can play for Sunray here on the Tiny and the
5
Kunkka and
seconds remaining.
play a slower game. It's a Kit Track specialty. He's very good on this hero. I think it's one of his better heroes, actually. And again, presenting some pretty strong lanes here from Shopify. Still have this Tiny Flex going into the last pick, too.
Nouns
So that's really nice for
turn
them.
to ban.
Oh,
my
they
God.
take Ursa? What?
That was the hero I wanted last game. And I thought it was... Or it was for Shopify. Maybe that was game 1. Mentioned in one of the games.
10
But they weren't willing to
seconds
pick it.
remaining.
So Nouns are willing to pick it up. Flex that gyro.
5
get a hero
seconds
that-
remaining.
Used to demolish Luna in the carry on
Shopify
carry matchup and
Rebellion's
shreds
turn
the
to
egg.
ban.
Rubik does nothing to this hero.
Shopify
Tiny doesn't do
Rebellion's
much.
turn to ban.
I have to imagine Ursa still shreds Luna. Like that is the upside of Ursa is that like
No.
damage
Turn
reduction
to ban.
doesn't go. It can't stop the buildup of damage that Ursa.
Yeah,
does.
but you have to build it up. Luna can build Manta, she can build Hurricane Pike, she can build Butterfly, she can be tankier with the Shard, and Ursa is still Ursa. This hero is just kind of mediocre.
10 seconds remaining.
You have like 3 seconds to get your swipes in, and if after that you're kind of useless.
5 seconds remaining.
Strong lane though. I mean, if it's a tiny off lane, I feel like you win that lane.
I don't think they're gonna put this Tiny off lane though. That's the downside here.
Okay.
So the thing about Ursa is this hero's really bad if he gets forced off the lane, because his jungle speed is total dog shit, and he cannot fight his way back from a down position because you don't have items. You're building Battle Fury. So generally, the best way to use this hero is you just put a hero in his lane that he can't stand against, and the hero just becomes an omega liability because he's not that strong on lane either. Versus like most ranged offlaners or any melee hero with a good trade mechanism, you can't really win the like level 1. He has no level 1 spell. So a bit worried for the counter pick. They will steal the Death Prophet. That's where I thought they were going to first pick, but they ended up last picking it. With some Viper OD bans to protect the Ursa. So what is left for Shopify to pick to try and abuse this bear? Not a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah,
10
there's really
seconds
not
remaining.
any ranged offlaners left that
Yeah, they
feel
banned
good.
2, took the other one.
Yeah, like another one is like Necro. I haven't seen that hero in
And there's
a very
Wind
long
Ranger.
time.
Not the greatest Wind Ranger game, but if she gets farmed, I guess.
Lena.
You may now
It is going to
select
be
your
off lane
heroes.
Tiny and mid
I mean,
lane.
that's good for Nouns. Like, that is what they wanted to see. They wanted to see this Tiny in the offlane because Ursa will have a way better time versus that. Their bans and pick were on point to protect that. And you get this Lena counter the DP mid, but like in theory, it doesn't affect your game plan too much. Pretty interesting draft overall. See what Yopaj can do with this Lena. It is a very good Lena game on paper. Like, there's almost nothing gap closing.
Yeah, it's just the Ursa. Big threat to Death Prophet, right? Super hard to play that hero into Lena.
Yeah, that's a very tough matchup. And they have, in theory, they could end up with 2 Hurricane Pikes this game. They could end up like Manta, Luna, and Hurricane Pike. Lena, for example, with a Rubik Shard save. There's Fire Spirits going in. I don't know how easy it is for Yuma to just jump on a target and kill them. I feel like I favor Shopify slightly here. Just because I think the way the team fights go, it's easier for them to output the damage and just kite around the bear off the initial jump and then just pour it in with the Luna plus the Lina. The Luna's going to give the Lina bonus damage as well, which is really nice because Heroes innately has attack speed. Yeah, I mean, but they did pick Tiny in an online match, so, you know.
Well, it's time to see if some Yuma Ursa can get the job done for Nouns and start the long climb back to winning this best of 5 grand finals that they're currently 2 games down, or if they're just going to get knocked out and Shopify will be heading to DreamLeague on a clean run, because I assume they did not lose a single series or a single game, because I don't think they lost in the upper bracket final, so...
Yeah, they have not lost a single map. That is pretty nasty. The last chance to do it.
I mean, it's nasty, but it also usually just means they didn't lose a game to
30
Nouns.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, well, okay. You can debuild the hype. I'll build it up. You know, what are you? Is this like your Seb tweet time? After watching European quals, I tune into this shit show.
I can't believe the North American team gets to play on the same ground as the Western European teams.
This is the thing I don't get. You know, people are like, oh, this NA is so trash. Like, NA is so bad. Look at this qualifier, just running it over. But, like, yeah. Like, nobody has argued against this in, like, 5 years. Literally every prominent NA player has agreed with this stance. Nobody is debating this, you know? And then every time it's just like, look how bad NA is. There's no player base. What do you want?
It's the same old players that were there 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's like you shot a man 5 years ago and left him in a ditch. And then you come back every year and you're like, look at this guy, he's dead. What is he doing? It's like, yeah, you shot him. Like, what? I just don't understand the vindictiveness. If anything, you should support the fact that this game is alive in this region at all at this point. That is maybe more impressive than everything else going on in Dota, if you really think about it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You should be cheering on NA teams to make it, otherwise they're gonna go play Valorant.
That's right. That's right. And then you'll go, why is there no NA teams left in Dota? Because you shot them all. That's why. Ruthless community. So let's give some support here and to a dominant run by Shopify, who, by the way, didn't even look that bad at DreamLeague. Like, they were middle of the pack. I think better than a lot of
they
people
looked
expected.
very good until towards the last half of that second group stage, right? We were singing their praises quite a bit.
They definitely crumbled a bit.
Yeah.
But new team, learning
When you play
experience.
with Lena,
Not a bad
they
first
tend to
start.
get burned.
See if they can
Yeah,
get the
I
3-0 as already looking pretty strong for them.
Yopaj has definitely looked very good for this squad.
Oh yeah. He's been
Definitely-
decent. I mean,
Well,
he had the highest KDA.
He didn't go for it. Almost killed him with a blood grenade, and then maybe could have chased after him with the Mango and Nova, but he says that's good enough. And they're already doing tons of damage to both of these heroes in lane. So the Ursa, when it comes to the harass war, off to a great start. Not doing too bad in CS either.
I just don't want to get tossed into the tower.
Yeah. The other side lane being the,
Gun
once
here.
again, double-ranged Luna lane. So against a melee core, it's going to be a hard time for Gun.
Yeah, they're giving him the business in these games, man. You gotta feel for the guy. He's been getting early picked. He's been getting flexed to, like, the bad flex hero and then just thrown into Luna lanes. Not fun for an offlaner, tell you that much. Another fairly stable early game, I guess. Outside of this mid, Yopaj he's heating this matchup up, and there's not much you can do to counterplay it. You can see the trade into the Luna.
Trying to run him down. Torrent lands. Nice torrent. So does the Fire Spirits, though.
One more spirit. Threw it like Coco. Damn. What a brawl.
Dude, this mid matchup looks really bad. Especially with
it's
the new
not fun.
Dragon Slave just doing that extra damage over time and stuff. I feel like it really adds up in the lane.
There's just no real way to counterplay this matchup. He's doing okay. You just can't siphon the Lina. He outtrades you. He mostly out CSs you. His nuke is just kind of better than yours. So now just have to do well in the side lanes to make up for it. And this DP can be pretty strong in the fight if he gets to, again, like fast first item plus BKB. I think he can have a window in this game to do some damage in the 5-on-5.
Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll get a water rune off Lelis securing it.
You got Core on the other side, making sure Yopaj still gets a refill too. So supports mirroring each other in the early game.
Ursa's farming though. That's like the biggest factor because you can't pick that hero and have him have a bad early game or a bad lane. And again, Shopify had choice, but that draft limited their options to punish the Ursa, so they got this tiny matchup. They're taking advantage of it. Has another leap, might get him.
Yeah, this slows stacking up. If he gets another swipe, that is enough. Yuma gets the first blood.
That is a value kill right there. Ursa getting first blood.
On the other side, Arteezy gets really low. Gunner can't hit him enough times to finish him off, but they're actually having a healthy back and forth here.
I mean, this is still good for now. Like, if you're in these Luna lanes and it's just chaos, you're happy with that.
Yeah.
Because it's not you getting bullied. And the CS is pretty even. They did a decent job with the regen trades. Flack is doing some work on this lane, just keeping them low, making it so they can't all in Gunner. Again, Nouns, I feel like playing the lanes pretty well here. Getting what they want.
Level 6 is closing in soon for Yopaj, so gonna have to keep a little eye on this mid lane matchup when the 6-minute power runes come up. Might be an opportunity to get a kill, depending on what the supports do here.
They got the toss back.
Yuma taking a lot of damage. They get the telekinesis back as well.
It's costly. A lot of regen. I have to tangle back up here.
Radiant are
He
scanning.
does have full phase boots on the courier. There's a lot of net worth for Yuma coming out. He just doesn't die right now.
We use the avalanche, so Yuma is actually going to try and fight this. That avalanche, he's going to have to go for the toss backwards here. Saberlight, though, is still going to be caught in the frostbite. Yuma gets the kill. Really good read of that situation.
And meanwhile, Poppy solo killed Yopaj.
He solo killed him and used the rest of Exorcism to TP bottom because Gunner
my
was like,
lord.
I'm here, I've got X. I can set you up, make that TP play.
I mean, he just went for the kill, did not get it, and then he just gets siphoned, exoed,
Dire's middle tower
run
is
down,
under attack.
100-0. Gets the Luna kill on the back end of it. That is like the highest value exo you could ask for. In a losing lane, just completely gets turned around. I mean, this is Nouns' game to lose now, right? This is the best early game they've had.
Now winning all 3 lanes.
Radiant's
Last
bottom
spirit hit
tower
him.
is under attack.
Can't. Oh, you got it. Admiral Kunkka. Tip your hat, good sir. You won't get me today, says Gunner.
Is under attack.
Saberlight. Oh, Illigor gets it just in time. The telekinesis saves Saberlight's life. One more hit would have done it, as he had some serious fury swipes stacked up. Look at Yuma continuing to play the aggressor, sitting on the side here with a healing salve. Sled on Theodore with no telekinesis. He's dead, and they might be able to kill Saberlight too. Saberlight's gonna go for this toss back into Yopaj. Yopaj with some reinforcements should finish off the bear and get his little courier too. Okay, just the bear.
No Laguna makes that a little dicey, but gets the job done. Big kill for him. That was a streak. 375 into Yopaj. Catapults him back up here just when you thought his game might be a little rough.
Is under attack.
He gets the good rotation out.
1 to
That's
6,
not
8 minutes in. 2,000 net worth lead for Nouns. Probably the biggest lead they've
Dire's
had so
middle
far in
tower
this
is under
series.
attack.
That move just doesn't connect with Exo. And he has an amp damage room, so he really wants to use this one. It's super strong right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to chase him down. Yuma.
Dire's
Slows down
top tower
Saberlight.
is under attack.
Alice came over here to give a helping hand. If they can hold this tower while taking that bottom tower, they're currently doing. Arteezy made an interesting move where he went through the portal and is just farming the back area of Dire's jungle. Without a TP, mind you. So when he's seen here,
Radiant's bottom
They're
tower
gonna use this
is under
amp
attack.
damage Exo.
Radiant's bottom tower
Does
when
not
you're
get
down,
Yopaj.
Kitrak can't finish off the Lina, but they do get the support.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
with the
attack.
creep wave coming in, they could do some serious
Radiant's
damage to this
middle
mid tower.
is under attack.
Nice rotation. This is exactly what you want with the DP.
Dire's
And
top
he's going
tower is
Atos.
under
In fact, it's done. Very fast Atos here.
Blowing up the gyrocopter. Yopaj not gone for long. TP's back into the trees. Has a free open line. Copy. He's got his exorcism ghost coming back to him, so he is very confident about diving this tower, but it's too confident perhaps. The LSA hits onto the boat, goes out. Spirit Siphon healing him with the boat buff. He might just survive. The tree toss is not enough. He's gonna live through this one, and Gunner's gonna get the support. Gunner's in deep though, so he's very dead. Nice dodge on the LSA. Costs the Opaj an extra round of spells.
I can't believe DP gets out of there. That is a ridiculous dive. It gets some extra space off it, but it's more gold to Yopaj here, who is just catapulted up this net worth chart. What do you think this Atos is good? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to think about it. I mean, it's kind of weird because are you gonna ever upgrade it to Gleipnir?
No,
Probably not.
it's just kind of a dead item scale-wise. It's
Yeah.
like you're not setting up an arrow or anything. You're setting up some gap close for your supports or like another X on the Lina. But you have to connect it on Yopaj or somebody in this early game to make it valuable.
I mean, it does give you HP and intelligence, which stat-wise is kind of exactly what you need. And this rotation like this does work in part because of that Rod of Atos. Let's see if they can actually complete the dive here. The call down doesn't actually hit, doesn't slow him down. Saberlight goes for the TP out. Oh no!
Dire's middle tower is under
Picked
attack.
up a Rod of Atos to get that kind of kill and don't actually manage to net it.
That
Mid
feels
lane
bad.
Gunner gets the X on him. So hit him with not even the full combo, just the torrent. That's more than enough.
My thing with this Atos is it's like more HP versus the Lina burst, which is kind of interesting, but it's
Dire's bottom
worse
tower
than
is under
Yule's
attack.
on every other metric, right?
Yeah.
Like Yule's gives you the move speed, the mana regen, the same kind of catch. I mean, it's like slightly less range, but in most circumstances, you have the move speed on DP to make up for it. So if he doesn't get Lina bursted, then it pays off. But the Yule scales way better too, because you can build Wind Waker later. If you really want it, which is just a solid item. Can remove some fire spirits, dodge a Laguna sometimes, dodge Eclipse. So I'm skeptical. See if it actually comes into play. They do get the Atos into the X.
Yeah. Exo into X. Free
Okay.
kill on Yopaj. That's a kill streak down. And let's see, they used the latter half of this exorcism before really well. Copy wants to keep doing that. Helps the team secure a kill on Kitrak by chasing back some of the other heroes, but Shopify very skittish of getting in range of this Death Prophet here. Toss back underneath the tier 2. Theolacore drags him really far back, and the stolen X, so he's right back into the tier 2 for a second time. I'm
a
not
third.
even sure what Gunner was trying to get out of that exactly. I mean, you were very far forward against a tiny, no backup behind you whatsoever. The team backed up, smoked, went to the other side of the map for a kill on Luna, which they might just find.
This will be a big one.
He pops out, Mask of Madness already used. Nouns not in a position to grab him.
I mean, they've taken a lot of this map over.
Okay, they slow him down with a freezing field. They got him. Nice set of burst damage. They use a supernova too, which they'll get out of range of. Somebody's gonna die with this stolen X marks the spot on Theodore. Not much you can do about that.
I mean, mega worth. You got TPs, the egg use, Luna dies to your supports. It's not even using much time. All 3 lanes getting shoved by Nouns right now. They have all 3 tier 1 towers down as well. DP has done
Radiant's
work.
middle tower is under
2,
attack.
0, and 5 per copy here. They can keep playing through the strength right now. I mean, they have a decent chance to take this map over. The Ursa's Battle Fury's done. Insanely good timing for him. He's just going to clear through Ancients and Roche uncontested here. While you're contesting enemy Ancients. This is what Gunnar should have been doing on that death. They're just giving no space to the Luna right now. This is such a difference from game 1 where Arteezy just got to clear through everything. And he got mega high level on that Luna. He was like level 19 at 22 or something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not going to be the case this game. As I don't think he's seen an Ancient camp once this game.
You see this ward at the bottom lane? Look how close that sentry is. I don't think it can actually be closer while still not seeing the ward.
Yeah, there's a little wiggle room, but that's
Dire are
a rough
scanning.
one.
All right, they TP into mid. Defensive smoke to push out because they know Nouns have been so aggressive. They've been all over their side of the map. There's probably some vision down. They got to smoke through it. They got to back up Arteezy here. Nouns have already pinged out Arteezy. Want to go for this kill. They have a arcane rune too, so they would really love to take a team fight around this one. But they realize that there may be too many heroes here. They try and back away, get tossed back on copy, but nobody actually dies for it. So really good for Nouns if they keep getting out. Rod of Atos holds them back, get a little damage on him, stop his blink. Now blinks to the other side, still chasing here. Nouns, at some point in time, they're going to say, you are going too far, my friend. They will punish Saberlight. And now with the exorcism used, see if they can find any more heroes on their way back. I mean, they're already kind of sandwiched, question mark? I mean, it's just Yuma by himself, but it's also a really big Ursa within rage and had a shield rune too.
Go punch with the Ags Rush. This first item Ags. Pretty interesting as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, it
under
does give you
attack.
damage, and it makes you tankier. I mean, it's not a bad item, but I feel like we haven't seen it first a lot.
No.
He just wants to lay down the law.
I mean, better chance. I mean, I feel like both of these mids are just ramping up against each other. Death Prophet's going, I don't want to get bursted by Lena. I'm just going to go a raw stats build where I go Rod of Atos, which is 300 HP, then Kaya Sanj, which is even more HP. And Yopaj is like, well, I'm just going to amp up my burst damage by getting an Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got to pick off on a Crystal Maiden. Easy.
He did this damage talent too on
More
Death
like
Prophet.
crystal melted.
Which,
Dire's
That
middle
don't know
doesn't
the-
make sense to me.
I don't know the stats on this talent. Like, damage talents are just good because they make you farm jungle and waves faster and everything. Like, I don't have a conceptual issue with taking it, but in this game, the magic resist just seems so valuable.
Dire's middle
Their
tower
entire
is
lineup
under
is just
attack.
magic first.
I mean, it says a lot about how bad that those numbers are. 12% magic resistance is such a
not
terrible
great.
number. And
Yeah.
so if you're not going to get it in this game, then you
Dire's
pretty much
bottom
should
tower
never
is
get it.
under attack.
But the thing is, magic resist on healers is like omega broken.
Yeah.
Because Death Prophet's effective HP in a fight is insane. It's not just her base HP. You're healing everything up with Siphon. All of that gets affected by the resist. Huh. I mean, it does say a lot about how much base damage there is, I guess. As they bind him with the Atos again on the rune bait. Got him.
Yopaj is
Got him.
Yopaj is getting caught a lot. Now, granted, Nouns is doing a really good job being aggressive, looking for these kills. It just feels like Yopaj doesn't really have any backup from his supports. His supports aren't really ever playing in front of him or anything. He's just kind of always on the front lines, the first one to be spotted by these rotations from Nouns, and they continue. Once they get one, they look for more, and they find it. It's Saberlight, right next to the Roshan pit. So great, Ursa's gonna do Roshan in 19 minutes.
That's a bad place to die. Really bad place. This game is flowing really well for Nouns now. I mean, like you said, these two supports just don't really do anything for Lina. Especially Ags versus Lina. Because he doesn't have any setup. He has no Yules of his own. He's not the one with the 8 kills, so he needs heroes to be stunned and locked down for him to give the follow-up damage, or you're just AFK farming. And Rubik Phoenix do not do that. Rubik Phoenix want heroes to do that for them. Which just puts everything on Saberlight in this game, who had a rough lane, and they knew it was going to have probably a rougher lane. It was supposed to be Yopaj winning mid really hard. Since that didn't happen, it's just throwing everything off a bit. They lost their towers, they lost their ancients. Nouns rolling this map right now. Looking to strike back. Death Prophet looking very strong in this series.
Radiant are scanning.
Normally, it would be a 4-position
Dire's bottom
Tiny,
tower is under
and you're running a
attack.
mid Lina, right?
Radiant's top tower
Maybe
is under
that's
attack.
part of the
Are
problem, is
scanning.
that Saberlight is not freed up enough to just kind of roam around with the Lina
Radiant's
and
middle
play
tower
wherever
is under attack.
Yopaj is.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of it. I also feel like the Sange buffs are maybe the biggest thing that's going to get upped in priority in the meta in terms of like what heroes you're picking and why. Because there's always broken items in any patch. I feel like Kaya Sange is just ridiculously valued right now. And DP is one of the better Kaya Sange builders.
Yeah.
He pretty much uses everything of the item. The health regen and lifesteal amp got buffed by 3%, and the status resist got buffed by
Radiant's
5%.
middle tower is under
That's a
attack.
big deal for a hero that wants to chase you down, stick on top of you, and survive. So I think it's one of the reasons this hero has come back a bit, and I
Dire's
mean, it
top
is
tower is under
Sange and
attack.
Kaya. It just looks really good on this hero.
Radiant's
This hero
bottom
uses it
tower
really
is under
well,
attack.
and it's just bulldozing people in the fights.
Radiant's
Way too
structures
survivable
are
too early.
fortified.
The Shiva's
Dire's
nerf didn't
top
hurt her
tower
too
is
much
under
because she's
attack.
happy to get it later. She doesn't need to
Radiant's
rush
bottom
it.
tower is under attack.
Man,
Strong.
RTZ is really far behind.
Yeah, he's broke.
Toss back into the full team here. Supernova, everything they have. They say, we haven't gotten a kill in a while. Let's make sure that this one is clean. No response potentially. No, Saberlight's is going to be found in this little tree area. Had the dust for him. So
With the
even
XO.
in that, they get a 1-for-1 trade-off.
Yeah, not the worst. That was some serious burst damage. God damn. Hags Lena putting in some work.
I mean, I think that Saberlight, especially now that he has his Yules, you just gotta. I don't think you could farm anymore. I think you just gotta be running around near Yopaj at all times.
I just don't think they're outscaling with the way this game is going. I don't think it's close. Like, this is the kind of game that Ursa is just gonna run you over. You don't have enough damage threats
Radiant's
to
bottom
dissuade him
tower
in the
has
fight.
fallen.
Certainly not with RTZ continuing to be low on net worth and is going to die again here because Gunnar has vision of him. Has him on the X. Can pull him back into a torrent, into a tidal wave. Misses the tidal wave. Don't think it matters with so many heroes coming in from Nouns.
A little awkward though. Yuma taking names of his own.
And Yuma Ursa is going hard here. Now he's got a BKB, man.
This game is out of control for Shopify. Just no answers in sight. Like, what are you even trying to get to at this point? It just feels like it's all in on Yopaj. Like, make something crazy happen. But this hero doesn't... Like, this hero can kill one hero, but that's kind of all he does. He doesn't just carry fights until way
Radiant's
later.
middle tower is under attack.
I don't even know if he's killing the one hero that
Is
easily.
under attack.
He has to have other heroes with him. Looking for Gunner top. Got the setup.
Yules on him into the LSA. He missed the LSA. And now he doesn't have Yules to stop himself from being pulled back into the X.
A little misplay there. Another costly mistake. As Yuma is going to gobble up your Tormentor here, I believe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You know what's going on. They're gonna try and fight around it. It's not a bad idea.
Step lively now.
I guess it was still the Aegis left on Yuma anyway, so...
Yeah, 6 seconds. Would
No,
not
look
have
at the
yielded
Healer
much.
I think he wants to try and snipe Yuma as the Aegis expires. He's not gonna get him, though.
I got the Maiden Shard. Not a bad one here.
Dire's
game is
bottom
going.
tower is under attack.
They're going to TP the other side in smoke. I like the smoke. This is a fast play to close the map off. Really high chance you find Arteezy here. And Kitrak's
Run
just going to sack
into-
himself.
Yeah.
An expensive sacrifice. Him plus his courier. Just bleeding map control. Artur has to TP out anyway. He still just isn't getting much Ancients in this game.
And it's like, is the BKB gonna change anything for this Luna? Because the way that Yuma is farming, your physical damage is online already.
Oh, that Atos! You got him!
Caught him right on the edge of being able to get up the cliff, and now, oh, he ults too late. A fast pullback from Gunner.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You leak out of this
Inches.
Atos,
Radiant's
but
middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
this thing has worked out, man.
It
I
has.
don't know. Copy just he had his number in this matchup. It's kind of cool to see, like some really specific tech in a very niche matchup that ended up working.
Structures are fortified.
Gave him the extra HP to survive the magical burst early, and then just gave him some extra gap close.
Radiant's
Got the
middle
solo
tower
kill on
is
lane.
under attack.
Completely turned this matchup against a very high skill mid player. And Yopaj just caught off guard. Made all the difference in this game 3. And now you're going high ground at 25 with it. Arcane Rune Exo, so it's not costing you too much.
Dire's top tower is
Nope,
under
they do
attack.
some little bit of damage here. Back off as the Exo is expiring, needing the heal. And just back to controlling the map until another Roshan, and then maybe that second
Dire are
Aegis
scanning.
gives them the wiggle room to hit high ground again. Smoke across. Gonna run into the Death Prophet. Got BKB out of copy. Rod of Atos with the Torrent Storm going out. Actually, beautiful start there with the Torrent hitting Kitrak and Arteezy. Pulled it back in with the Tidal Wave as well. Trying to keep them in place long enough for some of these other cores to get here. Avalanche over the top. Now the Ursa shows up. Goes straight to work onto the Luna. They kite it around Shopify long enough for the reinforcements to show up, and once they do, the fight is over for Shopify. Call down's not going to catch up to Arteezy. He is out of there, but Shopify don't get the win that they were looking for. Might still get the Phoenix. Yeah, they'll deal with that egg, no problem.
Bottom
Damn.
tower is under attack.
Yuma way too strong. And this is why I would have opted to shut the Ursa down on lane over the DP. Because I think he was like he's the core of the game plan.
Radiant's middle tower
Everything
is
fights
under
around him going in, being this massive threat versus the enemy carry. And now there's just nothing to address it. And you're in big
Got
trouble.
the buyback out of Saberlight for free there with that little X blink in play.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Very efficient. You see him on the ward. Gets ult off, but Yule's...
Oh, toss back into the Eclipse. Also right on top of Arteezy. Is he just going to kill Arteezy? The Clever Cape, where's the vision? Okay, they get it off of some of the AoE damage,
my
and they win the
God.
fight pretty easily, no problem. They do lose the Ursa, but it looks like Yopaj is going to die for it, so Nouns,
Radiant's
clean
middle tower
house.
is under attack.
Yeah, this game is toasted. Absolutely toasted and roasted. There's just no chance in these fights. You don't have the sustained damage to take them. If you're Luna's top network, maybe. Arteezy had nowhere near the same trajectory. The tier 1 towers just went down way too fast.
Is under attack.
Nouns played way too fast and objective-based early game. Took the space away, and
Radiant's middle
Just never
tower
caught up
is
in the
falling.
fights.
Radiant's
Got
middle
outplayed
barracks
everywhere
are
in this
under
game
attack.
3. You thought they were going to crumble, Austin. You said they haven't lost a map this event, Shopify Rebellion. They look unstoppable. There is no way Nouns are going to beat them in a game 3 down 2-0. And look what they've done here.
Didn't say any of that. Nice tidal wave save, though. Pulls in Gunner with the Sunray, killing himself on plate. Well, careful, Kidrak. Oh, shit, he's going to come back down. Torrent, no torrents, no damage. He's good.
I mean, he almost died to that torrent. You got to remember, it still damages you even if you don't get hit by it. It's going off.
Radiant are
That was very close. But honestly, you're still trying to catch a maiden. He's still getting glimmer caped.
Hit him with the crystal clone. Poppy's here. Poppy is invis, no exorcism just yet, but hey, honestly, don't need it. Not with Yuma is here. Yuma pops his BKB, deals with the supernova, no problem. Now running down the rest. Yopaj in his flight sits up to the high ground, trying to hit an LSA, trying to kill Gunner. Bouncing Glaives doing some healthy amount of work, but there's still Glimmer Capes, and that's a problem. If these heroes do not die immediately, then RTZ runs out of steam. Nirsa starts going to work. Even Yopaj can't even finish off this gyrocopter, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Monster kill streak. 8-0 and 15. Death Prophet, who is supposedly counterpicked. For what, Austin? You said that this game 3 was going to be an unstoppable way for Shopify. You said
okay, by that
this
logic,
Lena
I
pick-
also said Nouns was going to reverse sweep Shopify.
this Lena
and get
pick, you
revenge.
said unbeatable. There's no way to defeat it. But look at what we have here, Austin. Look at what we have here. An old North American barn burner of a series. That's what we've got.
Yeah, we're definitely going to a game 4 at least. This rate anyway. All they have to do is back up, take Roshan, which is free.
Well, let me tell you something about North American Grand Finals there, boy.
Okay.
If there's one thing I've come to expect from a North American Grand Finals, it is not a swift 3-0. It is 5 extremely one-sided games. That is what I have come to expect. And that's what we're going to get today. I fully expect we are now going to get 5 extremely one-sided games. With maybe a chaotic game 5. In fact, the last time we casted these two teams, we had that insane game 5 that was like...
Yeah, where they dove the fountain.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest games I've seen. So we could be in for a treat here today. Nouns can close out this game 3, but it's looking mighty over.
Got almost Octarine Yuma. So you got the Perma and Rage coming up here pretty quickly.
Dire's top tower
Oh, he's
is under
got it.
attack.
They're gonna need
Missing the
some,
shard though.
some big tossbacks from
It's actually
safe
kind of
play.
awkward. He has Octarine without the shard. It's like
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that
He
good.
just
but-
jumps right in there. He is down to party. Shopify holding on the high ground. We'll find a little bit of an opening here. Jarcopter down to half health. Luna's
is he
almost dead to the Torrent Storm, man. He's asked to pop BKB. Yuma sees the opportunity and runs him down. He just gets clipped by like random spells and straight up dies to it.
Yep, he just got torrented. He just got torrented.
Just to be clear,
Took 1600 damage from Kunkka before he BKB'd and he's dead.
literally.
There goes your carry.
Radiant's middle barracks are
I
under
think
attack.
Kunkka is so goddamn good. It's like a fairly strong laner, a great team fighter,
Tower is under attack.
and it doesn't seem to lack in damage if you can make it from this hump of like getting Aghanim Scepter and getting to the next round of items.
Are under attack.
And levels, I suppose, because the talents are pretty important for that as well. Tidal
Yeah, let's
wave to
go.
make sure he can't fly away to the trees.
I mean, it's Wolf's first pick Kunkka. They upped the priority on it. I could see this hero gaining more traction in this patch because if some of the other offlaners get nerfed a bit, then he just becomes even better. He's still a flex hero. still gives you pretty decent early game team fight and all that. Four dead again here. And that is GG.
GG gives the NPC Dota good guys high five.
A good guy high five for him on his way out of this game, but that is where he's going out of this game and onto a game 4 Nouns victory as they strike back just when you thought it was over, Austin. Just when you thought it was going to be not a single map dropped by Shopify Rebellion. You have learned nothing in all these years casting North American Dota. You have learned absolutely nothing. 9-0 and 19 for this Death Prophet. What a game from Copy. Solo kills Yopaj in a bad matchup. TP's bottom kills RTZ with the backside of that Exo. 3 tier 1s dead before the 15-minute mark. Rod of Atos. What more could you ask for?
I mean, great debut performance by Copy, right? I mean, you can go through these qualifiers and look good, but until you match up against Shopify Rebellion, I feel like you haven't really tested your new player yet. And in those first 2 games, nothing really stood out to me. This one, obviously, he carried the hell out of it and gave Nouns a much needed dub and the potential to be able to come back in this series. But either way, even if they end up walking away, losing to Shopify here, I think it says, there's some serious promise here. So,
and more importantly, Tiny is 0-3 in this series, Austin. Coincidence or not?
I think not. All right. We're going to see if Tiny shows his face in game 4. We're going to take a break, come back. Game 4, the grand finals for the North American qualifier for DreamLeague coming up. Welcome back, everybody. It is game 4 of Nouns versus Shopify. That's right. Nouns managed to take the third game and push it to a 2-1 series in this best of 5. Still one game away from losing the series, but the start, a show of promise for the second tier NA team looking to upset the first tier of a Shopify Rebellion.
Which is what I think people want to see. I don't think anybody wants to see a 3-0 in any grand final, no matter who's playing. Actually, there were probably a lot of people that wanted to see Gaming Gladiators get 3-0, but that's a different story. They got a lot of haters, a lot of fans, a lot of haters. But I think most people just want to see more games in Dota, more good old-fashioned North American Dota. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. Well, you're here because you're getting paid, but I'm here because I got that heart in me that likes to see these boys duke it out. That's what we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Game 4. What is
Did
the
you
hero
see,
fire gonna look like?
You see Copy's. So Copy's pub name is Hungarian reincarnation of
That's right.
RTZ. So that's very nice. But did you see his picture in game? It's the fly and no tail handshake after they got knocked down by OG at TI8. So it's that that handshake. And on the back of Fly's jersey, it says Copy, and on the front of No Tail's jersey, it says low skill, and a picture of, I assume, low skill. So he already made it through that matchup, I guess, and now he's here in the finals to match up against his I don't know, idol, I guess. Arteezy is my idol.
I mean, what's the difference? Idol, arch enemy, the vindictive nemesis, they're all the same thing when you think about it. It's just some guy you focus a lot on. You could be in love with. We don't know. We'll never know.
I was gonna say, like, lover. Yeah, they're all kind of the same. Just a person you look at a lot. Sure.
Oh, look at this all chat in the lobby. Getting a little spicy in here. Big Lelis said go. Arteezy said relax, brother. To which Lelis responded, I am relaxed. That is some spicy drama right there, I'm telling you. That's
true.
Relaxed.
There's a lot of unsaid in that. There's a lot of
I can feel the
things
tension.
that you can read between the
I
lines.
can feel the tension. Look, I know Les Lau. I know this man very well.
I mean, you did the biggest disservice when you said Layla said go. He didn't say go. He said go. All caps.
No, Lelis doesn't yell. Lelis doesn't yell. He just talks slightly louder. Okay. But I can tell you that this man, when he sees Artor at the next LAN, somebody's getting the business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna put out the details there because I don't want to be involved in any drama. But somebody is getting the business. That's all I know. Relax. No, now is not the time to be relaxed. Now is the time to unrelax and get the job done, which is what they're trying to do here with a reverse sweep.
Yeah. Do
But you gotta get through
lean
game
forward.
4. You gotta get through game 4 over Shopify. We've been very dominant. Little slip up in the draft cost them a bit, but so far they've been pretty dominant. And the big question here is
the slip up. Thy name is tiny.
Yeah, don't play this hero in an online match, dude. I'm telling you, like, it's not gonna work out for you. So we'll see if the Kunkka gets upped in priority. I doubt Nouns are giving the Centaur because they tried to beat that and it did not go well.
PI finals, tiny, great hero.
Oh yeah, you first pick it every time.
North American qualifier, bad hero.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you want to ban? I feel like Kunkka, DP are the two heroes that Nouns won. But they have to think about what Shopify is going to take and trade for that. Now, they could trade Centaur DP if they think that's an okay trade. I don't really know how good that is for either hero, to be honest, but it would be an interesting trade. They're going to ban Centaur and the Kunkka. So, to me, this leaves the Death Prophet as like the big standout in this inter-series meta, which is what matters. You don't care about the general meta anymore. You care about the meta of this series. That's all that matters. And I feel like Death Prophet has risen for me. And what else is there? I mean, they're still tiny. If you really, if you're really feeling like, okay, gambler's fallacy, guys, there's no way it's losing 4 times in a row. There's just no way. You can pick it up. Tempt fate.
They banned the copy sniper in game 2. It is available if Nouns want to go on to something that was really good in their last series. They see an opportunity for it.
Rubik. I don't know about you, but
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like this is what I didn't want Nouns to do in that game 3. Remember what I said about Nouns game 3, first pick, don't pick some weak ass random support because it's not going to get the job done. They picked the Kunkka, they manned up, and I think it worked. This to me is a sign of weakness. It tells me like you don't know what is good in the meta. You don't know what you want to pick. And now you're given an opening. And if I'm Nouns, I don't know what I'm taking, but I'm thinking about Death Prophet. It's not even good in the Rubik, but I don't care, man. I'm like, the work that hero's been doing in the series. If nobody's willing to pick Beastmaster Lycan and Shadow Demon's getting first phase banned every game, then what am I really worried about? Like, this guy's gonna play like Drow Ranger or something? I don't think so,
Shopify Rebellion.
Mars, Doom.
Boom.
Oh, okay.
Boom. Drop the dynamite right here. We're going to a game 5. I'm calling it right now. I'm going to a game 5. It's already over. It's already over.
It's already over.
How do you recover from here? Like,
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you recover by the fact that you somehow have Rubik versus
5
Death
seconds
Prophet
remaining.
when you first picked the Rubik. So
whatever, man.
I don't think Shopify's too happy, sad with their first pick right now.
Let me tell. Rubik is.
If anything, this just means that Shopify read Nouns' soul
Rebellion's
and
turn
said,
to
"You
ban."
only got one hero, and that's
Yeah.
Death Prophet. Watch,
and they
we're
gave
gonna
it to
pick
him.
Rubik, and we know you're gonna
they
pick that
gave it
Death
to him.
Prophet. It's already countered."
Look, you right now are
10
the devil, and the devil went down to George Austin. Like, you went up against Johnny in the South, and you gave him his fiddle. And you said, he's not gonna beat me because I'm the devil. Well, guess what? Johnny took you down to Georgia and he beat your ass. And he's about to beat your ass again with the same goddamn fiddle. And that's what you've done. What did this Rubik do in the game 2 against the Death Prophet? He had Siphon steal every fight. And he siphoned him back in the DP with his stupid Kai Assange, Veil whatever shroud with 60% magic resist, took no damage. That's what happened. I was watching those fights. Didn't do anything. I was hyping it up because I thought it was going to be good. Didn't do anything. Telling you, it was just a giant debate. Now, there are some counters they could pull out here versus DP. I think
Okay, like
one of
what?
them was Terrorblade, but that got first phase banned. Another one, Shadow Demon, that also got first phase banned. So now I'm thinking,
5 seconds
again, the
remaining.
Beast Lycan. If I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm thinking about Beast Lycan. Because the Zoo dumpsters this hero. It still has to be good against it.
Wait,
Now,
don't
Shopify
think-
turn to
banned
pick.
Sniper? Now?
Yeah, they're afraid of the copy Sniper.
And then what? Death Prophet offlane for Gunner?
I mean, they'll play at 5, they'll put it anywhere. It's the strength of this hero, man. Total flex hero.
All right.
You need some range single target burst. I mean, there is the Luna again. There is the Shadow Fiend,
5 seconds
which you're gonna laugh
remaining.
at. But Arteezy played Shadow Fiend in that upper bracket final.
Shopify
Busted
Rebellion.
out. There's Pudge, which he also played. It's an anti-heal hero.
Okay. Well, let's start with the Crystal Maiden. Nice little mana buff up for the Death Prophet. Seeing a lot
10
more
seconds
mana
remaining.
batteries. A lot of Crystal Maidens, but we've seen some Coddles and some
5
Pugnas.
seconds remaining.
Oh, you know what would be interesting? Here's a patch throwback for you, Austin.
Shopify
Boy.
Rebellion.
What about some-
Turn to pick.
All right, I was whatever, man. Never mind.
No, I wanted to hear your theory. I
I
wanted
was
to hear
gonna
your
say-
theory crafting.
Bust out the Doombringer versus the DP.
Yeah, versus the
but
anti-heal
nobody's willing to do it.
technology.
So I think they're Mars because I think they want this
10
Phoenix again.
seconds
I think
remaining.
Phoenix is a very good hero versus the DP. And I think the
Yeah.
one offlaner you're going to get
5
here to enable
seconds
Phoenix
remaining.
Rubik is Mars.
Now
Like, I don't think you can
it's
pick
turn
Phoenix here
to
without
pick.
picking Mars. They want Snap instead. Okay, so similar idea.
Similar
You
idea.
can't play the this double range damage dealer supports without a setup guy. They ran into that last game. Like, they have this Lina. He's not setting up these supports, so they felt really bad. Mars will guarantee do that. Classic Snapfire Mars combo.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess they didn't want to... They didn't feel confident enough about what the Phoenix did for them in that last
5
game.
seconds remaining.
In terms of the tempo. So Snap is definitely faster, stronger on the lane, more sturdy in the fight, more stuns,
Nouns turn
significant
to
burst damage.
Man stands ground.
There's a blast from the past. Your old pal Sven. Look at him go. He's back
I
for
wouldn't.
more.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if Shopify went back to the Lina, by the way. Try that one again against the Death Prophet. Now that they have an offlaner
10
that
seconds remaining.
will set things up a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
5
better looking
seconds
Lina game than the
remaining.
last one, for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they need it. Let's see what they do. Oh, the Doom got banned. Okay, I'm just losing my mind.
Oh yeah, you're blind.
I just assumed that hero wasn't banned because it's just never been banned. But they actually thought about it and banned it. That was a heads up ban, actually. I think they would have taken. Very nice. Very nice. I respect that.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
Oh,
Back to the Bat Rider, who got a
Shopify
little bit
Rebellion's
of a nerf. An
turn.
instant pick Faceless Void. I mean, if they were already thinking about Faceless Void versus this Fen matchup, would you say is one of the matchups that's acceptable? And the
Yeah,
enemy
that was a-
team
that was a
picks
good
Bat
Void
Rider. That just makes it all the better for you.
that was a good Void pick. That was a really good Void
10
pick.
seconds
It's
remaining.
pretty damn good here. You have Snap to throw into it. They knew that was coming. Bulba read him like a book. I mean, I'm reversing my. This game's over. Shopify just 3-1 in it right here. Nothing you can do. You tried. You tried your best.
You can't back down on your bet with the
10
devil there,
seconds
son.
remaining.
All right, what can you do to answer this Void? You can play DP
5
off lane.
seconds
That lane is actually kind of free for Death Prophet. And
Okay.
you bully him pretty hard. You have
Nouns turn
Siphon,
to
Silence,
ban.
Exo, push him out of lane, take his tower. Like, it's actually a pretty good matchup for DP. So that's what I would lean towards
Get,
here
like,
because
puck mid
you
or
have to show
something.
the mid. Yeah, you have to show the mid here for Yopaj, and then you get to counterpick him. And I think that's your best chance to really ramp up the speed so this Void can't come online. Because if this
10
goes late
seconds
game,
remaining.
you're not winning it. So unless you have a hero
5
that just deals with the
seconds remaining.
Chronosphere, like Outworld Devour or something, but like, I don't know if you're playing that here. And your pick's gonna get limited. So they're gonna ban the lane dominators, the blind lane dominators. Lina, maybe Queen of Pain would be my other ban here. Zeus consideration. I think you're looking at the ranged mid damage dealers that are hard to counterpick in lane that can throw damage in the chrono. Shopify are probably taking one of those.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to
Invoker?
ban.
Yeah, that's another one. That's a fine ban too. Vessel, Hero, annoying for Death Prophet and Sven. Damage in the chrono. And there's a lot of good ones. I think Queen and Zeus are still
Yeah.
interesting.
I think that's the problem with this setup, is that you cannot ban. I feel like it's acceptable to
10
take any of them.
seconds remaining.
Lina, Invoker, Quap, Zeus. I feel like any of those are fine. There's probably
5 seconds
more even.
remaining.
So feels like the bans are in some ways a little useless. It's like they're gonna get something they're probably happy with. So in which case, what does Shopify want that is left, and what do they need to ban to protect it a little bit more? Because they are going to get counterpicked, most likely.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those two between Queen and Zeus. You either ban a mid gap closer like Storm or something, or you ban an offlane hero that would cause the Void issues, which would be like the Beastmaster or I don't even know, man. What is even left? Night Stalker, I guess we've seen.
Don't like that. No.
Not
No,
very
thank
obvious
you.
to me.
There was, just to bring it up, there was the Bat Rider nerf, mostly a nerf, where they changed the
Shopify
duration
Rebellion's
on
turn
Flame
to
Break,
pick.
so it doesn't do as much. It doesn't do as many ticks. It does its damage faster on the earlier levels, but it also means you take less advantage of sticky napalm. So in a lot of situations, that means it's a nerf.
Yeah. Hero definitely got his early laning stage in there.
Nouns. Turn.
T-Ban
Wind
for
Ranger at your
Wind
service.
Ranger. Okay. I don't think it has as much synergy with the Chrono going in, but a hero they're probably a lot more comfortable with than the Queen of the Zeus. A lot more stable. And, I mean, it's still a fine Wind Ranger game here. He's pretty
I
invincible
can't
with BKB.
imagine
10
he's
seconds
going to do the same build as last time. Because one, he doesn't have a Luna, and two, you're up against
5
Sven.
seconds remaining.
Right?
Yeah, I think you
feel
want a
like you want
Maelstrom
that
build.
mix. Yeah, you want that magic damage, right?
I mean, can you counterpick this Wind Ranger with anything? Anything spicy? Huskar this guy or some shit? I don't know. That lane is playable for Wind Ranger. It's like Leshrac with Yules, but... I don't know how tempting that is.
Wop. Tinker.
Is it Tinker time?
Tinker time.
Time to bring it
Wrap
back.
up.
2 seconds left. Boom! Goes
Oh,
the Night
no.
Stalker. I told you, dude. I told you. People see Void, they just have the Night Stalker.
No.
They just have to. It's like, you don't have a choice, man. You don't have a choice.
Oh, they do have a choice.
No, they didn't have a choice, man. It's like, what else are you gonna do, you know? What else are you gonna do?
They just played against a Night Stalker.
I
They
think
saw
this never
how
works out.
useless it was for Apex Genesis. Why do they think they can turn it around?
I feel like this never works out. I feel like every time we see this NS against Void pick, it never works out. The only player I saw make it look good in like the last year was Collapse. Collapse had a game where he played Night Stalker against the Void, and he just bullied the hell out of him all game. He got mega fat. Outside of that, I just don't see people pull it off. Like, I think it has its merits, but it's hard to execute. It's really hard to execute because the lane's kind of weak, so you're giving like a okayish early start to the Void, and then you're not even guaranteed to bully him out during the nighttime if the enemies can bring counterplay to that lane. Like, teams are happy to fight behind the Void in that lane, the way the map gets played and the pace is set. I go back to some of those games where, who was it? The way they played around Ame on Extreme Gaming.
Okay. Yeah.
Like when Ame plays Faceless Void at DreamLeague, they brought heroes to that guy's lane so many times. Like, they bring supports, they bring XXS as a core rotating there to make sure the Void is a good game. You can do that in this game at Shopify versus Night Stalker, and you're going to be mega happy because you're giving your Void a game, you're shutting down this NS, and this hero does not recover. It's the biggest downside of this hero. If he gets messed up, he can't recover. So, Nouns need to preemptively think about this and make sure that Gundaddy does not get left in the cold. They've been leaving him out in the cold the whole series, too. That's why I'm a bit concerned. You can't throw this hero on an island and just expect him to make gold out of sand, man. It don't work like that.
Well, the smoke is already broken. So, probably not going to be seeing anything happening here First Blood-wise. Kid Track gets a nice aggressive ward down.
They have good night vision. Night Stalker should scout a decent
30
amount.
seconds to battle.
Make sure they don't lose some early rune trade. I mean, this looks like a good Faceless Void game, though, dude. If he gets items, like, I don't know. It's looking tough.
I guess my biggest concern is if Wind Ranger isn't ahead, are they going to have the burst damage to stop the Death Prophet? Because Copy
That's
had
true.
The battle
fantastic
begins.
performance in that last game. They don't have the most straightforward damage to pump into Chronosphere. It's mostly just Mortimer Kisses, maybe some Wind Ranger damage.
That's true, man. I do believe in the Death Prophet. I do believe in the Death Prophet.
Yeah, Coffee gets off BKB before the Chronosphere hits him. Then, like, he's probably not going to be taking a whole lot of damage until very late into the game.
Yeah, very good, like, Kaya-san Shiva's Eternal Shroud type game. If he wants any of this, like, very good. Halberd's good. Yules is good if he wants to go with the Yules build instead of the Atos versus the Wind Ranger. See how good of a game he gets. See how good Nouns can play his lane phase. Really important for what they want to do. They don't want this game to just get even and dragged out, and you're stuck late game versus Faceless Void with no save against Chrono. That is spooky.
All right, so the first our matchups here. Bottom lane, we got the Sven Crystal Maiden against Mars Snapfire, which is gonna be a bit of a brawl of a lane. As you can already see, Saberlight is in some serious trouble. Is he gonna be able to run him down here? Not quite, but it's not really necessary to get the kill.
He actually had him. He just didn't think he was gonna run back. Saberlight ran back. I think he had another Nova. Would have been first blood. I mean, it's not the worst here because you're gonna zone the guy anyway, but
yeah, exactly. And still might still be able to get the kill. Not quite. Neolicor puts damage on to Fly, but Yuma's very happy with the game state right now. The other side lane is going to be a much slower one. Bat Rider, Night Stalker against Faceless Void Rubik, which I can't imagine too much is going to be happening until nighttime actually falls.
I mean, this lane is honestly stronger for Nouns. I think Rubik's just doing nothing on this lane.
Yeah.
They don't care about the Fade Bolt trade. They have all-in potential at 3. Didn't get that big camp block either with the lift attempt. This should be a free farm lane for Gunner.
Yeah, and there's the fact that you do damage with Crippling Fear during daytime, right, Avery?
Oh, yeah, he's burning him. He got him.
Got him.
God damn. I mean, this is what you want. Night Stalker lane getting some extra XP off kills. Super happy, because when that nighttime hits, you're going to be able to push it in, and they get the big camp pull on top of it. Again, you don't care too much about equilibrium on this lane. You just want as much experience as possible. And they're getting it.
Might even get a little extra off the hard camp here. So that just kind of leaves. So top lane is being won and likely to be continue to be won by Nouns. Bottom lane is going to be a back and forth. We'll see where it ends up at the end. Mid matchup of Death Prophet versus Wind Ranger. How do you think this is supposed to go? Because right now, Copy's doing very well.
I don't think this is that bad for DP. It's not nearly as bad as the Lena one, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, Wind Ranger does not have the ability to just infinitely trade with you as well. Can't push the lane as hard to force weird water rune situations. I think Wind Ranger survives, but I think Death Prophet also just farms.
Radiant's
Pushes
turret
lane with
has
Crypt
been
Swarms, gets runes. Like, this is not a matchup DP cares nearly as much about lane-wise, but the game can obviously be pretty bad. Spearback action, but Warcry will walk it off.
Gunner's got a lot of regen to work with. He's got a Healing Lotus, 9 stick charges, 2 tangos. So he's gonna have a ton of mana once this this nighttime creeps in. They might really be able to start destroying this lane. Bat Rider makes for the play for the water rune. Nice pushback, keeps Yopaj off of grabbing it. So Copy's gonna have the regen advantage in mid.
And he's winning the CS battle pretty nicely here, almost half a level ahead. Once more, just executing well versus Yopaj. These aren't some like guaranteed lane wins. Like this one, I think probably favorable, but it's making it work. Opening up a little bit of a lead and pushing towards fast level 6, which again he had really good Exos game 1. If you can get any sort of impact like he had there.
On the Snapfire, the Warcry, extra movement speed, catch up, and caught him on the Frostbite. Finally get a kill in this bottom lane, which has been back and forth attempts to kill each other, and a lot of regen being blown both ways, but finally a little bit of crack there in the armor.
Yopaj forced the base off the water runes. Copy drags the wave around, rushes his into the tower, denies range creep here.
Super well played.
Yeah, mega efficient here. Yopaj just loses 3 creeps entirely. He's going to be an entire level behind almost. He's just playing well. Something woke up in game 3. I'm telling you, this DP hero, man, he was feeling it. Another reason they shouldn't have given it.
I mean, they're just going to keep rotating for him, too. Night Stalker can be solo, especially now that it's nighttime. They won that matchup. He's going to go for a TP fast play onto mid. They're going to go for a kill on Yopaj while he doesn't have TP. bump him back with the flame break back into the slows. Can they get him though? Body blocking, he's dead. Turns
That's
around,
a
throws out the
super
power
value
shot,
kill.
his last bit of damage, but now the support rotations of Shopify have come too late, and they're just right in the mix of an exorcism from Copy. Yeah, immediate tip from Yuma to Copy. They have done a seriously big play on that rotation that sets them up for pretty big gold lead now.
Dire's structures
That's such a
are
nice TP
fortified.
from Gunner, honestly. Like, the way that Nouns set that up was just perfect. You get the hero with the stun behind on the bat. The flame break bounces enough to disable Wind Ranger, basically. Guaranteed exo damage. You bring the Night Stalker and just run anybody else who comes over. He just speeds back top. Doesn't cost Gunner much of anything. Like, you
And
either
it
wanted to
kills
bring the DP to
Yopaj's
him.
game.
Yeah, and Yopaj has to walk out from base now. That's a way smoother play to make than trying to bring this DP top and just leaving Yopaj mid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Way more efficient, way higher impact. And now if you really want to go top, you can here. Copy's thinking about it with an invis, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
there is that sentry on the small camp. Could detect him. So it's another sentry here as well, actually.
It doesn't matter if he's seen telekinesis, breaks the spirit siphon, but if Lilith can get in front of him, yeah, it just beautiful body blocking once again.
I would have taken that kill, but he's
Radiant's
a
middle
humbler
tower
man than
is
I
under
am.
attack.
Smarter man as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Shopify, Theolacor, and
Radiant's middle
Saberlight
tower
both a
is
little bit
under
low in
attack.
this lane, but so is Yuma. And Arteezy chooses to make the rotation through the gate, just not able to stay in lane against a farmed Night Stalker anymore. So he's got to give up the lane, but if you can't kill anything and you can't take the tower, the lane isn't really open for you to occupy.
Weird map state for Shopify's. Ennis is getting the job done, honestly. Fly's having troubles on this D-Ward, man.
Well, I mean, if that's how RTZ wants to spend his time
This'll come in handy.
killing sentries, I don't think Fly's too upset about it.
I mean, that's a CS.
Technically, true. Who's got it? Rodovatos just picked it up. And is going to try and use it. Saberlight makes the rotation, though, with an arena, and the Focus Fire looks like Copy is going to die here. Focus Fire just too much damage for the Death Prophet. Cookie lands on a fly, looking for more now. Gunner's going to show up, though, punishes Saberlight for daring to go for another kill. And with the darkness, has plenty of vision. Do they want to try and dive for more? Looks like not.
Atos reveal not as strong as last game. Shopify bring the numbers this time. Oh no, bottom.
Yeah, because
Lots of
Yopaj,
bashes.
he came over. Time walks forward for it. He's killing himself in the process, but I guess he got him.
Yeah, he got him. I guess that's worth it for him. I don't know. Pretty nice XP boost for Copy,
Dire's
either way.
bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
He is very far ahead. He's 1,000 up on Arteezy, who is the highest on Shopify right now. So net worth wise, he is streets ahead.
I mean, they had the ganks going into him. This is a hero you can easily play around. Just makes it very straightforward. He's gonna get another
Rodovatos
Atos.
kill. Flame break misses, but it's not needed. Focus Fire, Yopaj is going to run down. No, he's not. Lilith goes back up the cliff, and Yopaj can't afford to stick around as Rodovatos is coming up. He might be dead here. Caught in the Frostbite. The Spirit Siphon going to be enough. Crypt Swarm, max damage. He gets the kill on the Bat Rider, though. Lilith sticks around a little bit too close there. Saberlight a bit too late to get the punish. Now, he gets him inside of the arena. RTZ doesn't have Chronosphere. Can just the right clicks of these two bring down the Death Prop? Against the Spirit Siphon, it's going to make it a little bit harder, but the Theolacor makes it a little bit easier if they needed to land the Spear, though. Now the Spear is gone. He TP's away right in front of him. The damage is there, though.
Didn't Fairy Fire before the TP.
Yeah.
Cost him everything there. As Mars gets the connection. Second Death Prophet death. Shopify not letting him run this game completely over like he did in that game 3. Buying some space, buying some time, that's all they need. Just slow the DP down. get their Void online. This kills mean a lot.
I mean,
He's also
Saberlight looks
using
so
Siphons.
much more comfortable on the Mars compared to the Tiny.
Oh yeah. Look at this daytime kill. Not anymore. Now it's a nighttime kill.
And now it's a double kill. Is Kitrak, he's going to do the telekinesis back, but he can't outrun the Nightman.
The Nightman cometh indeed. His Night Stalker picks look pretty good, Austin. I don't know. You said it wasn't going to do anything. You said it was useless.
You also said we haven't seen a single Night Stalker look good outside of Collapse.
Yeah, and apparently they were all trash. Gunner's just in his own league.
Saberlight trying to catch him. Oh no! It's the nerf! He doesn't have Arena yet! He would have Arena on the previous patch, but he doesn't have it right now, so... Oh wait, the cookie! Got him in range! Got them both! Okay. Get a bash. Got a bash.
That was too many bashes.
Okay.
That was a lot of bashing. Okay.
Oh,
well,
that was a lot of bashes.
Some nice pickups there. Mars is... I mean, Saberlight's doing his best to keep this game stable.
Yeah.
What you need your Mars to do. He's all the setup. And I feel like one of the big factors is... Like, NS, this hero has trouble succeeding against lineups that can fight him during these nighttime, but I feel like the Rubik was just a liability in that sense, because it automatically gave him a free lane, and then Rubik just... It takes a while for him to get the 6, and before he has that, he doesn't do anything to prevent the NS making these moves, diving his cores. Like, now that Kitrak has 6, it might be a little different, but the damage is done, and this NS has a game. He's just rushing BKB. So if he gets there, he's going to be a beast. You have Warcry, armor to back him up. Another frontliner DP also going second item BKB. It's going to be fast BKBs for Nouns, and they're going to just try and take objectives with him. They can do it with Exo. They can go for the Roshans. They can go for the towers. They can force the fights.
It is not what this Smoke Haste Rune wanted to find.
Oh, he ulted him
Even
too.
worse if they can't even get the kill.
Awkward play for Yopaj. He's not found his footing yet.
Yopaj
the
also
blink
thinks that this build is perfectly fine. He is not going to do the mixed damage builds of Maelstrom against the Sven.
Yeah. A little slower, but is stronger defensively. Gunner running them all down, and there's that blink reveal. Looking for a core, but they will take that. A lot of map pressure. Time for the Sven. Pull ahead, which is a big factor in this game. If the Sven can get 1 or 2 items ahead of the Faceless Void, that's a decent position to be in.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's like not too bad to blow the darkness, get the kill. I mean, ultimately, you're just trying to finish BKB before the second nighttime, right? That'll be a huge window.
I mean, he's gonna have it for sure.
Scans going out.
I want to make a play with this Mars Blink during the day. Huge strength differential right now. Nouns know it. They're not gonna bite this bait of a fight.
They are good scan, made the read. They'll just give up the mid tower and farm everywhere else.
Look at Arteezy bottom. No lasso for this play, but again, they have the Atos into silence. He does not get greedy. Reads the move. Guy's good. Here you were, Austin, saying Arteezy's washed. Arteezy's never gonna dodge another smoke gank. He's not gonna see that one
the
coming.
Arena on 3, but it's not a good 3. It's they turn around and kill you inside of your own arena 3.
That's a rough one. And nighttime hits, so Gunner on the prowl. Doesn't have his BKB, gets shackled.
Nice shackle, but oh wait, the Chronosphere gives him a chance. Hits the power shot off of it.
Is it gonna cost
Time
him?
walk coming up. He's gonna get back to low ground, so the exorcism not a threat.
That is a rough death for Gunner. A big one for Shopify to pick up as It just hits nighttime. He's 100 off BKB. And you get that NS kill. This Atos doing some work, though, I must say. I don't know if it's just disrespecting it from Shopify, but it's been working out. I don't know what this Yuma play is, but it is not a play. You have no ults here, and that man does.
When you said Yuma play, I thought you were questioning Yuma. But I see you mean them trying to go on Yuma without Arena.
Yeah. And now all your ults are on cooldown, so Gunnar he's a green light here.
These shackles, there's just not an opportunity. They can't save the Rubik, and the Mars is so low from that little mid play. He's a free kill for Gunnar as well. Now he could just, yeah. He can just head over to mid if he wants to. Now Yuma gets that tower for free. BKB is coming in for Gunnar now.
Warming up a storm. Building a lead here. 8K for now. It's looking good in this game 4. BKB done for Yopaj. Okay, I mean, that is as good as it's going to get for, but because Arteezy he's behind, so he just needs to farm. It's got to be something around this Wind Ranger. Looking for the big core pickoffs, finding the team fight. They have arena kisses, which they do. They're going straight to the triangle. They do have a ward here. They see Yuma.
I mean, I don't know how they kill this guy, man.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
They wisely do not go for that kill, but they got to get something out of it. So looks like they want to go to the other side of the map. Find the Night Stalker, who again is a very difficult kill.
This is just so slow. It's so much time in the smoke. And it's not even guaranteed to work. And meanwhile, now just smoke themselves and they're looking for somebody else.
Saberlight shows up right behind them. They don't care. They're going to Yopaj. They'll have him too. He pops his BKB. They got the lasso on him. That's fine. They got a BKB charge out of him.
Yeah, both teams don't want anything with that play when it goes like that. But Nouns once more happy to trade lasso for BKB. That is mega value, and still nighttime, so they're gonna swing bottom.
Saberlight on the run.
Here.
Gunnar spotted him. Courier leading the way.
And he's got him. Doesn't want to stun, so he can't TP out.
Now that the Crystal Maiden's close enough, he can use the Void, slow him down. Frostbite stomps him again. Saberlight throws out the arena to try and get away from these heroes. He just cannot get far enough. BKB is going to be popped so he can ensure the kill on Saberlight, get the kill on Kid Shrek, and even look for more. Did he spot Yopaj there? Doesn't look like it.
Guess who died top? Artur got killed by the 1 and 2 with the Atos into the stun off the silence connection. And this tier 2 is dead top?
And you said Arteezy wasn't washed.
Top tower has fallen.
This series is crumbling for Shopify right now. I don't know if you know what we're witnessing, but this is another game 5 brewing up here between these two teams that has often gone that distance.
It would be so sweet to be able to see Nouns, who have been on the losing side, be able to get a reverse sweep and get a little payback against Shopify. Stun goes out. Yopaj, BKB activated, does hit the shackle shot, not too bad. Nouns quickly on the run here after a bit of misstep, and that's a kind of fatal misstep because they are going into daytime as well. So Shopify, they're feeling good. Daytime plus Chronosphere.
And this is a game where Shopify have comeback potential for sure. They have big team fight, they have Faceless Void, Chronosphere, Wind Ranger to pick up some of the scaling. This is not a game you can just say, hey, we're up 12K and it's over. Have to continue to take proper fights, play for the objectives around Exorcism, use your nighttime well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Stolen Stormhammer for the Rubik, by the way. That's a pretty big pickup.
looking. Oh, Justice, he time walked in. Oh,
hammer,
what
though.
a hammer. That is a hammer of justice right there. God
A
damn.
hammer of uselessness as it does nothing. And he dies instead.
Wait a minute. Oh, we got him on the end of the BKB. What
Now
a
that's
timing from
spear of
Saberlight.
Justice right there.
A penetration.
I'm burning up.
That'll be
Jeez.
Fly going down as well. Lelis does manage to nab the Wisdom Rune away from them and TP out. So they get a little extra something off of that. So what was that? A 2 for 2, but a stolen Wisdom Rune?
Yeah. Oh, some straight penetration of justice right there. Saberlight just lines him up.
Definitely good for now, right? Faceless Void dies. Yuma was farming the entire time. Gunner was farming the entire time.
Was okay, yeah. I mean, more gold going into Shopify's pocket, but yeah, you do have Sven farming, so can't be too sad about it. This is also a nighttime interval, and you didn't use Exo. So I feel like if you're killing the Void and you're not using your NS or DP big spells, then you should be content with that. Still looking for this BKB on the Void. His game has just been so slow. I mean, that is the big item for Arteezy, because then you can't DP silence him, you can't chain stun him as easily, you can't NS silence him. Changes a lot of the pick-off situation for him.
Yeah. This item also changes a hefty amount in the matchup. Sven gets an Aghanim Scepter against the Wind Ranger. So now you have Dispel.
Radiant are
Yep.
scanning.
The big one. And you're building Yules on the DP, so you're going to have 2 Dispels when all's said and done. And there was an early BKB from Yopaj, which means that timing is already going down, right? It's already to 7 seconds, going to go to 6 in the next fight. He's building Lincolns for double defense capability. But if he gets caught after that BKB, he's just done. No real bailing him out.
Yeah. I
Game has to
I don't
cool
know.
down.
I loved the build that he did in the Luna game. I just kind of feel like they were lacking some
Dire's
damage
middle
against a
tower
lot of
is
these
under attack.
beefy boys, you know?
Well, their supports make up for it, right? I mean, Rubik
That's true.
Snap are just all damage, so
Yeah, you're right.
make use of them. I don't think he's going to lack the damage. I think it's just about... like, you get the damage in together fast enough to bring down a course, you get the numbers advantage. Or does that hero get saved? Like, does he get 4-staffed out? Does the chrono not hit properly? You know, there's a glimmer cape. This type of stuff that messes with your single target burst and resets the fight. That's what you have to think about here. And that's where the chrono is really important. You can't save the chrono this game. Maybe late game Wind Waker, but we're very far from that. It's just going to be a man-up daytime Roche here. And Gunner very happy to see his team doing this.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have
Radiant's top tower is under
Aegis for almost the entirety of the next nighttime. He's got Blink, his Sven has Ag, so they have the strength and they have the catch. Like they have the way to be able to initiate and chase after these heroes. Everything is kind of coming together for Nouns to hit a very big window. This 25 to 30 minutes could crack open the game and just end it. Or if it stalls out, it could be the beginning of Shopify getting to their late game.
Yeah, that is a nice edge.
Get one out.
I mean, you know what they say, Oz.
No.
Gotta crack a couple games to get to a couple lands. The way you said that, I don't know. Maybe think of cracking eggs or something. You're gonna crack this game open.
All right. I'm casting too many games today, apparently.
Yeah. it's
Darkness, trying to use the rest of it to hunt down some more heroes. Nouns does a really good job of like Exorcism and Darkness. They get something with it, and then they immediately go to the other side of the map and try and get something else with this.
I mean, they're making the right reads, finding the quick pickoffs. I wonder if they're gonna try for Saberlight here. Wouldn't surprise me. Yuma's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he ran up that hill.
They can get just the BKB out of him, that'd still be pretty good.
Oh yeah. Once more, Shopify just restricted. And they're getting pushed into a corner here. There's no Dark Ascension. And you don't want to dive deep into some crazy Chronosphere setup. You have Aegis. Handle your ults. It is nighttime.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm feeling like this Sven with level 20 talent, 25 armor to everybody. I think that unless they hit just a Dream Chronosphere Kisses combination, I feel like any fight that happens, Nouns is just going to be able to tank through the damage thrown at them, you know?
They get BKBs off, yeah, for sure. These Radiant Orbs are seeing a lot right now. Lawless looking for the catch. He's gonna run into Saber.
Oh, got him on the Spear Arena. Didn't get him to a wall, though. That weird little tree blocked it. Still get the damage, though. And the Chronosphere into the Kisses gets the burst onto Gunner before... Well, he actually popped BKB at the end of his life, too.
Oh, yeah.
So even worse for Nouns.
That is a good pickup from Shopify. Nouns were not expecting him to be in that weird place on the map. He took advantage of it. And a very quick reaction from Saberlight. If he gets lassoed first, that's a very different story. And also the power of Chronosphere if you don't BKB at first. Like, they have a lot of magic damage to pour into these stuns. Caught Nouns off guard. More time for the Faceless Void to farm up. Austin, you may have spoken too soon, my friend.
Radiant's top tower
I wish they
is
didn't
under
split
attack.
up.
Shopify Rebellion on the up and up all of a sudden.
I mean, there is going to be this window where they have Aegis and there's no Chronosphere. So they might just jam a high ground push. They have Shield Rune on Death Prophet. There are a lot of things here going their way.
Radiant's top
There's
tower
no glyph,
is
by the
falling.
way.
Dire's
Oh.
middle tower is under attack.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, no chrono, no glyph. 75 seconds and...
We're
Oh, a
trying to
lift.
get him with the precast telekinesis from Kid Track. Stops Lilith's initiation.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Bumped him with a flame break. Put them together for the Stormhammer. Finished off the support. Got the arena back into the tier 4 with that spear. Now the arena goes out. Trying to hold these heroes in, keep the Death Prophet out, but the BKB, and he makes a run for it and gets out, but the Faceless Void is now into play. Another spear back. Yuma. His age is going to expire. He still has God Strength, and he has BKB coming back in with the lasso onto the Mars. That'll pull the Sven out of here with his BKB God Strength. They chop him down easily.
Are fortified.
Glyph comes up now after that tier 3, and I mean, that's all you're going to get here. And honestly, that could have gone a lot worse. For Nouns as they barely get out of there with all steal a Wisdom Rune. He paid the price.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will. So another kill. Some more experience for the Void. Straight into Tormentor. I mean, was that high ground good enough for your Aegis without Chronosphere? I feel like Shopify played that pretty well. Stopped the initial bat initiation. They pulled the DP super deep, so he just has to run. They get the Aegis, defend the racks. Their Faceless Void's level 19 now, almost to that big 20 talent. And they took some of the gold lead back. Only 9k now. It's up to 13 or 14. And they got a Bat Rider shard, literally worthless. Uh-oh.
The classic. The
Bad
classic.
omens. Bad omens. I mean, why do these shards have to be so extreme? You know, like, you ever think about that? Why can't it just give, like, plus 10 move speed or something? So it's at least useful for the guy.
Because Dota is a game of
Radiant
extremes.
are scanning.
That's
But this
why.
is just, like, spitting on some guy, you know?
Well, if you didn't want to get Bat Rider Shard, you shouldn't be playing support Bat Rider. What do you want?
Oh, man. It's like gifting somebody a birthday present. And, oh, it's... Look what I got you. It's clown shoes. Happy birthday, brother. You know, like...
Radiant's
clown
bottom
shoes.
tower is under attack.
It's just an insult, man. Just give him something.
Radiant structures
Like 5
are
napalm
fortified.
damage on top of, you know, so it's at least something for the support back. Whatever, that's my rant's over. They're gonna 5-man smoke. Everything's up, including Satanic for Yuma. That was his choice.
Okay. Arteezy just TP'd to the other side of the map. So
Yes, he did.
if Nouns are fast enough, they might get a really big team fight, but it looks like they're not going to get there in time. They're all going through the gate.
A little too slow. I mean, this is the problem with smoking out a base. The map's just too big. You have to pick a direction and just hope someone's there. It's hard, man. Well, they're gonna find
Look at the Sapphire. They were hoping there was more. Yeah, look at him. The Night Stalker's just barreling down the lane. He's like, there's got to be heroes behind him, right? Right?
It's the right play for sure.
Yeah.
What can
Nobody
I
home.
say?
There it is again. Pop darkness, get a kill. Don't find anything. Go to the other side of the map. While they still have the rest of this darkness, while they still feel strong, it's a long cooldown. You got to get as much as you can out of it. An instant bash doesn't pop the BKB. Oh, Gunner. Did you just get yourself killed? He's inside the Chronosphere on 3. Arteezy sets up a beautiful Chrono. A shackle shot that pulls it up. He does get lassoed, slowing down the damage, but the constant stuns, man. Yuma finally gets off his BKB, and now it's time for him to turn. Can he do this? Can he do enough damage? He needs the hammer. He needs to be able to chase after Arteezy, but he can't get him. He's away. He'll go for the Mars instead. Get that one. Yopaj still up, though. And Yopaj, he hits another shackle shot. Arteezy lurking on the side here, but Yopaj just doesn't do the damage without focus fire, and he regrets making that go. That's for sure. That was a dominating streak he just gave away.
I mean, it's still a good fight for Shopify. They get 3 in the Chrono. Arteezy gets a lot off that. The gold lead continually to get chipped away at. I mean, it's just not enough respect for where that Chrono is and where it can be. That's a level 20 Void now with Mjolnir done. Did not take his talent yet. I don't know why, but I'm sure he'll do that soon. He takes stats.
Yeah.
He took stats. Like, what?
Okay.
Am I counting this right? 12.
Okay, if
Yes.
Chronosphere comes up,
Stats.
if Chronosphere comes up and he is not level 22, that is so bad. He took stats twice over this talent, which I get it. Chronosphere's on cooldown.
So
But
the thing was, he was. Whatever. I won't go into it. I mean, there's a period there where like he got 20 in the Chrono, so you have to level that talent during the Chrono to make it better than stats. So this is like a max efficiency thing in theory. But yeah, if the Chrono comes back up and he doesn't have that talent, like that is an insane value loss. Like one of the worst value losses I think you could imagine. 80 attack speed for 2 stats. Like,
oh no.
we'll see if he gets punished, dude. At this next fight.
Yeah, he's running out of creeps to hit, man. And
He
there's a
knows it,
Roshan
too.
play that they have to play for right now. Roshan is up.
Oh my! Nouns just did this Roche. To be rewarded, it's a DD for Yuma.
Arteezy's not even playing with his team. He's just trying to get his level 22.
He got it.
All right, he got it. Level 22. You have to level the talent now.
He will not get punished. He will not get punished. As DD rune for Yuma running out. So do you man up for Roche with this? I think you do.
Yeah, amp damage, gaunt strength, you'll do it pretty quickly, right?
So the thing is, I don't think the Sven dies in Chrono if he's the only one getting Chronoed. I think you're happy. Like, he is insanely tanky. Yeah, Shopify not even close to testing this. Banner Aegis. So who takes this Aegis is a question. I don't know if it's... Okay, he's going to give it to Sven. That means you really have to use him as that frontliner. Because they weren't... He was the tankiest target they couldn't kill.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of focus on Gunner and Copy in terms of bringing the damage dealers down and this Sven kiting him out. Which isn't super straightforward, but...
If they just had a better mid laner for Aegis, then I think it would go for him. It's
Whoa,
just Death
Artur?
Prophet sucks at it, right? Shadow Blade.
Solo
Finds
attack.
Gunner.
Yeah.
He will burst him very easily. A little bit of power shot help, not even necessary.
Shadow Blade pick up.
And
Pretty
they
interesting
take
that-
Yuma's courier down.
The lead
That was
just
his
continues.
Daedalus.
We're down to 6k. Like, Nouns keep taking objectives in this game, and they're losing gold lead. As the Void continues to just find more and more. He's scaling. He is getting scary, and the Night Stalker is just falling off a cliff. As can happen to this hero.
That's a classic Night Stalker right there.
It really is. I mean, that's why
I
they
love
call
this
him.
hero. Yeah.
That's why I call him Night Stalker Day Walker, because after nighttime's over and you fall off that cliff and break your legs, that's all you can do. Is walk and crawl around the map and be useless.
That was almost as bad as the other one.
Radiant's top tower is under
Whatever,
attack.
man. You're not offering shit, so I gotta
mean,
try
you
and do
fall
something.
off the cliff, you break your legs, you can't walk anymore, so the,
Yeah, so
the
he's-
punt doesn't
no.
even work.
Dude, he goes to physical therapy to learn how to walk it. That's the whole point of the joke. It takes forever for him to come back because it's not like you just can't ever walk again. You think every guy who breaks his legs just never walks again? Like that's what's happening in your mind. Like he's just done. He has to sit down for the rest of his life. No. There's ways back, Austin, which was the entire point of that joke that you... Okay, I'm done with this conversation. They're pushing high ground. Almost level 25 for this Sven. He has Aegis for 3 minutes. BKB is backpacked.
He doesn't have his Daedalus, sadly.
Arteezy is taking the mid wave. He's gonna flank him here. They saw him on that wave.
Yeah.
This is
They're
very
not going to
weird.
get surprised. They have a ward sentry set up. They're actually doing a healthy amount of chip damage to Yuma right now. Got him down to about half. Oh,
Yeah,
lasso.
they find the lasso.
Got the pullback onto a Rubik. That's what they wanted out of that. God Strength is going to be used by Yuma here.
It's very weird.
Doesn't get anything extra, so they blow a lot for that. It's BKB, God Strength. They're probably going to have to wait this out. And
Arteezy
all of
never-
this...
Scanning.
Yeah, Arteezy was just like, nope, not coming. You guys can defend by yourselves.
I mean, he wants to stay on this side of the map so he can find some guy who comes back and solo kill him again, right? Which is a cool idea. He is looking
Yeah,
forward
I
here.
mean-
I think there was a decent chance that worked, but he will not get the prize. I mean, this game feels like it's just falling out of control for Nouns. I don't know how many good fights you have left before this Void takes over. There's a Hex on Saberlight, by the way. Huge item for the Mars.
You say that, but at the same time, there is always a kill combo they have against Faceless Void, right? Lasso plus Daedalus, the level 25 Sven. You can definitely kill him in that lasso time.
Dire are scanning.
Yes, and you have NS to give vision. But that's what the Silver Edge is for. Like, are you going to see this Void to lasso? He has Ninja Gear, he has Silver Edge. He's going to go Lincolns now. He's just building to not get jumped. And if I think Arteezy thinks if he can't get jumped, he cannot lose the fight.
Yeah.
Almost level 25. Backtrack on top of that versus Sven is juicy.
This is a buffed up Shadowblade Silver Edge. The downtime is 3 seconds. That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's really hard to find people now. This item went from like a late game damage scaling item to a you're just permanently not visible. Which I kind of like. It's kind of cool.
This'll come in handy.
Daedalus finished though. 30 seconds Aegis. He has his 25 talent. Sven is hitting like a truck.
Oh, the smoke up with the vision. They see the Faceless Void. They got him. No, they didn't.
Dash!
The telekinesis are bash, and now the Bat Rider said they're stuck in the Chronosphere. Oh, it all went so wrong so quickly for Nouns. An opportunity that gets a night where Yuma,
crits!
maybe Yuma is still the hero they need. He hits the massive crit of 2,000 damage. Full heals himself. The age is going to expire here. They need to prevent him from getting back, especially with the buyback on Arteezy. Gunner
runs
goes
out.
in, trying to stop these supports, trying to stop the Illicore. Got a bash on him to stop the kisses. Running away on
Yuma
Yuma.
in trouble.
Yopaj trying to do the damage. Yuma has to
No,
turn
he's
and try
not.
to get another kill. Can he get Yopaj as well? He starts kiting back again, but now he's got another hammer. He's got another hammer, and he's thirsty once more. He gets the Illicore up next. They can't stop this flying goddamn Sven. He's Superman out here.
What good is stopping time when I am at the other end of it, says Yuma. I will meet you at the end of your Chronosphere, son. I will push you down. Monster crits from the Sven. Just like that, that lead 10k gold gone on these buybacks. Faceless Void buyback, no Chronosphere for 70. I thought that was gonna go horribly wrong after he first hit bash the bat on a blinket. Like, the RNG and the luck on that play is absurd.
Dire's top tower is under
And it
attack.
almost screwed Nouns. But Yuma is just too big, too bad, and he's coming for your soul. And now he's coming for your buildings. God Strength back up. He has not made this matchup look one-sided at all.
Dire's top barracks
No.
has fallen.
No chrono for
Dire's
40.
top barracks has
Are
fallen.
you gonna man up for the megas?
Nouns have been pretty skittish about taking some of these high ground pushes. I imagine they're not gonna go for megas here. They're just gonna have faith in what has been winning them this game so far, in Yuma's scale. Play for another Roshan, which does mean Shopify get another chance at big Chronosphere team fight.
He has MKB too. I mean, I think he just kills the Void in a hammer if he can land it.
Dire are
Like, if he gets the crit, it's just over.
Trying to get the pick off. Arteezy hoping for the bash is not getting him. Lasso pullback. Yuma is too far away to play off of this one, so he just blinks out.
No God Strength. It'll be the level 25 for Arteezy, so backtrack could also come into play.
Oh yeah, it's crits versus backtrack. That's what we're
Yes.
dealing with right now.
And apparently first hit auto attack bashes.
Alright, now they get the crystal clone.
You also have this Wind Waker now. We talked about there's not a save for Chrono in this game except Wind Waker. I mean, they got to Wind Waker on the death buff. So Copy can actually save the NS in the Chrono. If he gets Chronoed, he might not even die. It's probably close, but then you're opening up the fight for Sven at least. Arteezy continuing to look with this Silver Edge Ninja Gear combination. Really wants to start the fight on his terms, find the Sven, find the Death Prophet. It'll be a smoke wrap. Saberlight baiting it out.
Saberlight, no lasso. Oh, it was just shy of it. Now he's gonna get focus fired. Yuma still has a chance though to kill Saberlight. He backs away with his BKB bulwark. Now they lasso him on the side though. Gunner hit the back line. Went straight for the supports. Arteezy's in. Went for the Sven. Can he kill this Sven in the Chronosphere? It's
How
not
much
looking
damage
good
does he
right
have?
now. And oh, the turnaround satanic instantly. Time walks off the damage short. Now the scythe goes down from Saberlight. Still trying for this Sven. But now Copy is gonna join him. Hits the silence into Arteezy. The Silver
see him.
Edge gets him away.
We can't find Artur on that dieback. Instead, it might be Saberlight who bought for this. Arteezy
Gunner,
killing the bat?
he can catch up soon.
I mean, God Strength's out. Exo running out. So you got a buyback out of the Mars. You traded it for the bat buy. That lasso was just too short of range. Need an Aether Lens or something. But the waves are
Under those
pushing in.
centuries, Laylas. You're being hunted right now.
Artur is playing this game so aggressively.
Wait, where'd that gem come from?
Kid Tracks gem. The hell? I don't know. I was just there the whole time. Okay, he gets a gem back. I mean, that damage on this Sven is... It's not good enough. It's just flat out not good
No.
enough. He is not killing him. He needs a situation where he has teammates helping him pump the damage into the Sven during the Chrono. Which means either like a full duration kisses, but primarily... It's got to be Yopaj. Like, you need to land Focus Fire plus Chrono on this Sven to kill him. And if you don't, he's killing you.
This
is
next
what the
team
fight has
fight,
come
by the
down
way, nobody has buyback. Not right now. Maybe they can get it off of gold in the fight. Closest one is Gunner right now, 80 gold away. But Shopify
Radiant
don't
are
have buybacks
scanning.
because of
Radiant
time,
are scanning.
except for Yopaj, who doesn't have it because he needs 650 gold. But Nouns also don't have it, mostly because of gold.
They have two lanes, and they're just setting up for nighttime Roche. So I think from their point of view, the buys aren't as good for us, because it's going to be Dire Outpost,
Yeah.
and we know that Shopify have to go into us, but double damage rune.
Yeah, that damage was lacking before.
Oh,
You
is this the
double the
difference?
damage. Is it going to be enough?
If this makes a difference, and he doesn't have buy, that is a true rune of destiny right now. And
Breaks
Yuma
the smoke.
just walks
Yuma
in.
runs in, tries to get it. Turn around and actually hits the hammer. Scythe is the response. Meanwhile, Gunner dove in and instantly died, man. He got ripped apart by Yopaj on RTZ. He's going to buy back, but can he even get to his team? He is isolated from them right now. And oh, look at RTZ. He's like, I know you're coming through here. You want to get to your team. They're going to die back on Gunner.
What? They still have Chrono. And they used Exo. I mean, this is just all on Yuma. This is all on Yuma now. And he's like, I don't think we can fight this, so you got to give up Roche?
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you're giving up Roche. I think you're pushing in the lanes to try and slow down whatever Shopify does after Roche.
An aggressive jump from Gunner does not pay off, and RTZ with the heads-up play massively punishes him. This is a Roche that should have been much more difficult to get. They didn't even have to fight the Sven for this. It's an Ags. An Ags for Yopaj. That's huge in terms of survivability for him.
Oh, look at them. They go through the gate to meet Nouns, who are on the other side of things. Yuma, they don't see anything about this right now. Jump away from Lilith. But he's going to get caught in the Chronosphere. It's just about right, or not that big of a bigger deal. Shackle shot lands on Yuma. He has a shield rune. He is super tanky. RTZ can't easily do this. Yopaj backing away. The damage just looks pitiful on Yuma.
That was a hell of a shield rune, I'll tell you that much. God damn. The EHP on this man with feather evasion on top of it. Wind Waker getting into play there as well. That solo Chrono on the bat does nothing. Still looking though.
Saberlight, yeah, still looking.
He's very forced.
Finds Crystal Maiden with the kisses on it. They got the hammer onto RTZ.
Another shackle.
Goes for it. They got another shackle onto Yuma. Yuma got off the BKB with a lasso. That's going to be the first life of RTZ. Bailacor pinned back on copy from Saberlight, trying to back away, trying to get off of Yuma, but Yuma's just going to stick onto him. RTZ is dead a second time. He comes back with no BKB, just got Exorcism controlled the entire time. Saberlight, a desperate TP. It's not going to make it through. That's 2 diebacks on Shopify.
And they found Yopaj. He got nullified.
Yuma's gonna TP onto him, so Gunner, he heals up, eating the creep. He just needs to kite out Yopaj just long enough for Yuma to get here.
I mean, Yopaj knows he needs to make something happen.
Yeah, he's got to get a kill off of this one. He needs this kill on the focus fire. He's just not going to get it. There's too many heroes, too many disables. Not enough damage.
Yuma beyond godlike, and I agree. He has just put this game on his back in these fights. They don't have an answer for him. Even without God Strength, he's killing them. He kills this Void in Lasso without God Strength. That is absurd. No backtrack procs, nothing to save him. And RTZ has no buyback for 50 gold here. Kittrack racing for the bounty rune to provide it. And we'll find one. The megas are done. You have another God Strength and 40.
I mean, you still need 15 seconds for Chronosphere too.
Yeah, Yuma, he is not waiting.
Okay, they got the buyback instantly out. Nouns respecting Shopify.
They know there's no Mars buy. They know it. They have the timer. Force the issue. No God Strength for 20.
Oh, nice blink away just before the hammer hits him. Stolen hammer now, thrown back at RTZ. They're going to go for Gunner. Doesn't get him. Lasso now, pull back onto the Snapfire, while RTZ and Yuma going at it a little bit with the BKB. Jump forward, hit the Chronosphere on 2 backline heroes. Still trying to finish up this. Wind Waker goes out onto Gunner. Can that save him? Gets off the BKB. A bash going out. RTZ is dead. Dead again. No chance of coming back to defend now, and Yopaj just getting run down. A crit on the illusion for 2,251 damage for Yuna. That'll clean up the rest of the cores. They trapped him inside of the fountain, but not even the fountain can bring down Yuma. Unless, maybe, oh, got him, it doesn't matter. Ancient's down, and we are going to a game 5. Nouns, they have a shot. One shot here at getting the reverse sweep revenge against Shopify Rebellion.
All right, here's the thing, Austin. We have seen this before, right? This is not the first time. It is not the second time Nouns have been in this position.
No.
And both times, it did not work out in that game 5. So you're getting some PTSD flashbacks right now. You're like, oh God,
Mhm.
what if we go to a game 5 and we lose it again? You can't
Mhm.
think that way, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Shopify, I just feel like the draft momentum shifted and they gave this DP again. I think it did work again. Their answers for it were better, but not good enough to stop what it was doing for Nouns, which was giving them clear focus in the game, clear hero to play through around mid that they're doing. A hero Copy is obviously comfortable with, and it gives them
Mhm.
Roshan. It makes the Roshan a lot more straightforward. But honestly, Sven was like the story of this game. I mean, there's like some Night Stalker, had some good early game, but ultimately this game came down to this Void versus Sven. And Yuma just didn't make this carry matchup look close. He just put himself on a pedestal, and nobody was close to touching him in any of these fights. Way too much HP, not nearly enough damage on the side of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, this is a hero we saw go up to first phase priority in DreamLeague in the previous patch. We saw Boba first pick it, if you remember, himself.
Yeah.
How much higher is this Sven and DP going to go? I feel like it's Nouns now asserting the power heroes in this meta because they got rid of the Centaur. That was what was working for Shopify. And like without that, they haven't been able to produce anything else. So hype game 5, honestly. I'm hyped
Yeah.
to see how this one goes down.
Very hype. Again, the last 3 series have gone the distance between Shopify and Nouns. One more series that is going to go the distance. We're going to go to a game 5 after a break. We'll come back with the conclusion of the North American Finals qualifier for DreamLeague Season 23. Game 5, Shopify versus Nouns. Will it be reverse sweep revenge for Nouns in taking Shopify out of the North American qualifier, or will it be the third final in a row that Shopify will clutch a Game 5 over Nouns? We're about to find out. Avery, do you have any early feelings on who's going to walk away the winner of this series?
I gotta see the draft, man. I gotta see the draft.
Okay.
It's all about the draft now.
I mean, I felt like you were leaning towards Nouns. You were saying the draft momentum is going their way. There are some problems that Golden needs to address.
They've also choked that twice. And Shopify are a very good team at addressing problems if you give them some time. In a BO5, you have a lot of time to address problems. They're not just going to crumble here. They're not just going to throw away a dog shit Game 5. So they're going to come back with something. Let's just see what gets through in the first phase. Now, what did I say after the first round of picks in that Game 4, Austin? What did I say?
Jamming the Death Prophet? I don't know.
That's right. They jammed the Death Prophet. It was over. It was over. Already,
it was over. That's right.
I'm telling you.
Death Prophet picked
it
was
over.
Going to a Game 5.
Already over. And guess what? It was over, and we're going to Game 5. Okay? Because sometimes the meta doesn't matter. The nothing matters sometimes in Dota except the feel of the game, what you're feeling and what your team can do. And I'm telling you, Copy is feeling the Death Prophet right now. Nouns are feeling the Death Prophet, and Shopify have not respected it enough or given it the right answers to shut it down. I think it's getting banned here in Game 5, and that's why I don't really know who's going to take this. Because if it gets banned and the Centaur gets banned, it's like we're starting a whole new series. You know, who the hell knows what's coming out here? Could be anything. There could be Pudges. There could be Shadow Fiends. There could be another Arc Warden. Probably not, but you never know. Maybe Arteezy will play it. That's why it's hard to predict. It's a true wild card. Very dependent on the first set of bans and the picks. That's my prediction.
So if you are Shopify, are you banning Death Prophet in that first phase? You think it's warranted?
I mean, I'm banning, I'm taking it, or you got something for it. You know, I don't know what it is. The problem is I would be kind of okay trading DP for Sven in the current inter series meta. I think Sven can just chunk that hero, but you're not going to first phase exchange that. And so it's weird. What do you want to take first phase versus the DP? Because it's a flex hero. They'll play it mid, they'll play it offlane, they'll play it support. It's an objective taker, so they're just happy to have it in the draft no matter what, even if you address it. And some of the counter picks, again, you have to be willing to play some of these awkward heroes like the Lycan, like a Beast, like a Drow, these heroes that just make her life miserable to feel good about playing against it. Or it's going to do some work. And so far it's been doing work. The other hero I think that can do well versus it is Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon has been first phase banned. Now the other one that came to mind is Doombringer, right? And we saw that that was the 1 second phase ban for Nouns with that DP. So that is also something, if you're Shopify, you could be like, all right, maybe this Doom isn't that bad. You know, the hero's still playable. You just Doom DP. What does he do? Nothing. He cries. I think that's a route you could go if you want to give this DP. But you have to have something like that versus the DP if you're going to give it. You can give it here, but you got to have some hardcore, this is unplayable. You got to make it a support, and we're willing to live with it.
I will say,
Rubik
even though they
DP,
lost that game.
No, it's not. What did this Rubik do in that game, Austin? You were like, oh, I don't want to play DP in a Rubik. What did he do to this Death Prophet in that entire game? Nothing. He did nothing. It's irrelevant. Inner series meta. Inner series meta, Austin.
Okay. So
inner series meta.
in the inner series meta.
Yes, inner series meta.
I think Saberlight looked really good on that Mars, even though they lost that game. Is that worth consideration there? Because if I'm Shopify and the way I watched the Saberlight, he looked really good on that Mars for the first 30 minutes. He was saving a lot of that early game for them. I would put a high priority on that.
I mean, if I'm using the Mars to get supports that answer what Nouns are doing, then I'm happy with that pick, right? But Mars is not it's not a strat. It's not like an idea. It's just Mars. You know, unless you're ATF, this hero does great things for you. He brings your team fight together. He gives you solid laning, but it's about what you do with that makes the hero as good as he is. So if you're just plugging him into a draft, then it's a whatever for me. Like, I'm not first picking it and being like, oh, we got Mars, game's over. It's about what you do, unless you're ATF. And it's about what you do. So I think he had a good game on it. I just don't, like, he didn't enable, his good game didn't enable this Rubik snap to shut the enemy heroes down. I feel like that was the key point for me. There wasn't enough impact there from the Shopify supports. And the Shopify supports have been winning them games in a lot of their tournament runs, and especially this series, right? We go back to like the Roshan plays that they've had, the Snap Disruptor that we started out in the series with, right? They were just running the map. That's a very big difference to these games where the supports are kind of liabilities. You're not shutting down the lanes. You need time to come online. Very different story. And Mars suffers when your supports are having a really slow game because he needs like at least one hero to kind of play with him and make stuff happen unless you're ATF. So you got to think about it that way. Some more spicy all chat. RTZ saying he's relaxed now.
I'm just gonna type TP. Just gonna keep typing go. so hopefully we start this game 5. Everyone wants to see the game 5. Yes. Everybody wants to go. Let's go. Let's get into the final draft here.
Yo, relax, bro.
I'm amped up. Let's. I'm amped up to start the draft. So now we can sit here and talk about picks for 10 minutes. The final bit of draft is the first pick choice. Shopify had priority. They chose first pick. Nouns chose Radiant. Any insight there?
Remaining.
I mean, I don't know, but they want something.
5 seconds remaining.
They want something real bad, I tell you that much. And I'm hoping it's like DP or Centaur. They're gonna try and force the trade. Maybe Kunkka as well. So they're gonna ban the DP. Okay. Bulba did his homework. He was watching those games. He said this hero doing too much for you. That's a big blow because Nouns have not played a game in this series without the Death Prophet. And it was organizing a lot of structure for them in those games. That's the part I think was valuable they have to replace. Not so straightforward. It wasn't just the heroes broken. It was like what it was doing for them was really good. Gave them direction, focus, something to play around with their supports. That's what they have to figure out what they're going to replace it with. The other heroes that went up for them were the Kunkka and the Sven. So Shopify might ban one more of those and force the trade. In fact, they banned the Kunkka, so they're afraid Shopify are going to steal it because Saberlight was really good on it. And they'll ban the Maiden, which was that big lane winner for Fly. And it'll go back to Disruptor. I mean, we talked about the support momentum.
Yeah.
That is a hero that was winning them games. They've gone back to it, but is it a trap? Is it a trap? Is it a debate?
10 seconds remaining.
Do they think they're still going to be able to run over Nouns like they did in game 1 and game 2?
That's a big question. Without the DP, I don't know.
Without
now,
the
if you're Nouns here, what do you take, right? Because this is kind of a weird spot. Like the heroes you want to pick are like Sven, Lifesteal, but Gyro. Okay.
Not what I would quantify as like. When you said what was it, the game 2 draft? Was it the Rubik?
Yep.
It was like you said that's not a strong pick, right? You wanted something big, or sorry, it was game 3, and they picked the Kunkka on Nouns, right?
mean,
you wanted something that I feel like both these picks are kind of like whatever, you know. Disruptor
does telegraph a game plan for sure.
Okay.
And the question is, does Gyro answer that game plan? I think there's an argument he does. Like, Gyro's a hard hero to run into for a lot of heroes in the early game. He's a carry you can play that's very difficult to just run at and not get into some sort of bad fighter trade, right? Pretty strong, reliable laner blind.
5 seconds remaining.
They have some flex potential with it, and they are second pick, so that's pretty good when you go into the later phases. I don't mind this pick.
They tried that in game 2 and it worked, but their gyro got so hard countered. Like it worked in stopping the aggression, but their gyro ended up getting so countered that they were in a bad spot, even if they stopped that aggression.
Nouns turn to ban.
It's tricky. It's tricky. I think Shadow Demon was the other hero I would have considered there. Like a save versus disruptor, really good scaling. They just haven't been favoring it. And it's also a hero that can get run at. This Gyro does propose a lot more early game force behind it, which I think is good versus Disruptor. Let's see what they ban here into the pick. Like, there's still that Sven in the pool that did a lot for them. But you're worried about things like, I guess, Razor a little. The Mars is still there for Shopify if they want to do like the Mars snap again. Would not surprise me if they went for that almost no matter what they see.
One thing I don't want is Nouns to pick 2 supports and lock this gyro into a carry early. They made it a support in game 3. It worked well for them. I don't want them going back to gyro carry unless, you know, it's later down the draft and they are sure it's going to be a great gyro carry.
Nouns, turn to pick.
They banned the Razor. I mean, that telegraphs Sven to me. Oh, Dragon Knight.
Well, doesn't it also telegraph they want to do gyro carry? Or at least leave that option
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it does help, right? Helps down the road. It was a good ban. Dragon Knight. This is not a hero we've seen this series. This hero got some nerfs.
Remaining.
Yeah, it was one of the heroes that got one of the bigger nerfs.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, it was big.
The debuff duration goes down from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, and the illusions no longer had that weird thing where on melee form they would still apply the corrosive breath debuff.
So a lot of teams do favor this DK Mars a bit. I mean, it goes both ways. This is maybe preemptively setting up for that. But the Doom makes his appearance. I've talked about the Doom. Here it is at last. They could not resist the Doom Disruptor combo.
Is that a
I
combo?
doom you. Yes, I doom at you, I walk at you, and guess what? You get
Glimpse.
glimpse back, and I walk at you the other way.
Yeah.
This is truly an
10
old school CIS
seconds
combo
remaining.
from 10 years ago. It's good. It's one of the
5
heroes, like, you get
seconds
doomed, you
remaining.
have to run away. Well, and then you get glimpsed, you can't run away. That's what Disruptor wants.
And Gyrocopter's usually pretty dependent on his scale of
Nouns,
Satanic, right?
turn to pick.
Yes.
He's not going to build the Lincolns, so I think this decreases the chance that this is Gyro Core.
Mm.
Ten seconds remaining.
All right,
5
so
seconds
some support
remaining.
pickups, at least one.
I think this is the hardest part of the draft for Nouns. This minute right here. I think they're going to play Gyro Carry, dude. I don't know. Like, I just feel like they're going to Bat Rider again +1. I just don't know what Fly wants to play in this game. Like, he's been just playing this Maiden.
I like more damage, so like Hoodwink when you have a Dragon Knight. I like a backliner that is able to drop some serious bombs.
Could be like some Bat plus Phoenix or something. Could be like Hoodwink plus,
Nouns, turn to
I
pick.
don't even know.
Wraith King.
The Bone King. What?
Where did this man come from?
Bone Daddy is in play, ladies and gentlemen. My God. I would have never
10
predicted that pick
seconds remaining.
coming out
I
of
mean,
Game 5 of this series in a million years.
Disruptor
5
looks
seconds
good,
Doom
though.
remaining.
do not like Second Life Wraith King.
Nope. They do not. They do not.
That is a bold pickup, but it kind of fits. Which these are Gyrocopter, again, back to support. Now they're going to take the other
Shopify
support
Rebellion.
with the Dragon Knight.
Near
It's going to be the Marana.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it's still something that I like it. It's still something that combos off of Dragon Knight's stun and does a lot of damage. Not as much damage as Hoodwink offers, but I guess Gyro
10
support
seconds
throws a lot of
remaining.
damage around as well. So,
I don't know. It looks kind of
5
good.
seconds
Looks kind of
remaining.
good. They got a lot of stuns. This Invis plus Wraith King frontline kind of makes the Doom's team fight obnoxious. They have 2 ranged supports and this DK flex going into the last pick, so they can pick an offlaner, they can pick a mid. Makes this carry pick for Shopify a bit more difficult. And you don't really want to pick an illusion hero here because you have DK plus another core pick available. So like, is Arteezy gonna Naga or PL here versus the Wraith King? Probably not, and that's what the Wraith King is usually most worried about.
Shopify Rebellions, turn to battle.
Pangolier for some diffusal action. Mana burn on the Wraith King. Nothing to control the Rolling Thunder. I mean, it's a strong Pango game.
40
Strong
less
Pango.
mana burn on that swashbuckle,
10
though.
seconds remaining.
Man, what a weird draft. This draft just
5 seconds
gone in
remaining.
completely different directions. Sven ignored somehow. I'm surprised Alk has also been ignored in this series. Like, Alk is a Wraith King counter, too. If I'm Nouns, I'm thinking about Alchemist here. That hero takes a dump on Wraith King.
Nouns turn to ban.
I don't know if it fits with the rest of our lineup. I mean, it's good with Disruptor, but Pangolier Doom is like... It's an interesting core combination, because Pango has very limited downtime. Doom often has a decent amount of downtime, unless you're just running the game
10
over. But like, if you run the game over with Doom, you're just going to win with almost anything. So they
5
work
seconds
well, but
remaining.
you can't... I don't think you can get too greedy, in a way.
Nouns turn to ban.
Like, I wouldn't mind a fighting style carry here. Something like a Chaos Knight. Like, it doesn't... I'm not saying Chaos Knight, but like the Alk would have been good, I think, because the Alk can come online at that 30-minute mark and then you just go. I think that was the clutch ban that needed to get banned here for Nouns. And I think the Sven is still on the table.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what else?
What about Lifesteal was banned? Never mind.
Shopify Rebellions turn
Oh.
to ban.
I don't know if he would have played Troll, but...
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well, I mean, the two speedy accelerating carries left are like Sven and Luna. That Artur will play.
10 seconds remaining.
I think either looks solid here. They'll get their
5
Luna
seconds
Disruptor lane
remaining.
again, you know?
Yeah, I like the Luna personally. Again, another matchup where I think the Shard is going to feel really good. Melee carry Wraith King running into your Shard on Luna. Any chance you want to Naga this lineup and just like shove waves back at them? And
That's what I was saying. Like, the Naga peel versus Wraith King is always tempting. You always think about it. I think Nouns feel
Yeah.
the DK plus another core pick is enough to dissuade it. Like, if you had DK plus like a Leshrac or something. And Shopify, they could still jam the Naga. Like, they do have
Shopify
Disruptor Naga too,
Rebellions
right?
turn
Pretty
to
strong.
pick.
And it'll do it. I feel like the DK is not enough to dissuade it here, so they have Naga Disruptor Song combo, which helps your scale. It does push the lanes in for the Doom Disruptor Pango Rubik pickoff game. Like, it makes sense here. It fits their lineup, counters the Wraith King, is going to make the map really obnoxious. You're looking at the lane shove here for Nouns. Honestly, not that impressive, right? In terms of the speed it's
5
getting out on the
seconds
map and
remaining.
killing illusions. Like, it's
No,
pretty
not at
bad.
all.
Your DK scales versus Naga, but the rest of your lineup's suffering. And then you need Slain here, and I think it's just Lesh or... Like, I don't even know. Mid-line? Lol.
Is
I mean-
is there an offlaner? So you do mid DK and an
Underlord?
offlaner that gives you something? Primal Beast?
Fine.
Your
Primal.
hero.
Primal's okay. But Primal's like a teamfight answer and he scales okay versus Naga. But again, you're not like dealing with the illusions on the map. And Arteezy is one of the best Nagas in the world at creating pressure on the map with illusions and setting up the pickoffs. He might even consider like he always considers his Orchid build if he's having a really good game. It's scary. It's a scary game for Nouns. You're going up against Arteezy on his signature hero at this point, probably. In a game 5, you're going up against Doom Scale, and you have Wraith King. Like, it's a spooky game. I'll put it that way. Spooky game.
Yeah, it is a game that Nouns, for kind of the first time in this finals meta, had to be... Well, I guess the game 3, they had to be the aggressors. I mean, they took over that game really fast and stuff, but they're going to need to repeat game 3's performance in that regard. The Primal Beast is a better answer to Pango, right? Like, that is one thing. It's not as good. Leshrac versus Nagasarn would have been better, but Primal Beast versus the Pango is a better answer.
And Leshrac versus the Doom Rubik Pango just sounds pretty rough. So I can understand why they went this direction. I think the matchups for the Primal do look better. His BKB game is pretty strong too. He can grab the Pango in the roll. I mean, it's a strong pick, but again, it's just a spooky game for Nouns. And I think Shopify, like, they're in their comfort zone. They got what they wanted in this draft. They got the Arteezy Naga. They got the Disruptor that was winning them the first 2 games. They got a Doom that's going to help them scale and give them like that late game security feeling if it really comes down to it. I feel like they got a little bit more than Nouns wanted to give them in a game 5. But Yuma, he has the Bone Daddy. And he's here to harvest some bones.
He is harvested to a point that he's got the upgrade on the Arcana. So let's get to game 5 underway of Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion. Who's going to be qualifying for DreamLeague? Is it Nouns going to get shut down by Shopify again? Or will Nouns get the chance where they were once upon a time for a DreamLeague qualifier, they were up 2-0 in the series and got reverse sweeped. Now they have the chance to get some revenge and do it right back to Shopify Rebellion and reverse sweep them.
It's going to come down to some good old meaty boys versus the fish, as you got 3 strength cores.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world where Shopify runs out of damage. You know, like your supports don't offer that much damage. And if your Pango is being shut down, where is the damage coming from in the first 30 minutes of this game? Who is biting through a Primal Beast, highest strength gain in the game, a Dragon Knight, highest armor or something in the game, highest armor regen, like one of the tankiest boys you can have, and Wraith King, who just straight up has a second life.
Highest bone gain in the game. That is what he has. Boner. That's right. He has the girth. This is a meaty lineup, man. Like, they got it all. Yeah. I mean, if you look at this on paper, let's say you gave every hero in this game 6 items. You're in the ultra late game. I think that's when this game is scariest for Shopify. Like, it's winnable with some crazy dooms, and you're going in just chunking people with like Shiva's Doom going ham. But in theory, 6-slotted DK, 6-slotted Primal are like really tough for the Naga to fight into. And then your damage falls off from there, because your 2 supports are not doing that much damage. I guess you have this Song Disruptor Ags combo that there's no save for in this game.
Yeah,
that's a big factor too that maybe helps you. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be the name of the game. Like, how fast can you get all 3 of these cores scaled up for Nouns while the Naga tries to pick you apart on the map? And Yopaj probably has some decent tempo here. I feel like he's on the fastest core as long as he has a good early game and he doesn't get caught by that Pulverize too much.
Yeah, and that is part of the matchup, right? Is the fact that you need the Primal Beast to have a pretty well-timed BKB, and if he has that BKB, he'll have a window of time where Pango doesn't have Lincolns, and he could just stop his team fight impact every single time. Just grab the ball, halt it, and there goes a huge amount of your team fighting. Because again, Shopify, I think the other scary part is them at like 20, 25 minutes potentially just getting, you know, run over by Nouns.
Sableye getting beat by these little bone lads. They get him
straight up dead.
Can't underestimate the bone boys down here. Get the job done. Another ample sacrificed in the service of the Bone Lord.
Radiant's middle tower.
There was that buff a few patches ago where it gave the 25% hero bonus damage, and it shows, man. Those skeletons rip you apart when they get the chance to. Arrow? Okay, they're not going to go for the Rubik kill. The Doom is on the way, so best not to try and push your luck too much.
Another safe lane that's going well for Nouns, though. They've stepped it up.
Yep.
In terms of like the Fly Yuma synergy. It's gotten better every game, making it work.
And you've got a Dragon Knight lane, so you can almost be assured that it is going to go decent to well. And he's top CS right now, just got the big creep. So he's doing very well for himself. Lots of denies there. Mid matchup is going kind of weird. Copy was doing all right for himself, and then he pulled the creep wave, used the glyph to stop him from clearing that wave. So gonna be a little awkward for him. But yeah, he's doing some lane pulling shenanigans now.
I mean, this is just more efficient, honestly, if you get away with it.
Sure.
So I don't mind this. Just get as fast as possible here is the name of the game for Nouns. And yeah, this DK is just going to freeform up here.
Dire's
There's no
middle
pressure
tower
on him, which
is under attack.
is sad for Disruptor. Because this hero wants to get like 1 or 2 cheeky kills on lane. And this is just not a lane that's going to happen.
Radiant structures
You
are
just cannot kill
fortified.
Gunner. It's impossible. So Kitrak's going to have to find his levels and his momentum somewhere else in this game. Could be mid on like a cheeky glimpse play on the Primal. Could be a gate rotation bottom if they get like some good creeps on the Doom. Get level 3. But so far this game is just, it's just Nouns washing the lanes. And if you remember what I said at the start of the series is, I think Nouns are happy versus Shopify if at 10 minutes the game's even. So them washing the lanes and just going even, I think they're perfectly content with that. Because it's not their strength as a team, and I think it's one of Shopify's strengths. Is like their first 10 minutes is very good.
Man, if they did not have the Naga, I think it would have. It just looks like such a rough Disruptor game. Because it seems like they're going to be playing on the back foot. You know, they may not have enough damage. They're going to have these heroes running at them. You said, you know, you want to be the aggressors on a Disruptor lineup. It might not happen, but
I mean, that's why I said this hero might have been a bait. Because like it was working for them, but it was working for them because the other stuff in the game was working for them. And if that stuff goes away, then this hero just becomes useless. And I agree, this is not looking like a game where Kitrak's going to get a lot done. Like, who are you running at in this lineup to create action? The Wraith King, who's going to have 2 lives? The Primal, who's going to have 6,000 HP at minute 8? The Dragon
run
Knight?
down fly.
Radiant are scanning.
Everybody's just farming. Everybody's just farming. Nice little courier snipe bottom. Or something.
Radiant's
Yeah.
courier has
They
been
of course
killed.
put a premium on those courier lives in this lane. Level 6 is done for Yopaj. Poppy, not quite there, despite his like lane pulling shenanigans where he was trying to get the extra neutral creeps. Too many denies from Yopaj, so he gets it now though. 6-minute power rune.
You gotta contest
Taking a
this.
charge, onslaught through this. Yopaj just gonna go for the rolling thunder. Got him inside the kinetic field. He actually managed to get to the other side of that, bumped up the cliff somehow. Glimpse back, they'll catch Layla's, and Shopify Rebellion get their first kill. Telekinesis stopping the pulverize. They're gonna go for a second kill here as Copy's trying to get back to the safety of his tower. He's got Fairy Fire, but it's not good enough. Zap down. Thealacor with the haste rune gets him on the Fade Bolt.
It's a big rotation for Shopify. This is exactly who they want to have gain momentum. The Pangolier and the Disruptor involved in those kills for the extra experience. That's level 4 and almost a half for Kitrak before Wisdom Rune. But he's going to get that Wisdom Rune. As Lelis rotates bottom and Fly is behind, looking for that 7-minute spawn.
Is he gonna be able to sneak it? Spots a courier, goes for the courier kill, can't resist, misses the courier.
Radiant
Rocket's coming in. Saberlight has a raindrop though, so he's gonna be okay here. Fly is really committing to try and get this one with a gyrocopter cutting across. Oh, the arrow! Saberlight pumped the brakes a little bit there. They do manage to get their own Wisdom Rune. They're gonna try and get the kill onto Fly as well. Fly trying to get the Ancient Knife, doesn't quite get it. Both these heroes are low. Lilas can clean them both up for the double kill.
Ooh, Lelis is a happy boy in this game, I'll tell you that much. I think he got... Did he get the XP from the other Wisdom Rune too? I don't know. He's level 5.5 though, which is higher level than his Wraith King. Almost on par with the Naga. That is some juicy experience for this Gyro, who now has 3 points in Rocket Barrage, which is insanely strong this early in the game.
Oh, look at this play. Nouns seem to really like abusing the death, TP back, and a second death. And they're going to try it here with the Primal Beast rotating back and killing Saberlight, so he has to do the Walk of Shame back in. But Shopify was not too far away, and they may get a more valuable kill off of this one. As the Primal Beast is going to die, Lila's going to get pulled back into his Doom off of the Glimpse. So they get 2 kills for that one.
Glimpse punish there in time. More gold into Yopaj's pocket.
Dire's top tower
You have Gunner free farming this whole time, but Arteezy is going and cutting enemy jungle. Getting some stacks, not too sad about it. I mean, it's the Pangolier finding momentum and not the Primal Beast. And that is exactly what Shopify want in this game.
It's the 8-minute power rune too. It's gonna be a regen for him.
It was some decent XP they denied from Saberlight. Like he fell behind in levels a bit on this Doom.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you're gonna be able to go back and abuse it over and over here. You want to play through the DK, get his ult up, start taking some towers, or if you think he can do it on his own, that's fine. But then you've been struggling to play into the Pangolier. Level 6 up for Kittrack. Static Storm online. This is where this hero is the strongest.
One really nice thing about that move is that it ensures Yuma gets to level 6 before Doom is online. Right, so there's no chance of that cheeky core kill from the early Doom. Kittrack with the Static Storm. Feels Layla's fly should leap him down. Maybe not, actually. Fatebolt's going to halt a lot of that damage. Gunner comes in. Oh, Copy got his onslaught stopped by the telekinesis. He wanted to charge onto Yopaj, get the grab. He still has a chance to. Do they have the damage though? The arrow lands on him. Perfect from Fly to combo that one through the creeps. A big return kill on the mid, and Kittrack's gonna die as well. Gets run down there. Doom thrown out, but a Moonlight Shadow goes down, and they probably do not have detection for this one. So the Primal Beast, he'll live through this one, no problem, while they run down Thelacore on the Rubik. Now Wraith King joining in on the mix. Copy's back into play. He might charge after this one. Yeah, Onslaught. Trample hits him. Saberlight down to half HP and surrounded by heroes. He's dead as well. Now already beginning the tempo of running over Shopify.
Dude, Gunner's having a hell of a game. That is a beautiful rotation of that fight. Really nice spellcasting. Holding the arrow while the wave was blocking it on that initial DK stun means you get him later. Get a glimpse on Lelis, but he's gonna walk it off here. Shopify get nothing for their trouble. So much gold and XP for Gunner there. That is a tremendous leap for him. Not a huge amount for Copy, as he kind of just has to play that fight on the defensive getting Doom, but he doesn't die to the Doom, so can't be too sad about it, right? Where Saberlight's just left, he's left holding the bag. Like, he's still level 6. He's under-leveled. He has 4 deaths in this game on Doom. He's just going first item Midas here to try and recover. He's having a rough one. They really shut him down. Gunner has his choice. He go for this first item blink? He does. Alright, it's a big item decision.
What
He's gonna have to
the
make
other
it
options?
work. I mean, I guess he could have gone something a bit more scale oriented.
Like the
I don't
rush
really
to
know
Manta.
Yeah, or like, I guess Midas on this hero's kind of dead, but
Yeah.
these first item blinks are dangerous though. Like, you take this item, you go blink in somewhere, you die, you just feed all that now worth away.
Radiant are
You're gonna feel real sad about it. But he is quite strong right now. Double Bracer Wand, Soul Ring, Tread, Blink Dagger. This is 1800 HP with a bunch of armor behind it.
Oh, he wanted to go mid. He wanted to go for the Pango. Maybe still has a chance to go on something. Yeah. Pops Dragon Form, goes for the Rubik kill. It really honestly doesn't matter what they get too much here, just because it's an excuse for Gunner to take the mid tower.
I think he was trying to block the hero with the Cobalt.
Saberlight, good TP out. He was going to die to the Layla's rotation if he didn't.
I feel like this Wraith King's doing his job though, which is he's just sitting down here and, I mean, you can't do him. Saberlight just keeps getting forced off the lane. His Midas is getting delayed and delayed. This Wraith King is just soaking up the space. He'll eventually take this tower too. In fact, I think it's just dead here. While this play from Shopify is happening, they are losing map control.
Yeah, they're smoking a triangle. Nobody's home. It's bottom lane where the action is at right now. And Saberlight's trying to protect his tower, but he's going to get smoked on here. They don't have the best initiation. But with the tower down, they can wrap around easily with the smoke. Can't quite get there.
He's pretty fast. But again, forcing him off the wave. He loses his tower. He still doesn't have his Midas. He's still behind in levels. His Doom is just getting abused right now. That's a good feeling when you abuse this hero.
Yeah.
And it's like he's one of their guys that is supposed to play with this disruptor,
Under attack.
force people off the map so you can glimpse them. It's slowing down Kitrak's game.
I mean, at this point, I just assume Kitrak is going to be he's going to be a static storm on a sleep at some point. That's kind of his whole deal.
Which means our TC can get more active. We're seeing him just walk in here.
They're being very aggressive here. Stolen onslaught. Theodore runs up a high ground. A song to try and do something here to set up a rolling thunder, maybe. I mean, they don't need it. Inhibit is going to be good enough to kill this gyrocopter. They get that one kill. Now trying to get out. Shield Rune gets dispelled immediately by the Doom. Trouble now for Copy as he runs at all of these heroes, and the rolling thunder is preventing the Wraith King from doing much. Gunner coming in from the side though, finishes off the Doom, almost gets Theodore as well. Throws out a little damage onto Kitrak as well. Yuma, he doesn't mind this static storm. Actually, he's a little low on mana if he's not
he's
careful.
out of
Wand
his ult.
charges coming up. He needs the wand charges. It's on cooldown right now. It's on cooldown. He couldn't get it off. Shopify will wipe Nouns. Just on the edge. So many heroes so damn low. 1 second away from a stick charge for the Wraith King. None of
Look
it
at the
happens.
damage.
None of it goes the way of Nouns.
Look at the damage numbers.
Radiant's
It's
middle
all the
tower
Pango.
is under attack.
Early momentum and stolen
Yeah.
Starfall from Theodore did work at the end. Starstorm, sorry. Just, I think it hit 4 heroes and then doubled on the DK. That was just a nasty steal at the end of that fight.
They did
That is-
1,000 less damage
Well-
on Nouns and got 4 less kills for it.
I mean, the way that starts is just,
Radiant's
they're just
bottom
not there
tower
together,
is
right?
under attack.
You could
Yeah.
easily just let Gyro die and farm, or you have to take the fight as a team. I think that's a fight they can win there. Like, they have a really strong DK Wraith King, but you don't get Wraith King ult off. That's huge. Your DK got just drawn into the Static Storm Rubik spells at the end, and the Primal was already dead. There's no arrow follow-up on the stun. The Gyro's gone too, so a lot of your damage follow-up behind that tanky frontliner just doesn't exist at that point. Shopify baited him in, make that bait work. Artor just runs in, sleeps a Gyro, and somehow they get a team wipe
Radiant's
off it.
bottom tower
Yeah, that should not have worked. Moonlight Shadow, a little gank here on the side of the map. I'm sure they would have loved to find the Naga Siren, but no, it's going to be Saberlight instead. Still not a bad catch.
Radiant's bottom tower
A lot of
is under
levels
attack.
brought back to Shopify on that fight. Showing the strength of
Radiant's
Yopaj
bottom
right now.
tower has fallen.
Low mid tower. Glimpsed back.
Radiant's middle
Well,
tower
it's not
has
happy about that.
No.
Dire's
And
top
you,
tower
Yuma's
is under
game got
attack.
really stalled. He's sitting at 7k net worth when I thought he was going to be cruising to a fast Radiant.
Yeah, honestly, it
Dire's
just feels a
top
little
tower is
underfarmed
under
for all the
attack.
space he had.
Told they fetch a reason.
I mean, he got involved in some of these fights. He died there. So it hasn't just been him AFKing, but definitely slowed down a
Dire's
bit.
top tower is under attack.
The Naga
The
also
Disruptor on a
really
high
good
ground
time.
ward.
That's a freebie. I mean, Arteezy's done a nice job of like putting these Naga illusions into the Wraith King space as well. Might have killed some skeletons at some point, taken away some of the camps. So that has a big impact that this Naga can play into the Wraith King, and the Wraith King just does not enjoy this at all.
Is under
He
attack.
just denied a flag bearer creep right in front of Yuma with illusions.
Yeah, stuff adds up, man. Moral victory, you know, mental victory. EKB done for the Primal, so this is where he's strong. He can just charge in, try and grab the Pango, be a lot tankier in the fight. Even if he gets doomed, it might not be enough to straight up win the fight. And Orchid done for Artor. He did end up going that. He's looking for something here. Doing the old double illusion Beta Reno on the back.
TP out.
Radiant's
Don't
middle
quite get him
tower
on the
is under
glimpse,
attack.
man. They had vision at the last second there, but that would have been a massive win if they could have stopped that TP. Wraith King just would have died twice. And it would have been level 1 reincarnation death, too. So it would have been a long cooldown.
Look at this smoke. They saw Artor TP up here on the ward.
Radiant's bottom tower
Gunner
is
is
under
just
attack.
beelining for him.
Oh, I mean, he could blink stun, but the follow-up isn't quite close enough. They're gonna have a ward that's maybe spots him again, but
That was very
He's
close
on.
to working.
I mean, they kind of need to take this mid tower, I feel like, with the Dragonite.
Yeah, they really do. I'm surprised it's still up on some.
Yeah.
And Mount Gunner rotated there early. Just never paid off. Shopify holding on to a lot of map control right now. Putting this Naga to use, and they're going to find
Dire's top tower is under
a Wraith King in the jungle. They can burn his mana
Radiant's
out.
bottom tower is under attack.
So glimpse. Close. Very close.
Dude, he's so close to level 12, man. It's a massive difference if you can get these lower cooldowns on reincarnation before you die.
Or you just don't die.
Well, that's already been a problem before. He's already failed that quest.
Almighty money.
Radiant's bottom
one
tower
death.
is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Arteezy being very aggressive, and it is opening up spots. Like you said, he's occupying a lot of space on the side of Nouns, and in this case, leads him to a nice little pickoff.
This is the part of the Naga they just don't have a good answer to. Nobody can fight these illusions. He just runs in. You don't know if it's him or an illusion pair. He has Orchid kill threat on almost everybody. He's cutting waves now. Nobody wants to respond to this, and the whole time this is happening, his other cores are just farming up the whole jungle. Like, this map state
Dire's middle tower
does not
is
feel
under
good to
attack.
play for Nouns. They're not getting that 5-on-5 they really want in this game with their primal BKB. They're trying to get to the Wraith King Radiance, but every minute you wait for this is a minute Arteezy kills.
Radiant's
1,000
bottom
more
tower
neutral
is under
creeps.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
How many neutral creeps do you think Artor has killed in his career? That must be a staggering number.
Who do you think has killed the most neutral creeps in their entire career in that regard?
I mean, it might be Arteezy. I don't know.
He's been playing a long time. Dragon Tail initiation onto Saberlight. The song goes out. The BKB, though, it went out from Copy, so he
Even.
can ensure that they get the kill onto the Doom, and the missile bounced over to the support in the back line. Theodore, he's going to die off this one. Most likely, the Gyrocopter tries to catch up. The kinetic field separates them. The Naga Siren starts going to work on that Gyro. He's going to die with a buyback coming in from Saberlight. They want this fight any way they can take it. Yuma
Yeah,
is still
get it.
around to fight. He still has this Radiance. He's running down a Dragonite. There's no way this guy dies.
Yeah, this does
And
not
now they're
look
gonna have
good
to fight
for
into this
Shopify.
Radiance Yuma Wraith King who's right in your face. Now he's gonna be losing his first like, oh, Dragon Tail burned through the illusions. And he's just dead. Yopaj does a crap ton of damage.
What?
He slows down Copy, trying to keep him at bay, trying to get away. Swashbuckles up, goes up the hill. Copy, an onslaught. Can he land this? If he gets him, Swashbuckle over the or shield crash over the side. Swashbuckle coming up a second, gets down to low ground. Yopaj is away.
No, he did him so dirty there. So damn. I mean, look at the damage. Like, it's literally just Yopaj versus 5. He's going back in.
Copy. He did
Bro,
have some
relax,
magic
bro.
wand charges.
Dear lord, the damage.
6,000 damage from Yopaj.
I mean, they get the Wraith King twice in that fight with his Radiance timing. I will say that amp damage rune. That did some serious work. Like, you are not clearing through that 3 or 4 heroes without it there. And that was just
Who had it?
the Pango.
Oh.
Yopaj went in, he hit like a 3-man shield crash and a 3-man swashbuckle with amp damage on it. That fight did not look good at all for Shopify until that moment. Like, it was super spread out, Doom pretty much wasted, Wraith King still up with Radiance delivered. They bought back the Doom. And Saberlight has just had a horrendous game. 1-7. He can't find anything. Not a fight Arteezy wants to commit to. They somehow make it work as Yopaj drags it back from the brink and now has his 3rd item in Blink. Very farm now. That Alves is under a sentry. They see it.
Good read from Fly, knowing that they're trying to get a lot of aggressive vision down, preemptively laying one deep in the lane from when they were surrounding that tier 2 earlier.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Battle of the Illusions commences.
Yeah, and that battle is about to get a little bit more intense in about 5 to 6 minutes time. He's working towards Aghanim Scepter, and he's level 16. So Gunnar may hit this overwhelming timing where he's got level 18 and Ags.
And that is your scale versus the Naga. So you want him having a good game here.
Radiant's top tower
Just gonna
is under
roll in.
attack.
Pretty
Yeah,
much
he
blind.
is fishing.
They saw them backing up, but that was all.
Killed some creeps.
Yeah, I mean, he messed that Satyr up.
Yeah, he did.
It'll be a counter smoke from Nouns.
Push out mid with the illusions. Send another illusion scouting. See if they can get some info. Scan on the triangle. Not gonna find. Well, it is an illusion, and they know about it because of the smoke.
You find it weird that a strength-based Dragon Knight anime Persona hero is built around an agility-based Manta style? You find that illusions? You find that strange at all?
A little bit. Dota's a complex game. Smoke going into the Roshan pit. Rosh is at half. BKB immediately grabs the Doom. Song goes out. Nobody can really follow this one. Nobody else has BKB. So all stuck in the song for now, but they're not really getting anything off of it. Yopaj, he's going for the Gyrocopter first, while Yuma is going to tackle this Doom. Doom being tag teamed by both Roshan and the Wraith King. He gets away a little bit longer. Gunnar on the side dealing with Kitrak, the first life of Yuma. He's getting burned out here. Copy comes back in. Big hit, a bowling ball straight through the pins of Shopify. Yopaj barely gets off his own little bowling ball. Rolling around on no HP. He finally gets burned out. Copy's on a sliver of HP, blinks away just as he gets hit by the Orchid, but no damage. And now the Naga Siren is caught and killed. A big win for Nouns around the Roshan pit.
God damn, that onslaught was manly. No way around it. You just got everybody in there, and it's all just based off Yuma manning up. The Radiance burn damage in that fight was insane. Dealt almost 6,000. Ends up killing Yopaj in the roll, which is kind of absurd. I mean, you gotta remember, it's not 100% magic resist, so he's just taking out, he's so low. It's gonna get him Roche here. That is a huge team fight win. That is not a fight you can afford to lose if you're Shopify. Because you're starting to get outscaled in these fights, right? Your Doom is nowhere close to helping you overcome that deficit.
Nope.
And the Naga is not man fighting these cores in the straight 5-on-5. Like, Arteezy cannot just go in this game, go on a target, and start killing them without getting onslaughted through, or DK coming in with the splash plus the breath. There's a Star Storm, there's some random gyro damage. You need the Doom and the Pango to pick up the scale here if you're Shopify. And you need it to start happening soon. I mean, Yopaj, I feel like, has done his part. But Sableye is continuing to struggle as he just doesn't have good Doom targets. Like, who do you Doom in this game? There's just no good Doom target.
Yeah, I was going to bring that critique up. I was like, was it the right play to Doom the Primal Beast? And then I was like, well, what the hell else is he gonna do?
It is. Like, you want to Doom the Primal in these fights, because he's the most spellcaster-oriented hero for them. It's just still not good, because the fight's starting with Copy, going in, BKB, going on you. If you Doom him, he just BKB walks it off. There's nothing that stops him doing that, and then at that point, the fight is extremely weird.
Black Dragon online. That is trouble for Shopify. This is so much strength, and they're going to catch Yopaj. Oh, rolls up, gets grabbed by the Pulverize. That's the counter right there. This is why they like the Primal Beast.
Time in your cups and not enough time training.
That is a good find. I mean, if there's one hero you're going to enjoy killing this game, it's Yopaj. Arteezy on the backside is cutting the waves here, making the map very annoying, going for Butterfly, help his damage output. But Gunnar just has other ideas, man. What is stopping this dragon right now? Black Dragon online. I don't think there's an answer to Black Dragon in this game, honestly.
I mean, they're going to be able to stall a lot. It's kind of Arteezy's specialty, but
Stall for what?
are they ever going to get over that hump?
What are you stalling for?
Are they ever going to get to a point where they feel good about the fights again?
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't think so. if your
I
Doom
mean,
was
for
like top
me,
two
some of
network,
that has got to be the disruptor Ags Naga Siren sleep combo, but you know, Kitrak, he was set up for a
nowhere
bad game, and
close.
he's just never going to get that Ags until maybe it's far too late. They actually do manage to take down the Wraith King the one time here. Looking for a Doom. He's gonna pop the BKB and throw it out on the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, Copy just grabs the Naga Siren, and Arteezy barely gets off the
Can't
song.
finish him.
They can't see him right now. He has the BKB for a little while longer. It's just not going to be good enough. Maybe they can catch him on as the song expires. Arteezy's hit away in the side. Hurricane's down to the side, but an onslaught chasing after him. Not quite there. Gets the support at least. Yeah, they're going to run down Kitrak. Gunner's looking for more. I don't think
showed
he's going to
mercy.
find anything, though. Oh, man.
Showed mercy to Saberlight there. Said, your game is rough enough, buddy. I won't kill you this time.
Dire's top tower is under
Spent
attack.
his last auto attack on the Pango instead of the Doom. Lets him live. But the Black Dragon is still alive. I mean, he got doomed, and then he just basically killed the Doom while he's doomed. Like, it just doesn't do anything. It's irrelevant.
Saberlight looks lost. And I really blame him. He was like, that started that fight. He wasn't sure what to do in that situation. Finally decided on the Dragon Knight, which I think is arguably the worst hero to do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I think you're like dooming.
And move quickly.
You're either dooming Primal or you're dooming Wraith King on his second.
Grabs Arteezy. He slipped away last time. They cannot afford to let him slip away again. Mass TP's coming in from Shopify. He deals with the missile with his illusions. Copy gets grabbed by his own pulverize. Yuma's in the mix. He does have that Aegis, so even if he dies here, it's okay. Tossed down, hits a Wraithfire Blast onto Arteezy. Arteezy, the heart is not going to be good enough, I don't think. Wait, no, Yopaj saves him on Copy, chains him up, kinetic field, holds him in place, hits him again and again and again. Gunner's trying to play from this low ground, but Yuma is just getting permanently controlled. He's got reincarnation in 3 seconds time. 2, it's not up in time. Gunner for last. Gunner is the last one standing, and Gunner tries and he gets 1 kill. Loses 5 heroes, gets 1. They threw everything they had at Arteezy for a second time, and for a second time it fails.
12,000 damage for 1 hero. That is a throw of a team fight right there. I mean, there's no way. Like, this team fight is just way too stretched. Your DK is not even there. He doesn't even have ult. He's your strongest hero. You don't get this reincarnation off. It's just so disjointed from Nouns. I mean, that is a team fight that Shopify were begging for, and they get gifted it on a silver platter there. As, like you said, so much damage into this Naga Siren with that butterfly.
Is under attack.
That's just wasted. He's just sitting there with heart regen
Radiant's
butterfly.
bottom tower has fallen.
Praying you go on him, because he's not killing you back. It's everybody else that's killing
Radiant's
you.
top tower is under attack.
And now all of a sudden, you were talking about that Disruptor Ags, you just got half of it off that fight.
Oh no.
Kitrak, he has his Philly running. 1,800 gold on top of Ogre Club. I mean, this is not a pipe dream anymore. Like, you can even sell mech at some point in this game. You know what? Who gives a damn about mech at like 40 minutes?
Radiant's top
Sell
tower
that shit,
is
get an
under
Ags,
attack.
suddenly you might just win some crazy fight in a row.
Oh man. Now, I mean, what a difference 5 minutes makes, right? 5 minutes ago, they just won a team fight against Shopify and hit the tier 3. A super early high ground push that, yeah, Arteezy, you know, cuts the waves, yada yada, but you had to feel so good about your position in the game, and now you just lost a massive team fight, and now you've got to be questioning, is it going to be a repeat? Are they going to lose another game 5? Yumaka steps in, handles Kitrak, gets bumped by the boulder, not that big of a deal. They're turned back to Gunner here. Gunner's pretty tanky. They threw the Doom on him, and the Naga Siren's trying to close that distance. Got on top of the Dragon Knight with the Swashbuckle as well. They're throwing everything they have at Gunner, and they've got him very easily. Oh, Poppy, he tried to get the grab on the Doom. Instead, now going for the Pango. Can Yuma do enough damage? He's getting it kited around, loses his first life. He pops it to slow them down to see if he can keep these heroes in striking distance, and he managed to get the Doom, who blinked into that one. Now Shopify are gonna retreat. They call it quits there. 3 heroes down. Not super happy with that engagement. Yopaj still toying with them. Has he gone too far though?
Radiant's middle
Wait, a buyback onto
Copy
the
gone
outpost.
too
They
far.
lured in Copy, who went
Oh
too
my
deep. He thought his team was gonna back him up, but he went way too hard there.
Yopaj just laying the bait, and they're taking it every time. Just reeling them in one by one. Finally bring this dragon down. Another disjointed fight for Nouns that Shopify just making too much chaos with the Naga Siren going in. The initiation's really weird. Like, Saberlight's all over the place in this fight. He gets stunned on the initiation, but still finds the Doom connection. And it's enough to bump him over the cliff into a net, like, bizarre chain of events to bring this Dragon Knight down. But they get him. And that's the important part. Once the DK's gone, your damage output just gets negated by such a large degree. It's just Radiance burn, and like, you're hoping that this Primal gets another set of spells off. So far, it has been Artur just pulled so far ahead in the last 10 minutes here. He's like 9k ahead now. Full Disperser online, level 20, an extra illusion. The Arteezy Naga Siren. This is the stuff of nightmares. When you lose to this player on this hero, you think about it years later. And you wonder why you did it to yourself.
He's speaking from personal experience there.
Perhaps.
Swashbuckle out. Trying to catch Yopaj a little too late. He gets his blink away. The Lincolns is going to be a problem for Copy. If he's not doing enough damage to threaten the Naga, I mean, he really needs that Aghanim Scepter, man. They need all three of their cores to be outputting AoE damage to deal with these illusions, and he's the one lacking right now.
I mean, that's the thing. They still have a lot of scale left. Like, they can get Nags on the Primal. They can get a Shivas on the Primal. You still have like 2 more big damage items for this Wraith King. One of them is going to be Mjolnir. Ags for him as well would be huge. But you have
Shivas and
And
Axe
Ags.
Disruptor. Yeah.
Yeah, this is big. You can just sleep now and just put this DK
Run
into
into
a
the Dragon
static
Knight.
storm.
Arteezy, Manta. Oh, we can't get
Didn't
off
get
the
the
song. Not right
sleep.
away. Got hit by 1 stun. Yup, they also have the Doom on Gunner. He pops a Manta, trying to get away
Oh,
from
that
the
Rolling
Rolling Thunder.
Thunder.
What a swashbuckle hit. They pull him back in off of the glimpse. Gunner, once again, the Dragon Knight is the first focus for Shopify. A slam, Pulverize, hitting a bunch of heroes. A lot of AoE damage. Almost finishing off. Pulverize stolen. Gets the grab onto the Primal right as he was about to finish up the Pango. He blinks away just as the Wraith King blinks forward. A 1-for-1 trade-off that is very favorable for Shopify.
Dude, how is Yopaj doing so much in these fights? It's ridiculous. He's carrying the damage load, disrupting the backline, and then still surviving the counter initiation. Just ridiculous game from him. Absolutely insane teamfight impact from this Pangolier, making it look easy, but it is definitely not. And they will get a Roshan for their efforts. So Cheese and Aegis. Once more, the Doom lands on the Dragon Knight, and Gunner just can't escape. He has no BKB to help prevent some of the damage. He just gets sucked in off this glimpse with the guaranteed vision of Saberlight just running in with Shivas, and not the most straightforward initiation for Shopify with Arteezy getting stunned on the sleep attempt, but one that works out. As Saberlight has bounced back in this game, and he's starting to scale now. Starting to make his presence felt.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Disruptor Ags is going to make you think about these fights a lot differently. Ags done for the Primal though. That's a big one.
Yeah.
A lot more AoE magic damage.
It is a nerfed Ags. 15 less damage per line. Which they need as much damage as possible to deal with these illusions all up in their face. They try and get a quick kill on Alaylis inside the base. They've got him. Can they do more with this, though? Naga Siren's pretty far forward here. Copy can't really do much, though, during that Rolling Thunder. Especially with the Lincolns up.
I don't want to threaten top here. either with illusions or the hero. Send the lose in, but they do lose the form now.
Dire's top tower
So
is
significant
under
loss of damage if he is not able to do that damage over time.
I think Shopify too sad about this.
I mean, even if they lose this tier 3, they got a Naga. It's pretty easy to deal with side lanes. Mjolnir now done for the Wraith King. That's a big damage upgrade because the active is... That's going to do a lot of damage when there's all these Riptides and there's this Scorched Earth and Swashbuckles.
And Radiance has done a lot for him in the fights. And he can just stay alive. And this is
It also
this
does
is
bonus
always gonna be
damage to
there.
illusions, which I didn't even know.
Yeah, that was
Dire's
a-
top tower is under attack.
That was a recent buff, I think. Actually, no, that's been in the game for a
Dire's
while.
top tower is falling.
The Mjolnir dealing. Are you talking about the Mjolnir or the Radiance?
The Mjolnir.
Yeah, the Mjolnir one is new.
Yeah.
They've slowly buffed all these like anti-illusion items to really help with illusions. So that is nice here. We're seeing the Daggons from Shopify to deal with the DK illusions. One on the Rubik. Why not? This is your Aegis period. You do have this Aegis on the Pangolier. I know Yopaj wants to use it. Shield Rune as well. Timing out.
Smoke breaks on this high ground. Nouns break through the Lincolns of Yopaj. He immediately blinks back. Probably not the best target for Nouns anyway, considering the extra life.
They're just trying to wait out this Aegis period. Also, equalize some of this net worth advantage on the Naga. Like, that lead for Shopify is Arteezy. He is the 10k gold lead, so if you can just get if your core is closer to him in terms of slots and impact, then the lead doesn't mean anything here. He's gonna aggressively show they don't know it's real.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wraith King losing so much HP when he jumps forward. Half his HP is gone right away.
Aegis stalled for a
Again?
minute.
The split push is still there. Top lane is being pushed down again by Dragonite Illusions. They went out now, but the creep wave is going to keep pushing.
I mean, Nouns are happy to wait this Aegis out. The onus is on Shopify if they want to take the fight with it. 40 seconds here. Either make it happen or you live with the consequences. They'll choose to live with them. Continue to scale.
And there is that point. I feel like we talk about the Naga every time. It's like you get all of this net worth. You just vacuum up all this gold off the map. But it also means you cap out earlier than a lot of other heroes.
And generally, this hero doesn't really win the ultra late. He needs to kind of end it on his
Ooh,
terms.
Gunner. Having a poke here.
No trace.
They're aggressively looking for that fight, but Aegis will time out. Use that advantage. I'm just happy to keep farming here.
Tormentor spawn. They can take that pretty easily. Not that you really have the best shards. Good ones are already taken. Guess Fireball would be the best thing they can get.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
I like how they changed this primal talent to 67% pulverized duration.
Yeah.
How long do you think they thought about making that 69%? Because you know they thought about it. You know they thought about it.
I'm sure Bruno suggested it. Everybody
I mean, the
else
fact
is
it's a talent
like,
for
no.
a spell called Pulverized too, which, I mean, it speaks for itself. Here they're gonna force the issue with the Naga. That is
They just
life.
take his life. Not quite. Not quite. But man, that poke is so deadly.
It's kind
He's
crazy
closing in
how
on.
short. He keeps getting away with it. Like, there's no blink stun for him. You know, he doesn't have Lincoln's or anything.
Yep. Yeah.
You get caught one of these times. How you make the difference?
Yeah, they don't have shard on the Rubik, so they don't even have like a save in that regard.
All right, Gunnar finishes Wind Waker.
Radiant
More
are
confident to
scanning.
take the fight now. Scan latches.
Breaks on him.
Got the
Doesn't
wrong
get the
one.
real one. Dragon Tail and Illusion, but got the ensnare on the real one, quickly disperses it off. Wraith King goes for the back, but got sent away by the glimpse. He's gonna have to recharge on this one. The arrow lands onto the Rubik. They finish him off pretty easily. There goes that Doom onto the Dragonite. He's trying to get away. That Wind Waker gonna be needed to get away from Yopaj right now, who's a menace right up in their face. Rolls up before the magic damage can land. Arteezy thinking about the song. Pops it now. BKB from Yuma is the only thing going on. He's gonna TP out. Can Gunnar TP out? Ensnare? No. He doesn't have the Manta right away. He does have the Wind Waker. Blink. Nope. Shiva stops him there. Manta's coming up. No, he's over the cliff. Manta away, running. The glimpse. He's looking for the glimpse. He got him. He pulls him back into his death, and he does not have a buyback. An opening now for Shopify.
So close. He almost got that second Wind Waker off, but he gets pulled out of it.
Radiant's middle tower
Shopify find another successful team fight that's just chaos incarnate. They only lose the Rubik. The Olakor buys back. And Arteezy continuing to control this game, control the tempo. Does not care about Roshan. He wants your base.
Oh, they're going for the Wraith King, who doesn't have reincarnation.
Radiant's middle barracks.
They're trying to stop this push that I think is unstoppable while their Dragon Knight is dead.
Radiant's
They had a tier 2 up as well, the top lane. They did not have to force this right now. The top lane is protected. They can get 2 lanes, though, for Shopify.
Look at the cooldown on this Rolling Thunder. It's 42 seconds when he's near the Doom because he has Time Warp Aura on top of Octarine plus 25 talent. 42-second Rolling Thunder is ridiculous. When he has Ags, Basher, Diffusal, Mindbreaker, like,
Radiant's bottom
this is another Game 5 that Nouns are going to fail
has fallen.
to clinch.
They've gone the distance so many times for Shopify Rebellion. They've only won one of those finals. So many Game 5s. And they had a chance to pay Shopify the ultimate disrespect and give them the reverse sweep. Now they're on their last legs. A TP in, but a song stops them in their tracks. They're going to look at Copy here, picking him out. Going to go for him first. Lotus Orb's going to try and protect him with that Aghanim Scepter. Pulled in. A lot of heroes grouped up here. A jump in for the Wraith King. Almost instantly losing his first life. A nice use of the Wind
And you
Waker.
get the Naga.
Stalled out a little bit more. And now he's going to die. Slows down these heroes. Naga Siren is
Need
dead.
more
Naga
damage.
Siren is being focused. He's gone. The heroes are going to get chased down now. Nouns not out of it just yet. They've killed the Naga Siren, who is
Cancel his
fought
TP.
back, who's going to be back into the play. He canceled his TP. That means his allies don't have the reinforcements that they desperately needed in this time. The Doom is going to die. Now the Rubik is going to get chased down as well. Multiple heroes, and they use the buyback on their carry.
Arteezy not confident enough to go back into that fight. But it costs them big time. It costs them huge buybacks on a failed push. They did get 4 out of Nouns in that sequence, though. The only player with buyback is the Dragon Knight, but he's missing the gold. So nobody on Nouns has buyback. Only cost you a Naga Siren and a Disruptor buyback earlier, but that's a costly buyback from Artur. I mean, you die again. That's just the game. Like, Naga Siren is doing everything for you in terms of holding this map together. He will buy his own Wind Waker, but the push, Nouns have said it is time to win this game. Win or lose, we will do it on our terms, but they just
In
get
the
caught in the
back
Static Storm.
line, got him inside the Static Storm. It's the Gyrocopter dead first. Yuma pops his BKB. He does not have reincarnation. He's playing off of his Ags and a little bit of HP. That's all he has left. Copy's going to be able to grab Saberlight. Goes for that kill, but he instantly takes it off and is making the run for it while the song is
arrow.
going away. He's surviving a little bit longer. Wind Waker back up to the high ground for Arteezy while they surround Copy. Yuma getting low
still has
once
no
again.
life.
Another Wind Waker. Dragon Knight playing on this high ground. Copy is getting lower and lower. He's trying to grab anybody he can, but he can't get down from this high
Another
ground. He has
arrow.
a little bit more time with this Wraith Tire. They might just be able to finish off Yopaj. Yes, they get him. Yes, they get the buyback, but can they get out? Have they just thrown away all of their lives? just to kill singular heroes. They can't get away either. Kitchrak gets him on the glimpse back. Gunner desperately going for the TP, but it's an ensnare, denies him. All the heroes dead from Nouns. Nothing left but a push down mid. It is all over. Shopify do it again to Nouns.
Again, dude. That is... Oh, that is so rough. But Shopify will just not lose a series to Nouns. They refuse to lose these game 5s. Something about it. They go back to what works for them. They go back to their comfort. An Arteezy classic with the Naga Siren. You thought it was out of meta. You thought you were going to get it with the Wraith King. But that Naga was lurking the whole time in the draft. And you don't ban it because you think you have this DK scale. You have another core to pick. You had answers to it in the team fight. You didn't have answers to it on the map. And you definitely did not have answers to Yopaj in this game. Because he put this game on his back. We can talk all day about Naga Siren controlling the map, setting up the fights. Artor played a beautiful game. But Yopaj was just out of control. 67,000 hero damage dealt from this Pangolier. Nobody is even close to that on the side of Nouns. The closest is 40k from the Wraith King, and that's mainly Radiance burn. Just a ridiculous Pangolier performance in a Game 5 when Shopify needed it most, because Saberlight got completely shut down in this game. The two supports were not finding a lot. That Ags for the Disruptor looked like a dream. But they just brought it together in these clutch, chaotic team fights that Nouns, they had a hold on this game at some point. Like that play where Gunner is hitting top tier tower, the top tier 3 after a good sequence. If they play that game out from that point again, it's very winnable, right? They can play conservatively, they can farm up their next set of items, get a Roshan. That game looks very different, but these game 5s are stressful, they're chaotic, it's some weird inter-series meta. And Shopify are a very experienced team in terms of players and leadership. And it pulls through. And Nouns are left just short again in another Game 5 qualifier final that will not be feeling good tonight. But
no,
Shopify get the job done. They do not get reverse swept here. An impressive comeback.
Shopify lost to Nouns in the Bet Boom final qualifier. And since then, the season has been all Shopify. A lot of games that have gone the way of Nouns, but now puts it 5 series in a row, 3 of which were grand finals that all go to Shopify. They once again secure their legacy in North America and will be the representative at DreamLeague Season 23. I mean, Nouns put up a hell of a fight, managed to push it to a Game 5 once again. Despite the mid difference, they came in. Copy being a new player onto Nouns wasn't enough. I mean, he had a hell of a performance on Game 3 and Game 4 on that Death Prophet, but in the end, was not able to get Nouns past that block that they're currently experiencing against Shopify. Just cannot seem to win the finals against them anymore.
I mean, this is a replay you're going to go over and over because like this was a winnable Game 5. Those other Game 5s were really chaotic. This is a Naga game. You can push it ultra late here. You can win those ultra late fights, but you have to do it on your terms. And like these fights were just not synced up. I feel like this was Nouns to lose at some point, but I mean, kudos to Shopify for pulling this series back, pulling this Game 5 back with a game that looked rough for their offlaner. Like Saberlight had to just recovery farm in this game, had some rough buybacks as well. This was not an easy game for them to win, and they made it happen. That's sometimes, again, experience, clutch factor, whatever you want to call it. They get the job done, and we'll be going to another DreamLeague.
That's right. And we'll get to cast them there, you and I. But for now, that is going to close out the North American qualifier. There's going to be more regions doing qualifiers, of course. We've got Western Europe that is already underway. You're going to see Avery and I casting some of those games tomorrow and the next day, I believe. But for now, North American qualifier is over. So is this stream. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you guys for more qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23.